Natalia, are you here? This is Toshiro Fujita speaking. Can you hear me? This is a test of the mic is okay. The volume check. Natalia, can you hear me? Natalia, are you here? This is Toshiro Fujita speaking. Can you hear me? This is a test of the mic is okay. The volume check. Natalia, can you hear me? Natalia, are you here? This is Toshiro Fujita speaking. Can you hear me? This is a test of the mic is okay. The volume check. Natalia, can you hear me? Natalia, are you here? This is Toshiro Fujita speaking. Can you hear me? This is a test of the mic is okay. The volume check. Natalia, can you hear me? Natalia, are you here? This is Toshiro Fujita speaking. Can you hear me? This is a test of the mic is okay. The volume check. Natalia, can you hear me? Natalia, are you here? This is Toshiro Fujita speaking. Can you hear me? This is a test of the mic is. Oh, Natalia, are you here? Natalia, are you here? This is Toshiro Fujita speaking. I'd like to check the level of voice, sound, test of mic test.
Yeah, I'm here, but I can't test now.
Are you here?
I'm here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Toshiro Fujita speaking.
Good morning,
I'd like to
Fujita.
check the- Okay, so no problem. Voice, sound, test. You can hear my voice.
I'm here, but I can't test now.
Are you here?
I'm
Can
here.
you hear me?
Yeah.
Toshiro Fujita speaking.
Good morning, Fujita.
Okay, so no problem. Sound, test. You can hear my voice.
I'm here, but I can't test now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Good morning, Fujita.
Okay, so no problem. Sound, test. You can hear my voice. Can you hear me?
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, welcome to the second day of our conference about Vision Zero and the Great Reset. This morning, we will address the third challenge which the OSH community needs to address in order to secure higher levels of safety, health and well-being in a post-COVID world of work. Namely, how to address the risks of the emerging digital economy and in particular, how to benefit from digitalization as a game changer that can take prevention concepts and tools to the next level. I have the pleasure now to welcome Ms. Pernille Tau, who is a department manager at Human House Leadership in OHS, which is the largest OSH consultancy in Denmark and an active Vision Zero partner organization. Human House has been instrumental to establishing the Danish Vision Zero Council, who is a co-organizer of this event. Good morning, Pernille, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Hans Horst, and welcome to you all. I hope that you are safe and healthy, and the same with your families. Just to briefly introduce myself also, in my daily work, I work with the strategic OSH, especially Vision Zero, at the executive level. I do a lot of training for managers on different organizational levels with relation to especially Rule 1 in Vision Zero, leadership commitment. I also perform a lot of workplace assessments in relation to safety, health and well-being. And then I'm hosting the Danish Vision Zero Business Council together with Mr. Lars Tornvig, who you will meet later today. So I will start by sharing my screen. And this always takes a few seconds. I hope that you can all see my screen now. So I will start by setting the scene of this interesting theme, building genuine connections, digitalization in the service of prevention. And then I will give the floor to 8 different speakers, offering their view on, firstly, a win-win work-life balance, how to ensure safety, health and well-being in atypical employment, teleworking and other flexible work arrangements. Then we will focus on big data, artificial intelligence and Internet of Things, how digitalization enables predictive prevention concepts and tools. We will then have a break, hopefully 15 minutes. And after the break, we will focus on digitalized prevention for safer global supply chains. And finally, discussing the collaborative safety, also known as Safety 2.0, how to promote well-being in a digitalized world of work. Finally, we will have what I hope will be an interesting roundtable discussion where we dig into how to reduce the risks and optimize the opportunities of digitalization for safety, health, and well-being at work. To illustrate the theme of this session, let me quote Mr. Elbert Hubbard from the last century. The world is moving so fast these days that the man who says it cannot be done is generally interrupted by someone doing it. In Human House, we experience that OSH is often driven by legislation and procedures based on past learnings. That is, in its nature, a reactive way of thinking. The COVID-19 situation has certainly tested our prevention systems, and maybe this can inspire us to a more dynamic and more proactive thinking about OSH, where we use upcoming knowledge to quickly adapt to changing circumstances. Digitalization gives us that opportunity to adapt and think proactively. The development of digital technologies is, as we can see, changing both the nature and the organization and the location of work and workplaces. And as mentioned yesterday, among others by Mrs. Krista Sedlacek, the Executive Director of EU OSHA, digitalization offers the potential for innovative and exciting developments in the workplace, but also present new challenges. We believe that companies and organizations must lead the way to take the opportunities of digitalization to think in new ways, instead of waiting for the authorities to make legislation that is maybe already old. But companies and organizations must also be proactive in dealing with the challenges. So what are we talking about when we use the concept digitalization? We are facing advanced robotics and artificial intelligence, and some examples could be smart robots, robots that are mobile and collaborative, exoskeletons, a new technology that enables us to reduce heavy workloads and repetitive tasks for the ergonomic benefit of the individual. We are facing big data, artificial intelligence, and algorithms that create new knowledge, new possibilities, smart personal protective equipments that enables us to improve the individual health and safety and to adapt to the individual health and safety challenges. With virtual and augmented reality, additive manufacturing, such as 3D printing and effective computing, all this are creating new exciting opportunities. We are also getting the opportunities to work more flexible with the widespread connectivity and all our mobile digital devices, with the possibility of the online platforms to create atypical jobs, new forms of work. We will cover many of these topics in the next couple of hours. So we see exciting opportunities, but also new and emerging challenges. But remember that by anticipating the potential challenges, we can maximize the benefits of the new technologies while ensuring that working environments are safe and healthy. Among the opportunities, we are looking at increased possibility of productivity, flexibility for the individual as well as for teams, and a higher degree of autonomy. We will also see the possibility of an increased diversity at our workplaces, where digitalization can enable elderly and also disabled people to stay on the workplace. We can reach higher prevention levels by avoiding dangerous situations. We will have less, maybe, repetitive tasks, and our prevention strategies can be more evidence-based. We see also an opportunity of reaching workers in a new way in order to provide more effective and efficient training. And based on new knowledge, we'll be able to make more advanced workplace risk assessments. If we look at the challenges that we are facing, we see ergonomic risks, for example, sedentary work. We see increased or new safety risks, for example, how to work with the smart robots and the challenges that could create in terms of safety. There is, of course, the whole cybersecurity theme. But we need to focus maybe especially on the psychosocial challenges that digitalization could create in terms of increased performance pressure, increased work complexity, less social interaction, and also that we have new forms of work with unclear employment status and how to regulate us when we have remote management situations and self-employed workers. Swaying the balance towards the opportunities will depend on how the technology is implemented, managed, and regulated in an ethical way. And it's crucial that we begin to perform systematic risk assessments on these new challenges. And in this connection, also to remember well-being in the psychosocial working environment. So If we look at the Vision Zero, 7 golden rules, I believe that if we apply these 7 golden rules in our workplaces, we are on the journey towards digitalization in the service of prevention. We need management to demonstrate a commitment to understanding the relationship between digitalization strategies and us. We need to have an overview of the hazards, to do the risk assessments when implementing new digital technologies, and to perform the risk assessments, as I previously mentioned, also on well-being and psychosocial working environment. We need to define targets. What kind of leading indicators should we develop in relation to digitalization and us? We need to create ethical frameworks. What does this mean from an ethical perspective for managers and employees? Prevention through design becomes even more important. And also we need to acknowledge the task of developing us competences on all levels in the organizations in relation to digitalization and the effect on safety, health, and well-being. And finally, as we also discussed yesterday, it is important to involve employees both in the design and implementation of digitalization, but also in the risk assessments and opportunities it creates for prevention, both on safety, health, and well-being. With this brief introduction, we will start with the program. And the first topic is a win-win work-life balance, how to ensure safety, health, and well-being in atypical employment, teleworking, and other flexible work arrangements. And for the first presenter, the first speaker, Mrs. Irene Mandel, who is head of the employment unit at Eurofound. Please, Irene, the floor is yours, and welcome.
Good morning from my side. I hope you can hear me. I get the message that I can't start my video because the organizers are prohibiting that. So maybe you can do that on your side. So that's the start with. So now it seems to work. So now here I am. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for the invitation of giving you a brief introduction. I'm from Eurofound, which is a research organization of the European Union, dealing for more than 40 years with general labor market developments, working conditions, job quality, industrial relations, but also living conditions and quality of life. And we have been monitoring developments on the labor market for quite a while, including looking at what the developments related to atypical work is, and a concept that we refer to as the new forms of employment. And I'll give you a brief overview of some of these findings, including some latest information regarding telework in the COVID-19 situation. And for that, I will share my screen with you. I have prepared a few slides. So you should be able to see them now. So to start with, as we have already heard, the world of work is changing. That is not necessarily a new development, and it's not necessarily linked or limited to the digitalization element. It's more that we are considering that there are 4 big mega trends that are influencing the developments in the economy and in the labor market, and that next to digitalization are the transition to a climate neutral economy, demographic change, as well as internationalization. And they jointly are influencing what we see happening in the labor market. And what is most widely discussed is whether there is a shift to non-standard or atypical work. And in that framework, standard employment is defined as employment related to labor law. So it's not self-employed, and it's related to permanent full-time contract. So everything that already goes into the direction of fixed-term contracts or part-time in any form would already be considered as non-standard or atypical work. And we had a look at the data that is available for the last decade, whether that data really shows us whether there is in the EU member states a trend towards atypical work. And what we see is that it is quite mixed across the countries. So in the majority of countries, we actually see a decline in standard employment over the last decade, but there are also a good number of countries where this is actually increasing. That said, what this data does not show us at this highly aggregated level is the developments that are really happening on the grounds. And those, for example, refer, as said, if you're focusing on part-time and fixed-term contracts, that for both developments, the working time literally is reducing. So as regards to part-time work, it's not necessarily that we are talking about 20 or 30 hours per week, but it's reducing. And similar for fixed-term contracts, they tend to get having a shorter duration. So we are not talking about fixed-term contracts which might be of 3 or 5 years, but it's rather up to maybe just a couple of months in some instances. And the other element that we see happening, which are somewhat worrying from a policy perspective, is an increasing share and a high share of involuntary both part-time and fixed-term contracts. And on top of that, again, what the data does not show us is this concept of new forms of employment, which is not necessarily related to specific types of contracts or specific forms, as said, as part-time or fixed-term contracts. And we did a mapping of what is newly happening in Europe about 7 or 8 years ago. And by that point of time, across the EU member states, we identified 9 big trends that you see listed here on the slides, which can be related either to an unconventional employment relationship between an employer and an employee, notably in terms of deviating from the traditional one-to-one employment relationship. So it could rather be that one employer hires a group of employees to do one job, or the other way around, that one employee has a group of employers rather than a single contact person for the contractual matters. Or the new forms of employment could refer to unstandard work patterns, work organization, notably related to the place of work and the duration or the timing, the scheduling of work. And of course, the two of them, they could interact. So there could be forms where both of that apply. And we repeated this mapping last year, just before COVID hit, and we saw a tremendous increase of these new forms of employment in these member states in terms of in which of the member states they are known, they are applied. And you see the first ones that are mentioned here, ICT-based mobile work and platform work. They are very much digitally enabled new forms of employment. So there we go into this direction of digitalization, makes a change. But the other 7 to very limited or actually content have some relationship to digitalization. So they are driven by other types of these mega trends that are happening on the labor market. But as you can see, notably those 2 digital enabled ones, they kind of rocketed in terms of prevalence or spread of prevalence in the last 7 years. And they are by, as of last year, literally available in all of the member states. And why these the focus on these new forms of employment is now important is because we do see that they are impacting on the employment and working conditions of the affected workers. And just to give you a little bit of an overview, focusing on some elements that are related to safety and health and well-being of the workers, this graph is to be read that green bubbles means that this new form of employment features better in terms of what it means for the workers than a traditional employment form. Red means the opposite. So there we see some decrease of the working conditions of the job quality. And with the yellow ones, either it is neutral or we don't have proper information. And what you can see from this slide is that literally all of these new forms of employment, they are linked to a higher degree of flexibility, which on the one hand can be positive for the worker because it can result in a better work-life balance, in more autonomy, more flexibility. But in practice, in most of these forms, it results in a larger number of working hours, higher stress level, higher work intensity, and that quite naturally then also impacts on the well-being of the workers. That said, as I mentioned, I also give you a little bit of information about teleworking because this is now becoming so prominent in the COVID situation. So without any doubt, that was and still is a very important mediating factors to keep businesses afloat, to keep them running, to keep people in employment in a very challenging situation where companies are not able to continue working properly anymore as business is standard because of governmental decrees, of lockdowns, of limited mobility, of regulations regarding social distancing and similar issues. So there, wherever teleworking could be done, that certainly helped both the employers and the workers to keep on doing what they had done before. We did a survey twice last year and actually currently are in the third wave of that, where we are asking the general population various issues about living and working in the COVID situation. And in our July round of that, it turned out that almost half of the employees in Europe that participated in this survey either exclusively worked from home or had a kind of a mix between working from home and working from employers' premises. So this is a huge development considering that before the crisis, the latest data that are available from Eurostat, for example, show that the share of employees doing teleworking ranged between 10 and 15%. So I said it's a huge increase. We did then a little bit of a forward-looking analysis, doing some data crunching about what the future potential of teleworking could be, and that brought about taking into consideration the nature of jobs and occupations, notably as regards whether they are place independent and they are related to social contacts between the worker and some kind of external either clients or business partners. And that brought about that in the medium to long run, telework would have a potential to range about 1/3 of the occupations, jobs and workforce in Europe. So while we would assume that this will not be the level that it really will increase in the medium term after the crisis is done or getting somewhat back to more normal, we would assume that the post-COVID level of teleworking would be higher than the pre-crisis level of 10 to 15%. And again, it matters because also here we see big differences between various elements related to health and safety of the workers if they're working from home and if they're working from employers' premises. And what you see here is just one graph from our European Working Conditions Survey looking at working time, notably those who are doing very long working hours, so more than 40 hours per week. And what we can see here is those that are regularly, to some degree at least, working outside of the employer premises have considerably higher share as regards these indicators than those that are only working from the employer premises. And similar, when we are looking at other health effects like fatigue, headaches, eye strain, but also more psychosocial elements like anxiety or stress, here we see a similar picture that those who are working outside the employer's premises show a higher inclination for reporting this type of health issues than the ones who are working at employer premises. So it is clear, I think, that these flexible work and the atypical work, it offers some possibilities, but there also need to be some kind of safety net because there are inherent risks which are really evident. So it's not only gut feelings, there are really long-standing data and experiences that show us that they are there and that they should be tackled if we wanted to result in a win-win situation where these new developments bring something positive for both the employer and the employee. And regarding this, there has already been a lot done at European level. You see here a comparatively long list of EU directions or other type of regulations. And this is not everything. So also in the member states, there is a lot going on dealing with working time, for example, with health and safety, with the right of disconnecting currently as a kind of a high policy discussion point. But as you also see from this list, you see the dates when they have been enacted, and some of them, they are quite aged, and then the question arises whether they are still for purpose taking into consideration these new developments and the changing world of work. So with that, I'll stop my presentation with just giving a little bit of food for thought, what could be discussed, notably when we are dealing with policy issues. So as I mentioned, there certainly are opportunities in these new developments that we are seeing on the labor market, particularly as regards labor market inclusion, giving employment opportunities to vulnerable groups, to those who are more disadvantaged. But also, as said, for a new workforce who are more interested in a work-life balance and might give more meaningfulness to the work rather than giving the main part of their personal life to the work environment. But as I also mentioned, it is clear that there are challenges related to these new forms of employment and the increasing trend to atypical work, and they need to be tackled. The regulation is there, but as I also started to discuss on a few minutes ago, the question is whether they are still fit for purpose, whether they are really covering everybody who is in need of protection. So as was mentioned in the introduction by Bernil, for example, the sphere of platform workers, because there we are in a kind of ambiguous employment status. We do for the time being do not have a strict regulation whether they are to be considered as employees or as self-employed. They tend to fall through the cracks as regards employment regulation, including any entitlements and responsibilities, also for the aspect of occupational safety and health. And again, notably in the COVID situation, this raises some concerns, because we do see an increase of these type of platform workers like the food delivery riders, which again could be even considered as essential workers, and they certainly have challenges in establishing the social distancing, and because they are in most cases considered self-employed, they would not be protected by the employment legislation, giving them some safety net of who would be needed to equip them with protective material or similar as that. As another point is whether all health and well-being aspects are covered. They are particularly drawing back to the aspect of digitalization. We see an increasing tendency that the health risks related to digitalization are not limited to physical aspects, but they are going more and more into the sphere of psychosocial risks and mental health issues. And there one could question whether the current regulation focuses on these type of health aspects sufficiently. And then as a last point, what I would like to raise is legislation or regulation through both laws and collective bargaining, for example, collective agreements. That is an important first step, but it cannot be stopping there. We see that there might be some issues as regarding enforcement, notably in those new forms of employment and types of atypical work where we do have an uncommon place of work, because it might then be more tricky for institutions like labor inspectorates to, for example, ensure that standards like ergonomics, as was mentioned in the introduction, are really followed up if the workplace is a private home, or if it is even more mobile, as you, for example, again see in the field of platform work. And with that, I'll keep my presentation of that. I'm looking forward to interesting discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irene, for an interesting perspective. I think, sorry, I have some technical issues here, sorry. I think that this really illustrates that we, all levels in the society needs to take responsibility both, of course, at the legislation level, at organizational level, but also private company level, to really make these risk assessments. Also, for how is the work going to be in the future? As you pointed out, maybe it will be a double, rising up to a third teleworkable jobs in the long run. And that we already now learn from the COVID-19 situation to do the proper risk assessment for the long-term effects on safety, health, and well-being. I think that is an important message. Thank you very much, Irene. And we will now give the floor to Mr. Mark de Greef, owner and managing director at Prevent. Welcome, Mark.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Pernille, for your kind introduction. I would also like to thank the organizers, ORP Foundation and Hans Horst in particular, for organizing this this interesting conference in this very particular and specific moment I think we are living today. So indeed, I'm from Prevent, and maybe a couple of words on Prevent. We are an independent information, training and consultancy company based in Belgium, in Leuven, a very interesting and old university city, hosting the oldest university of Belgium in the end. A lot of students, which are also at home these days, of course. So we are supporting more or less 3,000 clients, mainly in Belgium, but also in Holland, in France, in Germany, and a little bit also in the UK. Our area of activities is let's say all the topics related to health, safety, and well-being. Recently, let's say since a couple of years, we are focusing mainly also on supporting companies to reinforce the prevention culture, offering a lot of coaching, training of management, of workers, to let's say rethink the situation and to help them and assist them in focusing on health and safety and to improve the health and safety standards in their company. So today, and I will share my screen with you. Sorry. Okay, so the topic I would like to cover today is also on teleworking and other flexible work arrangements. And let's say share with you some ideas, because of course time is limited, and we could go in depth into these different topics, but I would like just to share with you some ideas and to look a little bit forward and to see how that these new forms of work could maybe help to improve our work-life balance, which was of course an important topic also before the pandemic started. So one question I had when preparing this presentation was about, what about telework? Is it really something that goes from zero to hero? And because before the pandemic, and Irene pointed that out also on the basis of data she collected in Europe, that there was limited or no telework, especially also for office workers who were, let's say, there was the first group of workers that are, let's say, that could make use of telework. And if I look around me, I must say that in Prevent we started with working from home even before the internet was widespread. I think we started somewhere end of the 90s, early 2000, with offering the possibility to work from home already. And we saw that this was a great solution for a lot of people who had to travel long distances each day and who could be more productive when working at home. So we saw that there was limited or no telework before the pandemic in general. We had some busy landscape offices with a lot of noise, people disturbed regularly, a lot of telephones ringing. So this was not also very productive areas, and we saw also intense commuting with a lot of traffic jams, especially at rush hours. Now, during the pandemic, and I had the occasion of visiting some clients during the pandemic, and it was, let's say, a relief to travel and to use the car as we could do it in formal times, if I may say so. So there was indeed less traffic jams and less commuting traffic, but also when visiting my clients, I saw empty landscape offices, nobody in the office, and teleworking all of a sudden becoming the rule for most of the office workers. Like in Belgium, it was compulsory, or it is still compulsory if not really necessary to be in the office, to stay at home and to work from home. So we see a big shift, but is it really from zero to hero? Or is the office at home, is it a burden, and is it difficult to just work from home, where at home, because there was no real experience with office, with homework, most of the people really don't have an office at home. So, you know, there is a lot of problems created by just pushing people at home without even think of how they could organize themselves. And so we organized a lot of training, live streaming sessions for our clients and for people who worked at home in order to help them and assist them to deal with this situation. Because indeed we saw some negative effects, especially of this continuous telework and homework. We see exhaustion, of course, because we are in front of our screens from the early morning until late night. We see that the ergonomic situation is not very optimal. People sometimes even don't have normal or good office chairs, so they're just sitting on a normal chair, creating, of course, back and neck problems. We see also, because of the isolation, we see some anxiety, and of course stress because of a poor mental balance. Sleep disorders also reported regularly. And all this, of course, leads to an increased fading of the separation between work and private life. So quite a negative balance on this, a negative effect on this work-life balance, I must say. But shall we return to the old normal after the pandemic? I guess no. Because habits have changed, and we see, of course, some positive effects also of telework. And as I mentioned, we do this also since many years, leading to reduced office space. So we need less office space. There is less traffic. There is an increased autonomy of the workers, more flexibility, and in the end, also an improved productivity. So the new normal, what will it be? And will it really lead to this shift from sedentary workers to the new digital nomads, where we can work from many places, of course? And how then can we find a good and I use the word optimal balance between work and private life? I think that will be one of the important questions to be addressed. And so what we see is that the concept of activity-based working becomes again important, and the importance of this will raise in the near future. So we have to rethink the purpose and the role of the physical workplace, because there is a need for workplaces with a more flexible layout adapted to the type of work that has to be carried out. So the workplace should be linked to more to the activity as such, and instead of just pointing out that people have to be at a certain place because they are expected to be there. So the workplaces should become more flexible and linked to, for instance, do we have to co-create, and then we need a specific area where we can co-create? Do we have to concentrate? Do we have to execute some work that needs concentration, or do we need some areas for reflection? So the activity-based working takes into account these different types of work that we have to do, and that we can do, of course, in combination with working from remote areas like home working, like co-working areas, because we see that they started already before the pandemic. There were more and more co-working areas, and I guess that after the pandemic they will increase, their number will increase, or meeting hubs or satellite offices or other areas where you can work. And as you see that the rise of the digital nomad, well, he or she can work from many different places all over the globe, in the mountains or even at the beach. And the question, of course, is this digital nomad leading to a new way of living and working in the near future? And that's why I believe that from activity-based working, we have to focus more on a need-based working, because an activity-based working is still creating the link between an activity and a physical workplace, a particular well-defined physical workplace, while a need-based working is very different. An activity-based working does not take into account the specific situation and the characteristics of the individual worker, because, okay, working from home might be nice, but if you live in a small apartment and you have children who are at home Wednesday afternoon, or your partner is also working at home and has to make a lot of phone calls, then it might be difficult to work from home. I have a staff member who indeed is in this kind of situation, and she really wants to go to the office because she says, okay, at the office I can work, and at home I can't. So the individual characteristics are quite important, and that's why I think that we could maybe introduce the concept of need-based working, because that optimizes the match between the physical workplace as such and the needs of the individual worker, and takes into account the characteristics of the task as such, but also the characteristics of the individual worker, such as his or her profile, the family conditions, the housing, the location where he or she lives, etc. So from an activity-based working, a shift to what I believe might be important for the near future. And it takes into account also the settings of the digital nomad, the nomad working based on needs. And so the new way of working takes into account all these different settings, of course, and takes into account the needs of the individual worker in order to create, and the work organization, of course, is quite important in order to create a flexible organization of the working time, of the work content, and of the working environment. The objective then is to offer possibilities to carry out the work in an efficient, effective, and also pleasant way. And it goes hand in hand, of course, with a culture that is focused on cooperation and obtaining results. And it focuses on time and location, independent working. It focuses on the design of new kind of offices, and it offers the possibility to for workers to focus more on results, and not only, as was done more in the past, on presence at the workplace. So focus on results. And this new way of working is also a result of this bricks, bytes, and behavior concept, where, of course, the bricks are for the office, and we have to adapt the office. The bytes is that we get good support from state-of-the-art technology, but then the behavior that focuses on the culture, the organizational culture, and the human factor, which will become more and more important. And as you see, based on experience and on research, we see that behavior stands for more than 80% in change, and bricks and bytes only for 10% each. So success factors in this change, of course, will be the support from the organization, from management, the autonomy that we can offer to the workers, the fact that we focus more on this project-based teamwork, and that we create an organization that is based on needs. And of course, all this creates also the need for a continuous technological innovation, with the need for further digitalization, of course, with a good access for everybody to digital collaboration tools. Also support the virtual collaboration as we are doing today, but might in the future maybe also be able to use video conferencing with aviators meeting each other. So this could be also a new possibility, and we have to stimulate, of course, knowledge sharing. And the new office will, of course, have to focus on these co-creation issues and stimulating communication and informal meetings. The results, I guess, will be an increase in productivity, better opportunities for continuous growth in the organization, reduction of absenteeism, and in the end, a better work-life balance. And in order to do this, instead of just having offices where people just go to, the possibility and in order to avoid the negative consequences of being all the time at home, alone at home, the co-working areas might become a solution, an in-between solution, a solution between the home and the office, where we can indeed offer modern economic standards, a good state-of-the-art technology, and where there is a guarantee also for social context, which I think we're all humans, and this is something that we need every day, that is social contact, that is to sit together, have a coffee, and discuss, and co-create also in that way that we think we miss today with all these, let's say, distance and teleconferencing situations. The advantages of this new way of work, of course, there are a lot of advantages for the employer, but also for the employees and for the workers. I guess that for the employer, you can count on an increased commitment of the workers. There will be some positive effects on retention, on satisfaction and motivation, an improved flexibility of the organization as such. There will be saving on location costs and an increase in productivity of the whole organization. And the workers, of course, they are offered more flexibility to balance work and private life, better health situation for them, and less absenteeism. An increased sense of autonomy. They could work more efficiently at times of personal choice. And of course, there will be a reduction in traveling time. And all this should lead, I guess, I hope, to a better work-life balance in the future. And I hope that this pandemic has been a kind of trigger to start reflection. And I see that within our clients that we are getting now demands to assist our clients or our companies to think about, to rethink their organization, and especially in this bricks, bytes, and behavior model, to focus especially on behavior and to use on experience in reinforcing health and safety culture, to also assist companies to start changing their culture with regard to the way in which the work is organized. So by this, I would like to thank you. I hope it was clear, and the ideas that I had to share, that I would like to share with you. And I would like to thank you for your attention. Pernille, the floor is
Thank
yours
you
again.
very much, Mark, for your interesting thoughts. And what I especially liked is that these are concrete recommendations on how to actually optimize the opportunities and the benefits of this new way of working. So thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Mr. Winston Young, the principal consultant at the Occupational Safe and Health Council of Hong Kong. Please, the floor is yours, Mr. Young.
Okay, thank you for your kind introduction. Good morning, everyone. It is my great pleasure to attend this conference. And I have to thank the organizer for organizing such a meaningful event, such that we can exchange information and ideas on how to promote the Vision Zero. And this morning, I would like to share with you our Hong Kong experience on how digitization, such as big data, artificial intelligence, and the Internet of Things that can enable predictive prevention concepts and tools. And before I start, I would like to introduce our council. Occupational Safety and Health Council is a statutory body established by the government in 1988, and our role is to promote the safety and health at work, and also cultivate a strong safety culture in Hong Kong. And our government is also keen on developing Hong Kong into an international innovation and technology hub. And in our Chief Executive's 2020 policy address, our government has committed over 100 billion funding for innovation and technology development. And in the coming 3 years, our government will help various sectors and industries to promote the development of the new technology. And also, besides Hong Kong, we also work with other cities in the quantum provinces of the Greater Bay Area, especially on the research and development on how to develop the new technology. And one of our important projects is to develop Hong Kong into a smart city. And last year, our government has published a Hong Kong Smart City Blueprint 2.0. And our government has also come over more than 130 initiatives, and mainly in 6 areas, such as smart mobility, smart living, smart environment, smart people, smart government, and also the smart economy. And through this smart city project, our vision is to embrace innovation and technology so as to build a well-famed smart Hong Kong with a strong economy and also a high quality living for our citizens. And next, I would like to show you some examples on our smart city development. And the first one is the multifunctional smart lamppost. And we use it for the real-time monitoring of the city data. And from here, you will see that there are some sensors and detectors installed on the lamppost. Say, for example, at the top, you can see that there is a thermal detector, which allows us to collect the traffic data so as to monitor the traffic status and also the road incidents. And at the bottom, we also make use of the meteorological sensor and also the air quality sensor so as to collect the data for better provision of the weather and environmental information. And finally, we also make use of the Bluetooth beacon, GeoQR code, and also the RFID tag to support the development of the location-based application and also the provision of the 5G networks in Hong Kong. And next, I would also like to show you how to leverage advances in CCTV and the Internet of Things. And why we develop this technology? Because we see that crowd management is important, especially when there is a large group of people gathered in a specific area at the same time. And this can happen especially in the peak hour of the mass transit railway. And from the videos, you can see that there are lots of passengers using the service in the peak hour. And you can imagine when there is a fire happen, then the crowd will be in panic, and they may push against each other, and it may result in serious slip, trip, and fall accidents. So that is why we make use of the CCTV surveillance cameras and the advanced video analytical tools in some high-risk area. And the purpose is to detect the crowd flow automatically. And also the system can help us to identify any abnormal or dangerous situations. So you can see that by leveraging the Internet of Things, this real-time data on the crowd management can be sent to the monitoring stations for analysis and also the follow-up actions. And next, I would also like to show you the application of the Internet of Things on the real-time driving safety system. And why the bus company in Hong Kong has developed this system, because as you know that every year, there are lots of the car crash accidents due to the drowsiness of the drivers. So by using the facial recognition system and also the image processing technique, if the driver feels drowsy or fatigued during driving, then this drowsiness monitoring system can provide warning signals in audio and also vibration so as to alert the driver to pay attention during driving. And besides this drowsiness monitoring system, the bus company in Hong Kong has also developed an advanced driving assist system. And when there is a risk of the forward collision or lane departure, then with the use of this system, it can help to provide warning signals to alert the driver so as to prevent the accidents happen. And next, I would like to show you some of the latest technology to combat the COVID-19, especially now we are still in the pandemic. And from here, you can see that this is an intelligent sterilization robot. And by using the autonomous navigation technology and also the advanced obstacle detection, you can see that the robot, he can plan the route by automatic routing for the disinfection. And also, this robot can achieve multiple disinfection by using the ultraviolet light and also spraying of the hydrogen peroxide through a 360-degree disinfection spray head. And this can achieve a high efficiency with over 99% disinfection rate within 10 minutes. And with this high efficiency, this robot can be used in many places, such as office, shopping mall, or even it can be used in the airport or hospitals for the disinfection. And next also, I would like to show you is the smart, sustainable, immersed building. And this is an important concept of enhancing our building operation system so as to respond to the pandemic. And by using the big data and the Internet of Things technology, the enhanced building operation system can conduct a real-time monitoring of various data such as ventilation rate, humidity, and also the ambient and the outdoor temperature. And with the real-time monitoring of these data, the system can help to optimize the buildings for the COVID-19 preventions, such as increasing the ventilation rate automatically, or maintaining the optimum humidity, or using the HEPA filter for the filtration of the indoor air, so as to reduce the transmission of the airborne infectious diseases. So from here, you can see that with the use of this smart building operation system, it can help to create a comfortable and a more healthy building environment. And in the pandemic, our government has also launched Live Home Safe mobile apps. So why our government launched these apps? Because this apps is a digital tool that can help us to locate our visits to different venues, such as restaurants, shopping malls, or even the taxi rides. So how to use the system? From here, you can see that if the users were at the same venue at about the same time with a recently confirmed COVID-19 patients, then the user will receive the notification from the apps. And the notification will contain the information on where and when the exposure might have occurred. And finally, health advice will be sent to the users so as to remind them to take proper precautionary measures, such as to conduct the COVID-19 testing or seek medical treatment if need. And for the continuous improvement, our government is also now exploring new functions for the Leave Home Safe mobile apps. And this includes an automatic scanning function, such as the use of the Bluetooth technology for the automatic recording of the entry and the exit time at the venues. So this can help to eliminate the need for the users to scan the QR code at the venues manually. So with all these new functions, the users can use the app more easily, and the data capture can help our Department of Health to trace the close contact much quicker and also reduce the risk of the transmission of disease. And next, I would like to show you is how to apply the big data, Internet of Things, and also the artificial intelligence in our construction industry. And from here, you can see that this is a software robot with the artificial intelligence, and it can act as a mobile virtual assistant. And also this system have a easy to use conversational interface for the near miss reporting. And from here, you can see that the workers are using the system to report the near miss. And besides the near miss reporting, this system can also be used for safety inspections. Because before, usually when the safety officer, they conduct the safety inspection, usually they will use the hard copy safety inspection checklist, and this will create lots of the paperwork. But now from here, you can see that with the software robot, with the artificial intelligence, then the users can use the safety inspection checklist in the system. And when he conducts the safety inspections, he can simply key in the observations and then attach the photos and provide the recommendations so as to rectify the unsafe conditions. And finally, this system can also be used to actively monitor whether the workers have entered the danger zones. As you know that there are lots of fatal zones on the construction sites, such as the lifting zone or excavation zone, and the workers may have the risk of being struck by the heavy machinery. So with the use of this software robot with the artificial intelligence, it can help to generate an appropriate alert and enable a real-time monitoring of the worker safety. And next, I would like to talk about the smart wearable. And this is an example of a smart helmet. And from here, you can see that the helmet consists of Internet of Things sensors and also the GPS trackers, so as to real-time locate the workers' positions. And also another function for this smart helmet is that it have the sensors that can measure the health condition of the workers, such as body temperature and the heart rate, etc. And if the workers are not feeling well, then the sensors in the helmet can provide warnings to the supervisors so as to alert him, and he can quickly locate the workers' locations and can offer the assistance immediately. And also this helmet can also be used for the danger zone alert. And from here, you can see that this is an excavation area. And if there are some unauthorized persons entering this danger zone, then this smart helmet will provide a warning to alert the operator to stop the machine immediately so as to prevent the accidents happen. And now in Hong Kong, we are also exploring the use of the smart robotics in our construction industries. Especially in our industry, we are now facing the problem of the aging workforce. We are also facing the problem of the manpower shortage. So how to make use of the smart robotics to enhance work safety and also improve the productivity is also one of our main focus. And from here, you will see that these are some examples of the smart robotics, such as the automatic welding machine, the automatic wall plastering machine, and also the automatic paint spraying machine. And by using the artificial intelligence, the smart robotics can assess the working environment continuously. And by using the safety sensors in the robotics, it can avoid the risk of the collision, such that the workers can work closely with the robotics in a safe manner. And also now we see that there is an increasing trend of using the drones nowadays. And say, for example, for the construction industry, now usually we will use the drones for the site surveying. But in Hong Kong, we are now also exploring how to expand the application of drones, such as to use it for the rescue in the remote areas. And from the video, you can see that this is a heavy lift drone with 28 propellers. It can carry a payload of 200 kilograms. And by using this heavy lift drone, it can provide a quicker search of the injured person, especially in the large remote areas, and also it can save lives much easier. And besides the rescue operations, by using the big data and also the artificial intelligence, these smart drones can conduct the safety inspection. And also by using the infrared measurement, it can also help to detect the surface cracking of the building. And finally, with the use of the LiDAR scan, the smart drones can also conduct a 3D laser scanning so as to develop the digital building information models. And this can add credit on the design for safety and can help to digitize the design process. So finally, to conclude, for good ideas and true innovation, we need human interaction, conflict, argument, and debate. And most important is that we need to have a dream, such that we can continue to explore and discover. So let's work together to build an innovative culture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Young. I think you have provided some excellent examples on how digitalization technology is working in the service of prevention, both when it comes to traffic, COVID-19, doing dynamic risk assessment, and increasing the safety levels. So thank you very much. That was very inspiring. I will now give the floor to Mr. Michael Bartle, founder and CEO of Tony. Please, Michael. And we are seeing your screen, Michael, but I cannot hear you.
Now you should hear me.
Now it's fine. Welcome.
And do you see me as well? Because I have some issues to activate the camera.
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. All right. So thank you for having me. I'm Michael, and I'm the CEO of Tony, which is a tech company focusing on measuring human emotions with the help of AI. And when talking about AI right now, in most cases, we predominantly have the aim to optimize machines or increase efficiency in processes. This is the idea of predictive maintenance as an Industry 4.0 process, or a more proactive maintenance of machines, in the end to reduce downtime costs of the machine. So sensors collect data of the machines, the AI computes then failure probabilities according to some repeated patterns. However, many of the production systems are not fully optimized today because humans are a major part of the overall workflow. And this is actually the challenge for the artificial intelligence. How do I integrate the human factor, and why these humans act so unpredictable? So coming from this status quo, a next step would be a predictive work organization. And to develop such an idea of a safer and more human-centric systems, machines need to understand how humans actually feel. And they have to adapt accordingly and not the other way around. So this interdisciplinary field of computer science, psychology, and cognitive science was started in the late 90s and is called affective computing. And now artificial intelligence is really boosting this field, as the classification of human emotions can be supported by new machine and deep learning approaches. So how does emotion AI and emotion detection actually work? So one source of emotion classification is facial coding. So first you detect the face, then some features and landmarks in the face, and then the expressions, which is the muscles in the face, the muscle activation. So based on Paul Ekman's facial action coding systems introduced in the late 70s, you then can classify basic human emotions such as happiness, angry, surprise, fear, or disgust, for example. What's even possible today is also to detect the heart rate only via video. So not with a wearable, but only via video. So it's a proxy as good as a normal wearable. So you have 0 to 6 beats per minute deviation from the gold standard. And this is based through the color changes and the color frequency changes when blood is pumped through the face, and it helps to identify the arousal component of affective states, which is actually not possible by facial coding. So another source of detecting emotions is analyzing the voice. So e.g., you can separate an urgent voice from a moderate voice, which is probably important also, for example, for emergency calls. And last but not least, biometric data can be used to identify emotions. Think of the heart rate variability, think of the electrodermal activity of the skin. So in the end, humans exist of curves, you see here on the right. And a certain psychological state triggers always a physiological reaction based on the human nervous system. And for example, fear widens your pupils, increases your heart rate, and triggers adrenaline. So the major idea of emotion detection based on human data is derived from the field of psychophysiology. So if you're thinking of these sources to detect emotions, you can integrate this into software applications. So the software you see here relies on facial coding. The person you see on the left side is Greta at her climate speech at the UN. And below Greta, you see the automated emotion analytics. Second by second, you see her basic emotions, her positive and negative changes in the emotional activation over time. And as you see on the orange lines, she had many of these valleys because she was really not amused when having the speech. And on the right, you see her dimensional emotional space. It's anchored in a heat map here. And the software you see is now mainly used for market research, for media research, or for research on customer experience and analyzing interviews, for example. But where will we find these AI-based assistance systems at the workplace? For sure, definitely at the workplace with a lot of screen work, just a normal office job. So this setting created a lot of challenges, especially in times of the pandemic, with negative stress, with Zoom fatigue, with home isolation, depression, lack of communication, burnout, and bore-out. I think Irene and Mark stated this in their results they showed to us. So all these challenges show the need for a personal assistance of managing emotions during work processes. Because the question is, why on earth we have fitness trackers for managing 1 hour of sports maybe every second day, but do not have a companion for emotional fitness and resilience in a work setting where we spend 8 hours every day. Another setting, we also heard from Winston at the speech before, is imagine your car or your vehicle knows how you feel. So this is driver state detections, and it allows to prevent accidents as it can be combined with the driver assistance systems, and 90% of the accidents, at least in the car, are due to human failure, are due to being distracted, are due to being sleepy or drowsy. Another setting for emotional AI is the field of education. So AI can help to detect the level of confusion and adapt then the pace of the individual learning process. Additionally, what we observed in Corona times with virtual lectures or video conferences is that the participants are mostly muted, or they have switched off cameras and they're isolated at home. And the lecturers are really eager to get some emotional feedback and sort of a digital empathy from the audience, as this level of communication in teams is completely lost. So lecturers speak more or less in a black hole with no emotional feedback from the audience. Another setting for Emotion AI as an assistance system is one example here are cobots. So we're doing right now a project with a workshop where handicapped people assemble products. So they are supported by cobots during the assembly. And in order to improve the support, you have to classify the affective states so the cobot can adapt to the rhythm of the employee and not the other way around. One of the most relevant psychological theories behind applying emotion AI at the workflow, the workplace, is the flow theory. So the green corridor you see here is the optimal match of human skills with the challenges of a person. The red zones is a state of being overburdened or underburdened. So here there's not really a match of the skills of the person with the challenges. And the green flow area has positive effects on the employee experience, on the health status, on the physical and mental performance. And this connection is part of a really large scientific research body on the flow theory by Professor Csikszentmihalyi. So a major question, however, for sure is, what about data privacy and what about the ethical guidelines of having Emotion AI in place? And I want to be very clear on that Emotion AI can be a truly ambivalent topic. So on the one hand side, you have the chance to create a safer and healthier environment when machines become empathic. On the other side, you have the challenge to solve regarding monitoring combined with data privacy. But I also want to be very clear that feasible solutions on data privacy are possible and have to be actively developed. And to treat this like a hot potato and not working on the solutions is, I guess, not an option. So let us have a closer look on privacy and data protection. So the idea of sharing emotional or affective data is always a stepwise consent model. First of all, you can say, I don't want to share any of my emotional data at all. The second level would be that you say, I share it with myself. It's more a quantified self approach we know from fitness practice. The third level is that you share your emotions with your car, for example, to help to prevent accidents. And the last level is you share it with other people. Could be your family, could be your colleagues or whatever. So for every level, you need an explicit consent, and an opt-in is necessary. And there are already some applications live which allow to share emotions, for example, with the camera, like the setting we have right now, with a group. Could be an audience, or could be a team, or a live event, such as we have right now. And the idea is to have such a web application on a voluntary base, anonymized. It's based on edge computing, meaning on device, and it's data protected. So this is a good example for privacy by design of such applications. And regarding ethics, we strictly follow some guidelines, and there are some very good guidelines presented by the EU high-level expertise group to create a human-centric AI. And this is a very good and evolving piece of paper, which I recommend as a read. So what about the future on the coexistence of humans and machines. So it is really true that we all have the deepest fear deep in us of getting somehow replaced by machines. And as I said, this fear is really deep anchored in all of us, explicitly verbalized or maybe not. But the truth is that AI has to be designed as an assistance system. And I'm deeply convinced that if we have a tremendous important decision within our lives or for the lives of others, and AI should never decide alone on that. On the other side, I think in such decisions, humans should not decide alone if AI can assist in these decisions. So imagine a very simple example. Imagine math tests, and we have millions of students every day using a pocket calculator to solve the task there. Otherwise, it would be not possible to pass the test. So we accepted pocket calculators as a trustful assistance. It is approved, and honestly, we would be foolish not to use a pocket calculator. And this is comparable and a good metaphor for the use of AI-powered assistance systems. At the same time, keeping in mind that we have already a solution space available and concrete options to solve the data privacy issues. So how mature is this technology already? You see here the Gartner's hype cycle for emerging technologies at the workplace, and emotion AI is in the innovation trigger phase, meaning in an early phase, so maybe 5 years from widespread applications. And many of the examples I showed you and I mentioned are demonstrators, are prototypes, and are innovative projects. And I think this is good, and I would encourage everybody also to enter this explorative phase of trying out emotion AI applications to support health, safety, and well-being. So thank you very much for listening, and feel free to reach out anytime. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michael, for challenging us in thinking about the future of work. I think definitely that one aspect of this is also that maybe it will enable us to have a more fact approach towards psychological well-being, emotional fitness, as you were talking about, since I think a challenge today is often that it's quite blurred how to deal with the emotional fitness and psychological well-being. So this could be an aspect as well of this. Thank you very much. We now have a break, and we are almost on time. So 7-8 minutes break, and then we will start again at 10:30. Remember to stand up, drink some water, do some exercise, and then we will meet back at 10:30.
As an art, it transmits beauty, the unique beauty of scars that bear witness to the damage suffered. But it also teaches us that there is no wound that cannot be healed, and that repairing something adds to its intrinsic value. A damaged object is not broken forever if we can still rebuild it. Our planet is wounded by the health, economic, and climate crisis. If we commit to sustainable recovery, and for all, we can heal its wounds. Let's rebuild a better planet now. Kintsugi is much more than the art of repairing a broken object. It's a philosophy. As an art, it transmits beauty, the unique beauty of scars that bear witness to the damage suffered.
Yes, welcome back. I think it's now 10:30, and we will move on to the next topic on the agenda, which is digitalized prevention for safer global supply chains. And I would like to welcome Mr. Okadobber, sorry if I don't pronounce your last name correctly, who is the Global Program Manager of the ILO Vision Zero Fund. The floor is yours, please, Mr. Dobber.
Pernilla, thank you. You can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you so much. Also, just from my side, thank you, Hans Horst, and thank you so much to the ORP Foundation for inviting me to be part of this event today. I'm also very pleased to share the virtual stage with a colleague from Lars from Siemens. Siemens has been a very strong supporter of the Vision Zero Fund from the start. So Lars, nice to meet you or virtually meet you, and I'm really happy to share the stage with you. I'm going to share my screen. Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Very good. This is all very still relatively new to me. Okay, so let me again, my name is Okadobber. I'm the Global Program Manager of the Vision Zero Fund based here in the ILO in Geneva. And if you allow me just a very, very brief, quick overview of the Vision Zero Fund for those who have not yet familiarized themselves with the fund. The Vision Zero Fund is a G7 initiative. We were endorsed by the G20 in 2017. We're administered by the ILO, so the projects are all implemented by the ILO. The goal is a very noble one, I think. Zero accidents, injuries, and diseases in global supply chains. And I think it is important to note when we talk about digitalization and talk about the use of it to drive change in supply chains, I think it is important just for everybody to know that the fund's focus really is least developed countries, low income countries, and lower middle income countries. We are currently active in 8 countries on 3 continents in 3 global supply chains, namely garment and textiles, agriculture, and also we started recently our work in construction. We work at global level and also importantly at national, sectoral and workplace levels. And I think this is important to mention because I think it's important that these are all interconnected. We know that changes at the workplace will not necessarily be sustained unless there is a good policies, good legal framework, a strong labor inspectorate, etc. And we also try to use the data from the work that we do at country level to elevate the discussion, or to elevate that to the global discussion. To date, we estimate about 5.6 million workers have benefited from our work. And our strategy is built around this idea of collective action, really that all stakeholders should take responsibility. We know that evidence has shown us that some of the most successful supply chain initiatives to improve compliance with safety and health standards involve a multiplicity of actors and a multiplicity of coordinated actors, which is why I think this event is so important, because this is a conversation that needs to take place amongst those who work in this space of safety and health, and in particular to advance this very important Vision Zero concept. So very, very quickly, In terms of digitalization and safety and health, I think what I would like to do in the few minutes available to me is really to talk about the opportunities and not focus so much on the challenges. I think the challenges have been mentioned by a number of speakers already. We've seen some very impressive use of technology from Mr. Jung, and Michael's presentation I found really, really interesting. That's not going to be my focus. I think my focus is going to be on looking at the opportunities that we as the Vision Zero Fund have grabbed that result from sort of more widespread, greater connectivity. Now, just to give you an example, we work in Myanmar, and we have worked in Myanmar since 2017. And just to give you a sense of the changes that have taken place in some of these countries in which we work, I read an article recently that indicated that as late as 2010, only 1% of the Myanmar population had cell phones. It was in fact the second lowest percentage on earth. And roughly 0% of the population were using the internet. A SIM card in 2014, at the beginning of 2014, cost around $2,000. It dropped within a few months after the country was opened up to foreign investment. It dropped to about $1.50 for a SIM card. Affordable cell phones started flooding in from across the border from China, and coverage expanded from the cities also to the rural areas. Mobile banking apps became very popular, for instance. And this is important to note because a lot of our work as the Vision Zero Fund in, for instance, the agriculture sector takes place in very remote rural areas. So what I want to focus on, and there's an interesting paper that was produced for the 2019 Safe Day event that the ILO organizes that highlights some of these opportunities, and I want to focus on some of them. There are opportunities for more effective training. There are opportunities for communication with our stakeholders, for raising awareness. There are also some opportunities for labor inspectorates, and we work very closely with labor inspectorates in the countries in which we have projects, and also for data collection. Now, in terms of training, I'm just looking at the clock, I'm going to make sure that I stick to the time. In terms of training, I think the shift from in-person to digital online trainings is nothing new. I think the COVID-19 pandemic, as many speakers have pointed out, have really made us very much aware of how we can use technology and digitalization to offer trainings that we used to offer in person in a digital format. But we have, despite this rise in connectivity that I've just mentioned to you, for instance, in Myanmar, we do have, as the Vision Zero Fund, have encountered particular challenges in our project countries. And so what we've tried to do is to also use the opportunities that digitalization has provided to us to also enhance while we're transmitting content on safety and health in our trainings, in particular on COVID-19 in the last year. We also have used the opportunity to enhance digital literacy amongst those who receive our trainings. And we've been very fortunate, and I think this is why it is very fortunate for us to be part of the ILO, is we've worked with our training center in Turin to really deliver very effective digitalized trainings, interactive trainings in our project countries. Ethiopia, Myanmar, and our countries in Latin America are a few examples, in particular in the area of COVID-19. Now, one thing that we have noticed is that sometimes, even though people have cell phones, people are generally connected, we do find that in some of the rural areas in which we work, there is a lack of connectivity. And so what we've done is to sort of have this kind of mixed mode of application, which is we would get some of our trainers that we would use for the trainings into an urban area like Yangon, for instance, or in Addis Ababa, deliver the training to them, and then let them go out into the rural areas, of course, observing social distancing and observing the regulations, the local regulations, as you can see there, a training that was done in Myanmar, for instance, in the rural areas. So to deliver those trainings, so using technology to transmit the information to our trainers who then go out in person to those areas where there is a lack of connectivity. In terms of communication and awareness raising, just very, very quickly, I think we have been very successful in the last year or so to use digital platforms, Facebook, mobile apps, to communicate with our constituents and to really raise awareness around safety and health, in particular COVID. Some of our best examples are in the area of COVID-19, and you can see there on the page a screenshot or a screen grab from the Facebook page of the COVID-19 campaign in Myanmar entitled Together We Can Prevent COVID-19. Now, we did that. We actually found that that was an incredibly successful way to get our messages across through videos, through information material. What they did, which was quite interesting, the team, the Vision Zero Fund team on the ground, is that they commissioned one of the very popular artists in Myanmar called Misandi to record a video for us, a song for us that was animated, that actually transmitted very important messages about hand washing, about social distancing, about masks through the video. There were something like 320,000 views of it. It was posted on the Facebook page of the Ministry of Health. She posted it on her own Facebook platform, reaching about 1.3 million people. And also what happened is we managed to get the national state television station or channel to also air it, I think 9 or 10 times on the channel for free. We've actually used mobile applications in Colombia and Myanmar, so mobile applications used in particular by farmers. There's one called the Greenway app in Myanmar that we've used very effectively to transmit information. And interestingly enough, we've used soap operas, radio soap operas, very effectively in Latin America, because this is the way that we realized people connect, is through the radio. So we've used that very effectively, and I'll talk a little bit about that if I have time. But you can see there the screen grab from the Facebook page in Myanmar at the bottom left. You can see the video that was recorded by Misandi. You can also see a screen grab there from the information that we've transmitted through the mobile app in Myanmar. And here's just a screen grab of the radio novella or the soap opera. Interesting, it was 10 episodes. And let me just give you some sense of what information we transmitted. The radio novella of the soap opera was called My Farm, My Home, My Treasure. We transmitted, the 10 episodes covered issues like COVID-19, healthy eating, safe handling of chemicals, tool management and storage, sun exposure, snake bites, food safety, biological hazards, and economic hazards and repetitive movements. And it reached about 700,000 farmers in the areas in which we work. Very quickly related to, to labor inspection, I think this is very well known to those who work in this area, is that, grab some water. Sorry about that. Is to establish in Ethiopia a management information system. And I think the important thing, that's just a screen grab from a mock-up that we did, is to really ease internal and external reporting, standardized collection and analysis of data between the regional, the local, the regional, and the national labor inspectorate, facilitate planning so that inspectorates can really target their interventions, target their inspections, become a lot more strategic in the way in which they work. We're relatively far advanced with this. We're now at the mock-up stage, and we're going to be piloting this very, very soon. And then finally, I want to end by just very quickly talking about how we've been using technology, digitalization, to collect data from the most vulnerable workers. Now, this is work that we're doing with our colleagues in the Tech for Decent Work initiative, which is part of the ILO. And we've developed what's called a Decent Work Map, which is crowdsourced-based public platform to identify OSH deficits across the value chains in which we work. The objective really is to use a chatbot to collect data from the most vulnerable, from those that are normally not reached through standard survey methods. The idea is that the crowd will identify OSH deficits that actually may serve as an early warning of greater OSH risks. It'll give us a kind of sense of the trends in the particular value chain. And we will use this data to complement, to supplement our current strategic approach to gathering data on OSH deficits in the value chain. My last slide, just very, very quickly, just to give you a sense, this is unfortunately a little bit old. The numbers there are not accurate, but you can see that up to February the 16th, which is a few weeks after it was launched, 300,000 workers, people had been reached through this platform. It's now, I've just been told this morning, up to almost 400,000. And again, I think what's important is these are people we do not normally reach through survey methods, through focus group discussions, through interaction with our constituents. And so these are new voices that we're bringing to the data collection process. And I think, you know, we're able to also see where we've targeted specific municipalities, as you can see. So we're in the process now of beginning to analyze that kind of data to see how we can use that. But I think the important thing to note here is that it really is an effort to bring in the voice of those, the most vulnerable, working in the value chains that we target. So I'm hoping that I was on time. Pernille, thank you so much for that opportunity.
Thank you, Ocker. It's perfect. You are just on time. I would like to thank you for focusing on the opportunities for increasing the prevention level for the countries and the sectors needing the most. As we were also discussing yesterday, we must interact in a collective action in order to raise the prevention level across countries and sectors. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I will then give the floor to Mr. Lars Hoffmann, Head of Environmental Health and Safety Expert Center at Siemens. Welcome, Lars.
Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Can you also see my screen?
Right now, your face, but maybe in a few moments, your screen as well.
I tried to share it already. Should work.
I only see, now it works.
Now it works?
Yeah, now it works. Just a little lead time.
Perfect. Perfect, great. Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for having the opportunity to talk about this very interesting topic. The topic is digitalized prevention for a safer global supply chain. And yeah, since it is interesting, I would say we start right away. Please allow me, before we jump into the details, to spend some words on our organization. As you said, I'm from Siemens. We are around about 300,000 people all over the world, being present in almost each and every country around the globe. If you even add the recently separated Siemens Energy Company, we are almost 400,000 people. Quite complex, quite diverse. Here you see an overview how we are structured. So our business portfolio, we have the digital industries in our portfolio. They are usually focusing on process automation. They are dealing with things like digital twins or any kind of digital solution for the industry. We also have a segment called smart infrastructure. So they are focusing on smart building technologies and also things like intelligent traffic systems for countries or for cities. We have the mobility department. You may know them from high-speed trains like the ICE for trams, and they deal also with signaling systems to make traffic more effective and efficient. We have the Siemens Advanta. It's a typical IT world, I would say. They are dealing with software mainly and IT technologies. We have some very specific branches. They are combined in let's say an area we call portfolio companies. So they're dealing with very, very specific components and techniques. And you may also know the Siemens Healthineers. It's also a separate stock listed company. They are doing mainly medical equipment like diagnostic things, etc., etc. So as you see, we are quite diverse and quite complex, having also in mind that we are present in almost 200 countries around the world. So that means we have totally different types of businesses, and as a consequence, we have totally different types of customers. And of course, in addition, as a consequence, we have totally different types of supply chains, because the mobility supply chain usually cannot supply the digital industry and vice versa. So it's quite diverse and quite complex, and yeah, this is quite challenging at the end of the day. You see that we are very much dependent on the various supply chains on one hand, but on the other hand, we are of course part of the supply chain if you look towards our customers, for instance, right? And we have also seen, especially in times of like the pandemic, for instance, that supply chains can be very, very fragile. I just remember 1 year back when we had to supply the world with medical masks. It was almost a disaster. We were running short on medical masks, and I remember that it was really, really difficult to get masks for our employees or for you as an individual at home, for instance. So the question is, how can we make sure that we first protect our employees in the best possible manner, in the best possible way, especially in special times like we have right now? And on the other hand, what can we do to also make sure that we ensure business continuity at the end of the day? Because this is something interesting for us as well, because we are serving also the critical industry, like utility companies, energy supply, water supply, wastewater treatment. We are feeding the automation industry that prepares food, etc., etc. And the question is, how can maybe new technology like digitalization can even support us in this prevention? So within the next couple of minutes, I'm going to show you some practical examples, what we are working on in Siemens, which we are using right now already in our own industry and in our own manufacturing and construction sites. But of course, this is something that we also provide to our customers at the end of the day. The first example is directly linked to the COVID-19 topic. I think it's not rocket science if I tell you that if you want to keep your business up and running, and if you can't have people working from home, you have to make sure that in your factories and at your service sites and construction site that you have the right hygiene concepts or protection concepts in place. This is of course what we have. So this is fully implemented at all our sites. But our question was, what else can we do? And how can maybe even new technology like digitalization even can support us, make it easier or more effective and efficient for us? So we talked with our specialists from the digital industry, and they realized that we already have some technology in place, which is today or in the past was used for different purposes. That we have something in our portfolio that can easily adopt and use also for prevention purposes. And the system is called RTLS. RTLS stands for Real-Time Locating System. And we said, okay, maybe we can use this system also for the social distancing and contact tracing during the pandemic phase. So, and usually the system is used for tracking workflows and material flows, logistics. So we trace containers, we trace vehicles on site, or we even trace the use of specific tools to make them more efficient. And we said, okay, if this is possible, why can't we track the movements of human beings in our factories, at our sites, and to use it also for the contact tracing? So, and this is what we did, and this is how it works. This is a brief overview. Very simple. Here on the left-hand side, you see the technology. There's a simple, let's say, receiving unit, and these gray rectangles and the black and the white ones, they are simple transponders. And what are these transponders doing? So the transponders just send signals to the gateway or to the receiver here. Yeah, and the receiver just records it. It records the position, for instance, and attaches also a timestamp. And then the only thing this receiving unit does is it pushes all the respective data into a tool called Locating Manager. It's just a software tool. And this software tool, the Locating Manager, just calculates the real-time position of the individual transponders, no matter whether it is attached to a vehicle or to a container or even to a human being. So this is what the Location Manager does, nothing more. And the Location Manager is then linked to a tool called Z-Trace. So the name is already explaining the functionality, Z-Trace. What Z-Trace does then at the end of the day is it takes the real-time position from the Locating Manager and applies any kind of social distancing algorithm you enter into the system. Yeah? So the data is then monitored in real time to track, for instance, unsafe interactions, and unsafe interactions are then recorded and presented to a very simple and easy to use dashboards. So a very simple thing. It's low cost. It's not very, very expensive. Many of our customers already have it because it's linked to the thematic system. It's a process automation system. So here you see a very simple system that is used for originally other purposes, can be easily adjusted and used also for prevention concepts. So on the next slide, some more details. Here, very simple, you attach one of these transponders with a display to your vest, or you can put it into your pocket. And in case there is a violation, a distance violation, for instance, or a time violation, it gives you a signal and it even displays a warning message, for instance. Here you see an example of an algorithm that is applied. Here we have set up a distance threshold of 2 meters, for instance, and you can add also a duration of 20 minutes. So if you exceed 20 minutes within a certain distance, it gives an alarm. Here you see a screenshot. What it does, the Location Manager is tracing the movement of the respective transponders in real time. And here then on the dashboard, you can create any kind of report you want at the end of the day. You can do it anonymously, or you can also do it with names behind. So data privacy is also granted. And I think this is a very easy and very powerful and an effective solution that can be easily adjusted for any other purpose. So here just some additional examples how it works. I'm skipping this slide due to time reasons, but the presentation will be available afterwards as well. So if you stay within the distance and within the time frame, there's no alert at all. And here on the right-hand side, you see an example. If you are, let's say, if you're within the limits or without the limits, however you want to see it, it will just simply create an alarm and it will be recorded. And at the end of the day, you can even trace, in case you have an infection at site, you can identify who were the persons that had contact to each other and when. Yeah, this is a totally different application for exactly the same technology. You can use it also for plants and construction sites, for instance. You can use it, for instance, to restrict access to your sites, so that you just allow people who are allowed and authorized to enter the sites to pass the gate, or who have the right qualification, for instance. A second functionality is lone working. If you have people working alone somewhere at site, you can trace where they are and whether they still move, as also this deadman functionality included. which means, for instance, if there are no movements within 10 minutes, it raises an alarm. You can send push information on the display in case of alerts or alarms or emergency cases, etc., etc. So the exactly same application for a totally different purpose, easy to use, very effective and powerful. So the last example, really quick. What we are working on right now is to use digitalization, and here in this specific case, unmanned airborne vehicles, or in other words, drones, to support, to manage health and safety aspects in construction, for instance. You know, today, if you're on a big construction site and if you want to do an inspection, the first challenge is to get the right people together. Then you walk around for 1 or 2 hours or even longer. And usually what you want to see, you don't see, because you're at the wrong place where the things happen, etc., etc. And what we are going to do is we are doing some pilots, how drones, for instance, can support health and safety inspection at construction sites or plants. So they are fully autonomous, and they plan on their own the flights, the inspection flights. They can do sporadic visual or technical inspections. They can monitor site activities based on fixed and variable parameters, for instance, number of people on site, number of vehicles on site, weather conditions. So they can decide, or they decide on their own when it is time to do an inspection flight. And if not, they do it because it is more efficient at the end of the day. So you can equip them then with various sensors, with camera systems. We are using this technology for the inspection of high voltage power lines, for instance, or for wind turbines. So it's already in place, and we are going to amend it and to use it also for health and safety aspects. So the advantage is you are focused, you are more efficient, timely and event driven. So if there's nothing to inspect, then it doesn't make sense to inspect. You have significant less time and cost than conventional inspection works. You can, of course, have use from different perspectives and angles on whatever you want to observe at the end of the day. Implemented processing algorithms allow deviations being automatically detected. So based on your parameters you have set up, the drone can even create alerts or instant reports if necessary. And they have a minimal setup time, so they start on their own usually, and they are present if necessary. So this is in a nutshell what we are working on in regard to drones. I think it's the topic of the future, if not already in place today. And now time is over. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lars. Interesting examples on the use of digitalization, new technology. Interesting to hear how also the COVID-19 situation has led to new ways of both keeping production and productivity and increasing safety, health, and well-being at the same time. So thank you. We will move on to the next topic, which is collaborative safety, Safety 2.0, how to promote well-being in a digitalized world of work. And in that connection, I would like to welcome Mr. Toshihiro Fujita, Director of the Institute of Global Safety Promotion from Japan. Welcome, Mr. Fujita. And we can see your screen, but I cannot hear you.
You cannot hear me.
Now I can hear you. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. It is my great pleasure to talk about collaborative safety today that contribute to promote safety, health, and well-being. In Japan, with the government economic policies, digitalization has been accelerated by the leadership of the former Prime Minister, Mr. Abe, and the current Prime Minister, Mr. Suga. Robotics, IoT, artificial intelligence, and mobility technologies as the core of digitalization have already utilized, and these innovations will change the OSH environment dramatically. This chart shows the evolution of safety, showing the transition occurs every 20 years. In 1980, when the robot was introduced to the manufacturing site, humans needed to be very careful to avoid being hit by a robot, and it was important to pay attention and caution. In the year 2000, various ISO and IC safety standards were created to protect people from robots. This method can ensure safety, but it is not always productive because the installation of guards are required. Nowadays, people and robots can smoothly work together with the emergence of ICT, and we decided to name it as collaborative safety. We call these three generations safety 0.0, 1.0, and 2.0. And we are very confident that Safety 2.0 will be implemented in many applications all over the world in the very near future because it brings safety, health, and well-being to people. This slide is very easy to understand. A robot is shown as a lion, and as you can see, 40 years ago, people needed to be very careful, as I mentioned. 20 years ago, as a lion stays inside the fence, the safety was secured, but the high productivity was not always achieved. And from now on, we can utilize collaborative safety to enable people and the lion to communicate and work together through technical innovations. This collaborative safety will be applied not only in manufacturing site, but also in construction, agriculture, and healthcare, up where there OSH at work, where human, machine, and environment will be digitally connected. In order to do so, because applications are very wide, some kind of guides or international standards should be created so that everyone can benefit. ACOS, Advisory Committee on Safety in IEC in Geneva, is already working to write such a draft of guide as it will eventually change OSH environment drastically. In order to realize this, holistic approach is very important. This means technologies, people, and management and its leadership are combined with the concept of collaborative safety under some international consensus accepted by the world. This is why Japan, as a first step, proposed to create and publish the IEC white paper called Safety in the Future to describe collaborative safety. And it was already published in November 2020, and it is recognized as a good guide that explains future directions of technologies. Some of the specific examples from IEC white paper are shown in the next few slides. This page shows the history of the transition of safety using Lion model in every 20 years, and also the importance of the tripartite system showing the connection between the human, machine, and environment. Some of the outstanding state-of-the-art solutions to challenge in manufacturing site are shown by using AI technologies, utilization of collaborative robot, and in the digital twins. These are the companies leading such innovations. In addition to manufacturing site, we can utilize wearable devices to maintain plant operation in outside field or digital farming in the conventional agricultural field, or even in dangerous environments such as construction and civil engineering that will be explained in detail later. All technical demonstrations here are directly linked to the Vision Zero. and also strongly relate to the SDGs of the United Nations. In addition, 5.0 manufacturing is also an important field to implement Safety 2.0 because it aims for 5.0 as shown here. These are the list of the institute and companies who wrote and contributed to the IC white paper. Today, because time is limited, we would like to introduce only 4 specific examples that show how innovative things are being applied to realize the new OSH environment. 4 companies are Toyota, Mitsubishi Electric, IDEC, and Shimizu, to show what they are aiming to do with the holistic approach. Very interesting example of Safety 2.0 implementation in construction industries will be presented by Mr. Kawata, who is the next speaker after my presentation. First, Toyota produces wide range of cars as shown here. Because of these wide varieties, the production volume per model has been decreasing. This means that rather than aiming for complete automation as in the past, it is much more important to increase application of human-robot collaboration nowadays. Also, Japan is facing the aging population with low birth rate and diversified social needs. So it is essential to add value to human work to realize human-centered way of thinking. Consequently, we need to create an environment where humans can work safely and in a state of well-being. I don't go into the detail of this slide because it is too technical, but this chart clearly shows that there are various types of collaboration between human and robot, and we need to evolve them by introducing new technologies. For example, as this chart shows, the stage of collaboration has just begun. By introducing a variety of technology to further evolve this, we will be able to increase productivity and at the same time achieving safety, health, and well-being. And we believe co-evolution, this can be a very important keyword in future, and this can only be achieved through the use of technology. And this is a big picture to go with technical innovation. Of course, not only just implementing new technology, Toyota has very good basic safety principles created by Mr. Eiji Toyoda in 1957. All Toyota workers pass through the safety gate every day to confirm and remind the principle of basic safety. In addition to that, Toyota President Mr. Akio Toyoda recently established the concept of producing happiness for all, in Japanese, mass production of happiness, as Toyota's mission. And also Mr. Toyoda has been working on a urban city project that will be built at the foot of Mount Fuji. This is an example of how people will evolve along with the new technologies in a new environment. So we are excited to see what the new future of safety, health, and well-being will look like through technological evolution. The second example is Mitsubishi Electric, a major Japanese electronics manufacturer. Mr. Miyata has been taking initiative on the realization of safer environments through IoT, AI, and robot technology. As described in IC white paper, which was created with the strong support of Mitsubishi Electric, the new safety in the future can only be realized by implementation of this concept. An example is shown here. The current technology of safety 1.0. Sorry, we prepared the video, but it doesn't work. That's very sad. Natalia, can you change the slide from your side? The video doesn't work, can you? Natalia, can you hear me?
Yeah, I need to change the video then. I need to change the PowerPoint.
Okay.
Okay,
It's
I know it's working.
Okay, now it's going.
It's working now.
Can you see? Can you see the video now?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. The current technology of Safety 1, or Safety 1.0, in the cell production with robot is safe and highly productive. However, for the production in future, we can expect to see a system in which people and robot collaborate with each other using Safety 2.0 to have more flexibility with safety and well-being. In fact, can you see the video?
Yes.
Moving? Can you? Can
Yes.
you see? Okay, good.
Yes.
In fact, Mitsubishi has already started to implement the various technologies for realizing collaboration to make operators feel safer and more comfortable. Collaborative work and interactive systems that protect operators from being hit by a robot and also provide intuitive teaching. In addition, as shown here, using AI technology, preparation can be simplified and setup work becomes 60% easier for people by MyCert implementation. We are sure that these technologies will completely revolutionize the OSH of working environment. The last example is from IDEC Corporation. Mr. Akamatsu, the Senior Executive Officer for Manufacturing, implemented Vision Zero mindset in their factories and registered for Vision Zero campaign as the first company from Japan. They obtained ISO 45001 certification while spreading the Vision Zero mindset to many factories. As a result, they found that this razor chart has becoming better and better year by year. With this experience and the lessons learned, a safety and prevention culture is being steadily fostered in the management of the company. These IDEC efforts, including the creation of team well-being when COVID-19 pandemic hit the world in 2020, along with the creation of self-check tool, are introduced on the ISAR website, and they continue to work on various activities based on Vision Zero mindset. In addition to such leadership by management, Mr. Akamatsu is trying to utilize the innovative technology by incorporating Safety 2.0 in logistics center. And this video will help you to discover the possible solution that Safety 2.0 can bring to various environments. This is the current state that operators need to carry goods by themselves. To improve this, they started to use new technology to change the working environment, and the next stage is the autonomous mobile robot can carry these goods by taking over operators' work. In order to ensure that operators can work safely even in such an environment, there are warning lights, a red color warning together with direction lighting, notifying the operator that the mobile robot is coming, and sensors to detect operators to avoid crash and collision, and other devices are installed on mobile robot to make operators can work safely with a sense of anshin. Anshin is a Japanese concept that equivalent to well-being. And moreover, a promising technology such as the wireless control remote emergency stop switch system is utilized for the first time in the world. People can stop the robot remotely, and this remote stopping will be an essential action in future because the trend of mobility is evolving in many industrial applications. This implementation of new technology reveals that an improvement of working style will be possible and a dramatic change will be brought. We believe this innovation will absolutely change OSH environment. In conclusion, as I described the case study of Toyota, Mitsubishi, and IDEC, the holistic approach that integrates technology, human resource management with some new standard and rules will create the new OSH environment in which IC white paper exactly state. I'd like to emphasize that this holistic approach is now starting to be put into practice in Japan. And this is my last slide. As you know, the first Vision Zero Summit was held in Helsinki in November 2019, and the second Vision Zero Summit is planned to be held in Tokyo, May 2022. Preparations are now underway with many organizations shown here bottom right. I hope many of you have interest in the Vision Zero Summit and look forward to seeing you then. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fujita, and thank you very much for the invitation to the next Vision Zero Summit. And thank you also for introducing the key word of the co-evolution in the future with regards to collaborative safety. So I will now give the word to Mr. Takashi Kawata, the standing advisor for the Shimizu Corporation in Japan. Please take the floor, Mr. Kawata.
Okay, good morning and good evening, everyone. So thank you for giving me this good opportunity. So today, I do a presentation reducing occupational risks in construction through IoT and Safety 2.0. I belong to Shimizu Corporation. Shimizu Corporation is one of huge contractor in Japan. So I work Shimizu for 41 years. So 8 projects in Japan are in charge, also 2 projects in overseas. So I am civil engineer, especially that in charge of tunnel works. Okay, so now I will explain the trend in the number of occupational fatalities in Japan. The blue line represents all industry. The red line represents the construction industry, and the green chart represents the number of fatalities in tunnel construction. In 2019, there were 845 casualties in all industry and 269 in the construction industry, accounting for more than 30% of the total. In addition, now, the number of the fatalities in the past 30 years has decreased to about 1/3, but for these last 10 years, it shows very gradual or no decrease in trend. The key to improve the productivity in construction industry is with the promotion of I-construction. The Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport, and Tourism is the main drive force behind I-construction, and the utilization of ICT will be implemented in all construction process, which include design, construction, inspection, maintenance, and renewal work. The aim of increasing construction site productivity by 20% by 2025. To improve the productivity in construction industry, as well as creating a safe and attractive work site, we are now trying to address the labor shortage in introducing I-construction and Safety 2.0, which includes collaborative safety. This figure shows the data integration between worker and machinery. where supportive protective system can be utilized. In order to operate these one site, it is necessary to continuously integrate the entire system, including risk information that changes in a highly flexible construction environment. This is the overall view of Shimizu Smart Tunnel in mountain tunneling, which utilizes the approach of Safety 2.0 to increase safety within the tunnel. The aim is by acquiring and analyze comprehensive digital data within the tunnel in order to make risk prediction from subjectively to objectively. Information guidance is provided using advanced sensing technology and high-speed information communication system. The marking work, okay, you can see the tunnel. This is a tunnel face. In that time, so after blasting, so we do the marking. So in that time, this is a traveler clean curtain. This is a girder. So we are setting this is a safety equipment. So lighting also, please see. Okay, this area is very dangerous. So when someone go into in that time, okay, lighting and sound is a caution to give them. So marking work in tunnel excavation is carried out in a confined space with multiple heavy machines working efficiently together. In the unlikely event that people come into contact with heavy machinery during the marking operation, it could lead to serious accident. So this is why we at Shimizu Corporation have been able to maintain productivity without compromising work efficiency. We have introduced a safety management method based on the corporate safety of people and heavy machinery. It's a Safety 2.0. And we could get the Safety 2.0 certification on last March at Takimurozaka Tunnel. So in order to achieve Safety 2.0, combination of human and heavy equipment position management system, warning and lighting control system, heavy equipment information transmission system, heavy equipment permitter surveillance camera system. So next, please watch this video of the heavy equipment information system. When the operator moves away from the vehicle, large revolving lights come to alert the operator and the person driving the other heavy equipment to the danger. Also, when working in vehicles near the tunnel face, the sequential lights will turn on to alert the operators of heavy machinery to the danger, as it is difficult for them to notice the other workers. This is the actual video. So it is necessary that the data integration between worker and machinery, where supportive protective system can be utilized in order to Safety 2.0, comes through at the technical field of construction. In order to incorporate Safety 2.0, to construction industry workshop with experts and survey of safety awareness were carried out, and construction safety teaching material were prepared. This manga is our attempt to approach the issue of safety from the perspective of people, technology, and organization. The story is based on what happened at the construction site and was created by engineers, site managers, and workers, considering the rapid progress of ICT and mechanization in the construction industry today. We have reflected the concept of Safety 2.0 in this manga, in which machines and people work together to ensure safety. We have been thinking about that the increase of safety consciousness can widely be known by a textbook of easy to understand like manga. And this one is a sample of manga based on tunnel construction. It's about a hero who overcame many hardships during construction, and various experience makes him mature. I want to show you the result of questionnaires survey, which was completed by a total of 32 managers and workers who work in the Takimurozaka tunnel. We conducted a survey on item 1 to 10, evaluate the effectiveness of Safety 2.0 at Takimurozaka tunnel. Here are the results. The blue line represents before Safety 2.0, and orange line represents after. The results show that the introduction of Safety 2.0 has increased awareness in all areas. Next, I will explain on Shimizu Smart Site on building construction and architecture. Shimizu Smart Site is a collaboration of automated robots equipped with AI and BIM, which is a third building model. The target is to appeal construction sector to young generation by improving productivity, reducing repetitive works, and ensure safety and better welfare. Currently, there are some robots developed so far and shall be introduced on the next videos. Under the all-weather covering, the horizontal slide crane, named Extra, erects steel beams. It's one of our development machines. Here is a welding machine robot. Find the location, measure, figure out, repeat, and complete welding. On the floor below, these are the transportation robot moving to the yard, find load, and of the lift go to the place and unload the materials. The materials, so this is what we are currently developing a robot for raised floors, and then this is a floor panels and set them to designated locations. So,
sorry, Mr. Kawata, I think you have 2 minutes left, please.
Okay, So here's a welding sitting a stack of wire reels. His chair because he has to keep in position during his welding. Robot welder can work all day long and not get tired. They can sense the shape of the groove at first, then they decide how to weld, simulating the welding pass by themselves, then cleaning up to the edge of the welding wires before starting intensifying the work as planned. They sense the shape of the groove after every single welding pass, and they adjust their plan according to actual welding size. So I believe that the minimum requirement for happiness is for people to live a safety and health life. As a person in the construction industry, I am sympathetic to the concept of Vision Zero, Collaborate Safety 2.0, and I would like to continue to promote the idea of safety, health, and well-being. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kawata. And thank you also for showing us that it is possible to increase productivity and safety, health, and well-being at the same time with the Safety 2.0 concept. So now I would like to invite all speakers to participate in the roundtable discussion to discuss specifically how do we succeed in using digitalization in the service of prevention. So what are the important success factors in order to optimize the opportunities of digitalization for safety, health, and well-being at work? And I would like to invite you all to reflect upon this theme and then maybe present your thoughts. Maybe one of you would like to start. Otherwise, I will appoint one of you. But maybe one of you has an opinion about what are the critical factors in order to succeed if we are going to use digitalization as prevention.
I can start, Pernille. So
yes, thank you, Michael.
I think we heard a lot of impulses and a lot of great innovation efforts, I guess. And what is quite similar is a certain pattern. Probably it's the approach to innovation itself, because we have the pandemic and the approach is much more explorative than it was years ago. So it's not the repeated process again and again. And I started my professional career at an automotive factory and automotive producer, and we developed the car models, one model after one model, always with the same process. And we knew the process by week for the upcoming years. So again and again, the same process for the next car model. And that's not the case anymore, because we have much more uncertainty, we have unclarity, we have a pandemic, we have shorter time frames, we have to do much shorter projects, we have to learn, we have to throw things away, and we have to dig deeper if we found something interesting. And as well, we have to do things ourselves. We cannot wait for an industry standard when it's simply there and we can buy it. We have to really engage in innovation by ourselves for each company. And we also have to spend all these smaller innovation budgets to make this exploration. And for sure, we also have to test collectively, also together with the employees and everybody is concerned in the company, and it's not the duty anymore of a small pre-development company. And I've department, I've seen so many cool innovations today, which follow this more explorative and agile process, but it's a new way to encounter innovation with much more unclarity, uncertainty as an environment, or embedded in much more uncertainty in environment.
Yeah, and what you're saying, I see two challenges or maybe opportunities in that. One could be, how do we then secure knowledge sharing if we are not to wait for authorities and so on to define and regulate, and we have to innovate as we go on? How do we ensure that we share this knowledge across companies, sectors, organizations, and so on? And also, how do we ensure that we do the proper risk assessments if we are moving forward quickly? Do you have any comments on that, or maybe some of you others?
Yeah, I think such settings to combine competition and cooperation, which is called co-opetition, is one way. So we have a new thought of platforms. We have to think about that some ground or basic developments can be jointly, and then you differentiate in other fields. So definitely these new sorts of doing innovation together and differentiating us in other sectors, not the basic innovation, is one approach.
Yes, thank you, Michael. Some of the other speakers would like to join in on the important success factors when we are to implement digitalization in the service of prevention.
Pernille, maybe can I jump in quickly?
Yes, thank you, Akkad.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I just, again, I'm not sure that I'm going to be answering your question directly, but I just want to sort of reflect a little bit, or at least convey my reflections on this discussion today. And I think I felt a little bit, like my presentation was almost in a way too basic, because I was super impressed by the advances in technology. I mean, what Michael presented was, mind-blowing, and also what our colleagues from Japan had presented and others. And so, but I do think, one needs to also bring the conversation, at least contextualize the conversation a little bit. And I think for the Vision Zero Fund and the countries in which we work and the sectors in which we work, I think there are tremendous opportunities as well that may not necessarily be maybe low cost, but maybe very, very effective. And I think, there's a sense of trying to reduce inequality also through digitalization, I think, which is really important, because, again, some of these technologies, and I would be very happy for the Vision Zero Fund to collaborate with our colleagues in Siemens and with Michael and others to see whether we can transmit some of this technology and some of this innovation to a setting for which it may not have been designed, and for a setting that may raise a lot of challenges for the implementation of this technology. So I think there's great opportunity in that, but I also think there are also opportunities that exist that we can use right now that are relatively low cost but very, very effective. Because I do see, again, I'm just repeating myself, but I do see technology and digitalization as a way to really bring developing countries into the conversation and to help them to keep pace with the kinds of developments that we've discussed here today. And I think that's really, really important. And also it gives them the opportunity to join this global conversation. Mm-hmm. And the one other thing I wanted to say, and Michael raised an important point, of course, you need to bring in all the stakeholders. And I think from the ILO perspective, of course, it is really important to bring in the tripartite, at least the tripartite constituents, so to make sure that whatever one does, I mean, there are privacy concerns that have been raised. There are other issues related to innovation and technology and digitalization. Is really just, again, the point I want to make is to bring in the stakeholders. And as the ILO, we always do that. So, the Vision Zero Fund would never implement anything in any of our countries or any of our workplaces unless we have the endorsement of the tripartite constituents. And I think this is really important, because each of these constituents have a very particular role to play in making sure that these innovations, the technology, and can be implemented effectively. So didn't answer your question maybe, but that's my sort of reflection on it, I think.
And I think it's very relevant also because yesterday we were discussing why do we need to increase prevention levels, and one of the answers were because it's the right thing to do. But how much can it cost to do the right thing? Because now the technology is there, but we will need to have the discussions both in private companies and public companies, but also in relation to as you're talking about the third world countries. The technology is there. How do we fund the implementation? And there will be a lot of discussions, I guess, in the future about that.
Yeah,
also. Yeah, so could we invite some of the other participants to
Can I comment
on this question? Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Kawata?
Yes. Okay. So now I belong the safety. Mr. Fujita also belongs the Safety Institute of Global Safety Promotion. So in that time, I'm the chairman of construction. Mm-hmm. So there are 12 companies belong. So not only a contractor, construction company, also maker and subcontractor. So we are together have to improve the safety. So also in that time, so not only safety, also we are improve the production. Okay, yes. So also architecture. So maybe you know the Kajima, also Takenaka, so and Shimizu, 3 companies are together. That's kind of the robot system. Together improve the system. Also in that time how to say it's difficult to the rule of safety rule. Mm-hmm. So now robot is moving and the people is moving. So in that time not rules. So government also have to decide that rule.
Yes,
you're
right.
So that's my comment. Okay. So Fusa-san, please follow me.
Thank you very much for that perspective as well. Yeah. And Irene?
Fusa-san, mute.
Sorry, Irene has the hand up.
If I may come in, I would like to reiterate what Michael, notably Michael, but also Ockert has said. I think we should not assume that the transformation that we are experiencing in the world of work brings us the same risks and opportunities as regards safety and healthy at the workplace that we have already known. And while we already know a little bit more about what the future might bring, I think we are not yet fully there. So I think it's still about exploring more what the risks are, but also the opportunities. And regarding the risks, one point that I also made earlier, and I think that also came out quite prominently by the other presentations, when we are talking notably in the field of human-machine interaction, it's mainly focusing on the physical risks. And I think there is the point to be made. There are also psychosocial risks to be considered, and they seem to be increasing when we are talking about the digitalization sphere, because of, if you go into this direction about management by an algorithm, that brings a completely different work setting and what that means in the mental sphere of the workers. And that said, I think also it's important not always only to think about the risks, but also to consider the opportunities, because digitalization also offers us a lot, and that goes into the direction that was mentioned before. How can we bring across the information? How can we exchange? That is something that is actually much easier in the digital world, because we can disseminate information easier, we can spread it further, it gives us more opportunities there. And one last sentence regarding the kind of co-creation and shared responsibility or shared action, that is also something that I would like to support, that it really should be in a joint effort of government, social partners, employers and employees. And I would also flag the point, it's also about those who are developing the technologies and the software programmers. So already in the development phase, it should be considered what might be the implications on the workplace, and maybe there something could be done already to build in some kind of safety nets. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Irene. I agree, and I think looking from maybe a private company perspective that I'm from, we need to find a common language also where the human resource departments and the OSH communities are talking together with regards to the psychosocial risks, where we talk of mental risk assessments. This language will need to be translated so that we can have a good discussion among the different parties on how to optimize the opportunities, but also to reduce the risks when it comes to the psychosocial effects, I think. So, yes, thank you, Irene. Do we have a comment from some of the other panel participants?
Mr. Fujita has the...
May I speak? May I
yes,
speak?
Mr. Fujita, thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to discuss like this way. Today, I found that the 7 golden rules is shown with digitalization version is very nice. You know, it
okay,
is,
thank you.
From traditional to digitalized version, you already have it. It's very amazing. And I think we should work together to consider how technology will change the OSH environment. I think many of you started to consider that. I'm very pleased to know. We'd like to collaborate, in exchanging, the ideas. And definitely, as we did a lot of experimental study, the Safety 2.0 will benefit not only for the users, but for the companies, because they can improve the safety, health, well-being, as Mr. Kawata demonstrate even in the dangerous construction site. And we have the other, evidences. And we are at the time to accumulate that. So we think all over the world can share the idea what we should go in the technical innovation. And in order to do that, we believe we need to have some consensus, as a success factor to share the same ideas. That's the reason why we are doing the standardization work, to decide some, rules or, consensus. Yeah. This is the way we should do. So we'd like to invite all of you to join such standardization activity together to make a next generation safety using technology.
Yes.
This is my comment.
Thank you very much. And also for the invitation to have a global collaboration around this, Mr. Fujita. Thank you. Yeah. What about some of the other panel participants?
Mark have and also the hand up.
Yeah, sorry, yes. I cannot see it from my screen. Who, sorry?
Yes, me, Mark.
Okay, sorry, Mark.
Yeah, no problem. Hi, thank you, Pernille. No, just a small comment, because we saw some interesting examples this morning, and they were presented especially also by some larger companies, of course. And if I look into, let's say, the structure of companies worldwide, I think that something like 97% of companies are small and medium-sized companies, even micro companies. And the question, of course, is how will we convey the knowledge to these and the access to these to new technologies and to digitalization to these smaller companies? Because, let's say, a lot of people are working in small companies, and I think we need to keep in mind that access to these new technologies should also be possible for this kind of companies. And Because also we see that, of course, let's say the representation of workers is not so organized in these smaller companies. We see that also control by labor inspectorate is not so well organized in these smaller companies. So they are facing some serious problems. I think sometimes they are very creative and they start with developing new products. But they forget, of course, that in the end, let's say, workers are facing sometimes new risks, and they have not always the resources nor the knowledge to deal with these risks. So I think this is not new, of course, and it's something that we are facing since many years. A lot of debates has been going on, but maybe digitalization and the sharing will improve or facilitate the sharing of knowledge, and that we could maybe, as been discussed this morning, also to include less developed countries. I think we have to also include smaller companies into this digitalization process and offer them the possibility to improve their health and safety standards as well.
Yes, agree. And this was also one of the conclusions from yesterday, that we need to find a way to include the most part of the businesses in this world, which are small companies. You are right about that. Yeah.
Winston have the hand up also.
Winston, yes, please. Winston, are you there?
Sorry, yes. Just add a minor point, because when we talk about the technology development, usually we see that how to cultivate innovative culture is also very important. And when we talk about the culture, is the people's values, beliefs, and their perceptions on whether the technology can really can help them. So we see that usually the top management, the commitment and leadership usually will influence the culture. So the success factor is most important is that the top management, they should recognize that the innovation and the technology development is important. And also I see that besides the top-up approach, usually the bottom-down approach is also very important, because how to involve the employees, how to empower them, and also how to engage them in the innovation process, such that they can make the innovation as their everyday business. And then you can create a culture that can help to for the innovation and the technology development. And also, I agree that the safety concern is very important, because when the people work together with the robots, then it will create another risk. So besides the risk assessment, the in-house safety rules, the training, I also see that the technology development of the safety sensors are also very important. And also how to have a fail-safe system to make sure that the robots can work safely with the human in a safe manner. And I see that the safety concern is also important. And also, I also agree that some of the speakers mentioned the data privacy, because in Hong Kong, we also have this problem, because when we, as I mentioned before, when we developed the smart city, we developed the smart lamppost. But when we do the public consultation, there are some concerns that if you install the CCTV on the smart lamppost, then they will afraid that some of the data privacy will be infringed. So that's why finally in our smart post development, we did not use the CCTV. We just use the sensors to capture, say for example, the traffic data, the environmental data. We also respect the data privacy when we talk about the technology development, particularly with the use of the artificial intelligence and also the facial recognition technology. So that's my point. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think there's room for more conferences on data privacy alone, and also how to reach the small and medium-sized companies across the world. I think that one step is, as you are already also mentioning, Winston, is to go through the 7 golden rules of Vision Zero and to see for each company and each workplace how how to work through the 7 golden rules in order to maximize the benefits of digitalization. Yes, and then we have, I just need to check a few minutes left. Lars, do you have a comment? Is Lars Hoffman still with us?
No.
No, okay. I think that unless someone has a final comment.
Pernille, just very quickly, we need to go. And I think you mentioned the 7 golden rules, and I think it really is important. I think that that kind of system at the workplace level is really important, and one needs to, and I think that our colleagues at ISA are already customizing it for workplaces that it was maybe not traditionally designed for, and I think that's really important. But let me just add again something I mentioned earlier, that I think, again, one needs to also join efforts, I think, and multinationals and big companies have an important role to play. Join efforts also to strengthen the kind of the institutional framework in the countries in which they work, and especially in the countries from which they source, because we know that these changes that are really important, that's brought about by something like the 7 golden rules or implementation, is not sustainable unless you have, of course, Winston mentioned the top management, of course, they need to be very much involved. That's one of the golden rules, but we also need to make sure that the institutional environment is strong. So there are efforts, underfoot by the ILO, by the Vision Zero Fund, by others to strengthen the inspectorate, to make sure that there's a really strong and good and effective employment injury insurance system, that there's a national OSH policy, because we know these all interact. And you cannot only focus on the workplace, because otherwise it's going to be like islands of excellence in a sea of misery, maybe. And I think that's I don't want to be negative, but I think that's kind of an important point to make right at the end.
Yeah. So that could be the final point. Thank you very much. So I would like to thank you all for very interesting information, knowledge sharing, and also an interesting discussion here at the roundtable. So thank you from my part to all of you.
Thank you, Pernille. You handled it very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Dear colleagues and friends, I just wanted to also use the opportunity to thank you, the panelists now, and speakers, for an amazing morning. I think really you have shown the width and the depth of the topic that we are addressing. And I think you have kind of justified that we call it a challenge now for prevention, and something that we as OSH community really have to dig into, to discuss, to exchange. It is a fascinating world, the digital world and digitalization world, and you have really managed to illustrate it, but you have also managed to address, let's say, some of the concerns that we need to address in this context to make it successful. But I have a strong feeling that we agree that digitalization is already and will in the future even be more important to take prevention to the next level, which is needed for a great reset. Thank you very much, Pernille, for having moderated this session, which was very busy with many speakers in a very professional and a very elegant way. So thank you very much to you as well. Now you have all, and we have all deserved a break. And so we will meet again at 1 o'clock, 1300 hours CET here in Europe. Sharp for the 4th session, which is also about a very important issue. It's about metrics. Well, only what can be measured can be managed, as it said. So let's hear about new ways of measuring safety, health, and well-being at work. And in between, well, while you're enjoying your lunch, you may also like to enjoy the magician, which we will put on the screen here during the break, as an entertainment. So see you back at 1 o'clock at 1300 hours CET. Thank you.
auténtico placer estar actuando aquí en el Congreso ORP. Especial gracias al profesor Pedro Mondelo por haberme invitado. De hecho, soy el tecnomago y soy el primer mago en hacer magia digital, tecnológica, con iPads, con móviles, con realidad virtual. Pero hoy me han propuesto un reto aún mayor. Me han propuesto hacer magia a través de la tecnología, o sea, que la magia llegue por primera vez a cada una de vuestras casas. Esto sí que es complicado, va a ser un reto que vamos a hacer juntos y para ello, para toda vuestra colaboración, necesito simplemente dos cosas. Necesito que tengáis a mano una hoja en blanco y, en segundo lugar, un bolígrafo, un rotulador negro, puede ser rojo, intentad que sea o azul, hasta. Así que, si aún no lo tenéis aún en vuestras manos, esta hoja en blanco y este rotulador, id a la habitación de al lado, id al despacho, id a coger estos dos importantes ingredientes para que la magia, hoy por primera vez, llegue a todas vuestras casas. Os prometo que vais a alucinar en unos pocos minutos. Pero antes, para que esta magia, tecnomagia, pueda funcionar, para que fluya, necesito que todos vosotros desconectéis un poco de vuestro lado más racional y dejéis volar todos vuestra imaginación. ¡Wow! Espera, mejor apagarlo, que con esto de la tecnomagia aún las llamas van a llegar a vuestras casas. Y en segundo lugar también, todos, coged vuestros móviles, lo tengáis donde lo tengáis, aquí está. Y lo que os voy a pedir es que durante estos minutos desconectéis de todas, ahí está, notificaciones, para poder disfrutar de esta magia con total intensidad. Esto sí que ha sido tecnomagia. Así que antes de hacer esta magia grupal, os repito, si aún no tenéis esta hoja en blanca y este rotulador, idlo a buscar. Voy a hacer una magia interactiva, pero con la gente que también está organizando todo este evento. Todos ellos se merecen un fuertísimo aplauso. Y en el centro de control tenemos, creo, a Shalei. Aquí está, perfecto. Sí, está conectada ya. Porque voy a intentar hacer una magia interactiva contigo. De hecho, estamos viendo todas estas ponencias, van a haber muchísimas más, unas ponencias hiperinteresantes, pero seguro que de tanto ver sobre todo a los conferenciantes y todos vosotros desde casa, os ha entrado un poco de sed. Os propongo unas cuantas bebidas. Por ejemplo, tengo por aquí una manzanilla. Bueno, no está mal, un poco suave, pero está bien. Un Monster, aquí ya más energía, Powerade, ya. Bueno, yo os veo llenos de energía, así que quizás tanta energía no necesitamos. También tenemos un Sprite, una tónica, limón, sandía. Lo más importante es que todas las tarjetas son diferentes. Un Gin Tonic, ya high level, aquí. Si hay todas estas tarjetas, muchísimos nombres de bebidas. Estamos a kilómetros de distancia, pero yo lo que acabo de hacer es intentar influenciar tu mente. Así que quiero que me digas una bebida que en este mismo minuto, en este mismo momento, te venga de gusto. ¿La puedes nombrar en voz alta?
Un zumo de naranja ahora mismo.
¿Zumo de naranja? Pues lo más increíble es que aparece desde el iPad un zumo de naranja. Estando a kilómetros y kilómetros de distancia. Pero bueno, esto no es lo mejor. Sería súper fuerte, Shalei, es tener este zumo de naranja en la realidad. Y esto sí que es auténtica tecnomagia. Bueno, salud a todos. ¿Qué pasará? Ahora sí, espero que tengáis todas a punto esta hoja en blanco y este rotulador, porque es el momento, vamos a pinchar la otra cámara ahora, porque es el momento de que viváis esta tecnomagia, todos, desde cualquier parte del mundo, gracias a ORP, en todas vuestras casas. Ahora sí, espero que todos ya tengáis vuestra hoja a mano y también vuestro rotulador. necesito que sigáis justamente los pasos, cada paso que yo haga, a mi mismo ritmo, a mi mismo tiempo, para que esta tecnomagia llegue a todas vuestras casas, a todas vuestras manos. Lo primero que vamos a hacer es coger la hoja en blanco y la vamos a partir por la mitad. ¿Sí está? Lo podéis hacer con tijeras o lo podéis hacer directamente con vuestras manos. No ha de ser un corte perfecto, pero lo que vamos a obtener cuando hagamos partido una vez por la mitad y la segunda vez también por la mitad serán 4 tarjetas completamente iguales. Así que queden rectangulares, ¿correcto? Os dejo un poco más de segundos para que todos vosotros, todas vosotras desde casa también tengáis estas 4 tarjetas cortadas totalmente de forma idéntica. Genial. Así que una vez la hoja grande cortada en 4 partes, vamos a escribir en cada una de estas tarjetas valores, principios, palabras que sean importantes para nosotros. Por ejemplo, yo en mi caso voy a escribir la palabra paz, por ejemplo. Es importante que sean todos estos valores, todos estos conceptos diferentes y personales para cada uno de vosotros. En segundo lugar, voy a escribir también la palabra tierra. Si esta lo podéis hacer también en paralelo todos vosotros desde vuestras propias casas. Aquí es donde vendrá la magia. En la tercera voy a escribir la palabra amor. Amor. Y en la última, como no, la palabra magia. Que para mí no es solo mi trabajo, sino también una forma de ver la vida. Así que espero que hayáis tenido también todos vosotros, todas vosotras, el tiempo de escribir estos 4 valores, estos 4 principios en cada una de estas tarjetas. Y ahora sí nos disponemos a crear esta auténtica magia. Así que vamos a apilar las 4 tarjetas así de esta forma, pero vamos a girarlas hacia abajo para que no podamos ver lo que está escrito en ellas. Perfecto, ya tenemos todas nuestras tarjetas y todas están mirando boca abajo. Y lo que ha pasado durante estos últimos meses por culpa del COVID es que muchos de estos principios, muchos de estos sueños, muchos de estos valores se han quedado un poco como rotos, ¿no? Así que vamos a visualizar esto, vamos a visualizarlo y vamos a partir las tarjetas por la mitad. Y ahora podemos poner un pilón arriba del otro, el que queráis. Un pilón encima del otro. Perfecto. Y ahora sí vamos a representar todo este caos de todos estos meses. Necesito que sigáis conmigo todos estos movimientos. Lo primero que vamos a hacer es coger la primera tarjeta, la que está encima de todo, y la vamos a situar debajo. Perfecto. Ahora vamos a coger las 2 siguientes y también las vamos a poner, las 2 siguientes, abajo de todo, debajo de todo. Perfecto. Vamos a cambiar el patrón porque este virus no ha sido uniforme, tampoco ha sido muy caótico, ¿no? Así que vamos a extender todas las cartas como un abanico. Perfecto. Así. Y lo que vamos a hacer es coger las 3 primeras cartas y las vamos a poner por el centro de este abanico. Perfecto. Aquí en el centro, perfecto. Las 3 primeras, correcto, y cuadramos todos para que nos queden las cartas totalmente alineadas. Ahora lo que vamos a hacer es coger la carta, la tarjeta que está encima de todo, y esta va a ser nuestra carta, nuestra tarjeta amuleto. Así que la vamos a guardar en uno de nuestros bolsillos para que quede bien guardado. En todo este caos nos hemos tenido que aferrar a algo, que sujetar a algo, y este va a ser nuestro amuleto. Y vamos a seguir con el caos. Así que vamos a coger 1, 2 o 3 tarjetas, como queráis. Tú puedes coger 1, 2 o 3. Yo, por ejemplo, cojo 2. Pero tú podrías coger 1 o podrías coger 3. Como digo, este caos ha sido muy grande. Y lo que vamos a hacer es coger estas tarjetas y las vamos a situar también por el centro, en el medio de este abanico. perfecto, en el medio, que queden totalmente perdidas. Y ahora vamos a coger también la que está encima de todo, arriba de todo, y también la vamos a poner por el medio. Ahora sí que es un abanico perfecto, entre 3 y 3, si lo habéis hecho todo bien, perfecto, en el centro también. Y ahora, para cambiaros a veces el patrón, ha sido a veces exasperante, ¿no? Que ya hemos perdido todo, decimos, tiramos todo, que ya no nos salimos de esta, ¿no? Así que vamos a coger 1, 2 o 3 tarjetas, y yo también esta vez cojo 2, pero puedes coger 1 o puedes coger 3, como quieras. Y las vamos a lanzar por los aires. Ahí está, perfecto. Las lanzamos por los aires. Y ahora vamos a representar los días de la semana, porque no solo los meses se han hecho largos, sino también los días se han hecho extensos, se han hecho largos. Así que vamos a contar juntos lunes, martes, miércoles, jueves, viernes, sábado y domingo. Sí, a veces nos ha parecido que salíamos hacia adelante y a veces que no, un poco como el amor, ¿no? Así que también lo vamos a representar y vamos a decir todos juntos, vamos a salir para adelante, no vamos a salir para adelante, la tiramos, la lanzamos, vamos a salir para adelante, no vamos a salir para adelante, la lanzamos también ahí, fuera de la mesa, vamos a llenar todas las casas de confeti hoy, vamos a salir para adelante, no vamos a salir para adelante. Esto ya es increíble, el caos que hemos formado, propio para cada persona, único, diferente, ¿no? Pero todos en este caos. Vamos a salir para adelante, no vamos a salir para adelante, y la lanzamos también fuera, que quede fuera de nuestro marco. Solo queda una. Fíjate, si aún te quedan, continúa. Vamos a salir para adelante, no vamos a salir para adelante. Pero si algo hemos comprobado es que es gracias a este poder de la tecnología que hemos estado muy conectados todos, y juntos todos, lo más importante es que nunca olvidemos estos valores, estos principios. Claro que la tecnología nos puede ayudar a comunicarnos de una forma imparable como nunca se ha visto, pero es justamente estos valores que nos hacen humanos los que hemos de tener siempre presente. Y a veces estos valores, estas cosas incalculables son las que también nos han permitido avanzar, que la magia, que nuestro camino fluyera. Es por eso que si giramos de vuelta esta tarjeta y vamos a nuestro bolsillo y cogemos la otra que nos hemos guardado en nuestra tarjeta amuleto, veremos cómo coinciden totalmente a la perfección. Y esto sí que es auténtica tecnomagia. Muchísimas gracias a todos. Este aplauso es para todos vosotros. Mi nombre es Tecnomago y espero que nos veamos muy muy pronto. Que la magia siempre esté en todas vuestras vidas. Soy el Tecnomago y es un auténtico placer estar actuando aquí en el Congreso ORP. Especial gracias al profesor Pedro Mondelo por haberme invitado. De hecho, soy el Tecnomago y soy el primer mago en hacer magia digital, tecnológica, con iPads, con móviles, con realidad virtual. Pero hoy me han propuesto un reto aún mayor. Me han propuesto hacer magia a través de la tecnología. O sea, que la magia llegue por primera vez a cada una de vuestras casas. Esto sí que es complicado, va a ser un reto que vamos a hacer juntos, y para ello, para toda vuestra colaboración, necesito simplemente 2 cosas. Necesito que tengáis a mano una hoja en blanco y, en segundo lugar, un bolígrafo, un rotulador negro, puede ser rojo, intentad que sea o azul, hasta. Así que, si aún no lo tenéis aún en vuestras manos, esta hoja en blanco y este rotulador, id a la habitación de al lado, id al despacho, id a coger estos 2 importantes ingredientes para que la magia, hoy por primera vez, llegue a todas vuestras casas. Os prometo que vais a alucinar en unos pocos minutos. Pero antes, para que esta magia, tecnomagia, pueda funcionar, para que fluya, necesito que todos vosotros desconectéis un poco de vuestro lado más racional y dejéis volar todos vuestra imaginación. ¡Wow! Espera, mejor. apagarlo, que con esto de la tecnomagia aún las llamas van a llegar a vuestras casas. Y en segundo lugar también, todos, coged vuestros móviles, lo tengáis donde lo tengáis.
Han er godt nok vildt artikulerende. Godt, og så åbner jeg lige din præsentation, Lars.
Ahí está. Notificaciones. Para poder disfrutar de esta magia con total intensidad. Esto sí que ha sido tecnomagia. Así que antes de...
Hvad gør vi så her snart?
Du hiver dit PowerPoint, og jeg vil sige zoom længst ud til højre.
Zoom længst ud til højre.
Ja, så den kan, hvis du hiver den hele vejen op ad væggen, kan man sige, op ad minuskanten, kører den helt ud, kaster den nærmest ud, endnu længere ud til højre. Jeg lige vise dig langt. Ja, jeg viser den lige. Og sådan her, du kan se, nu rammer den her.
Nå, så kommer den. Okay, så laver den der.
Du gør sådan her, så kommer den der.
Okay. Nå, hvor dejligt.
De hecho, estamos viendo
ja. Så kommer den her igen.
Så skal vi...
Pero seguro de tanto ver sobre todos los conferenciantes y todos vosotros desde casa, os ha entrado un poco ese. Os propongo unas cuantas ideas. Por ejemplo,
jeg vil sige, Larsen, du kigger i kameraet, så kan du faktisk se din præsentation. Og det vil sige de ting, som du skal pointe.
Vi snakkede om i går, Lars og jeg, vi skulle bytte det om, fordi han kommer bare til at dele PowerPoint via Zoom, og ikke... Så hvad vil du helst have på det med skærm? Vil du have selve præsentationsvisningsruden, eller vil du have... Altså vil du have den der på midterskærmen, eller vil du have... Fordi du har, hvis du ikke har skrevet noter ind i PowerPoint, prøv at gå videre til den næste slide.
Jamen det har jeg.
Ja. Det er jo nemmere at læse den der. Ja. Så skal vi måske lige bygge om på dem i den senderne.
Der kan blive den her. Det kan jeg ikke.
Nej, så skal du lige trykke på PowerPoints præsentationsprompt. Den der. Og så trykker du skærmestillingen op i toppen. Og byt.
Og så skal vi have den her minimeret igen.
Ja, den kan vi bare lade køre i baggrunden. Så går vi ind i Zoom igen.
Yes.
Nu kan vi faktisk godt lade Zoom.
Nå, nu kører vi begge to her.
Ja, men nu kan vi faktisk også godt lade Zoom til at stå. Maksimalt.
Ja, for den har vi også.
Hvis det kører selve præsentationen bare ikke bagved.
Ja.
Så det du deler.
Ja.
I Zoom. Godt. Så hvis du hopper over i præsentationsvisningen, så
esta hoja en blanco y este rotulador, porque es el momento, vamos a pinchar la otra cámara ahora, porque es el momento de que viváis todos, desde cualquier parte del mundo. Gracias.
Ja, smart.
Nu begynder at dele det første slide.
Ja, præsentationsslide.
Ahora sí, espero que todos ya tengáis vuestra hoja a mano y también vuestro rotulador. Necesito que sigáis justamente los pasos, cada paso que yo haga, a mi mismo tiempo, para que esta tecnomagia llegue a todas vuestras casas, a todas vuestras manos. Lo primero que vamos a hacer es coger la hoja en blanco y la vamos a partir por la mitad. ¿Sí está? Lo podéis hacer con tijeras o lo podéis hacer directamente con vuestras manos. No ha de ser un corte perfecto, pero lo que vamos a obtener cuando hagamos partido una vez por la mitad y la segunda vez también por la mitad serán 4 tarjetas completamente iguales. Así que queden rectangulares, ¿correcto? Os dejo un poco más de segundos para que todos vosotros, todas vosotras desde casa también tengáis estas 4 tarjetas cortadas totalmente de forma idéntica. Genial. Así que una vez la hoja grande cortada en 4 partes, vamos a escribir en cada una de estas tarjetas valores, principios, palabras que sean importantes para nosotros. Por ejemplo, yo en mi caso voy a escribir la palabra paz, por ejemplo. Es importante que sean todos estos valores, todos estos conceptos diferentes y personales para cada uno de vosotros. En segundo lugar, voy a escribir también la palabra tierra, si esta lo podéis hacer también en paralelo todos vosotros desde vuestras propias casas. Aquí es donde vendrá la magia. En la tercera voy a escribir la palabra amor. Amor. Y en la última, como no, la palabra magia, que para mí no es solo mi trabajo, sino también una forma de ver la vida. Así que espero que hayáis tenido también todos vosotros, todas vosotras, el tiempo de escribir estos 4 valores, estos 4 principios en cada una de estas tarjetas. Y ahora sí nos disponemos a crear esta auténtica magia. Así que vamos a apilar las 4 tarjetas así, de esta forma, pero vamos a girarlas hacia abajo para que no podamos ver lo que está escrito en ellas. Perfecto, ya tenemos todas nuestras tarjetas y todas están mirando boca abajo. Y lo que ha pasado durante estos últimos meses por culpa del COVID es que muchos de estos principios, muchos de estos sueños, muchos de estos valores se han quedado un poco como rotos, ¿no? Así que vamos a visualizar esto, vamos a visualizarlo y vamos a partir las tarjetas por la mitad. Y ahora podemos poner un pilón arriba del otro, el que queráis. Un pilón encima del otro. Perfecto. Y ahora sí vamos a representar todo este caos de todos estos meses. Necesito que sigáis conmigo todos estos movimientos. Lo primero que vamos a hacer es coger la primera tarjeta, la que está encima de todo, y la vamos a situar debajo. Perfecto. Ahora vamos a coger las 2 siguientes y también las vamos a poner, las 2 siguientes, abajo de todo, debajo de todo. Perfecto. Vamos a cambiar el patrón porque este virus no ha sido uniforme, tampoco ha sido muy caótico, ¿no? Así que vamos a extender todas las cartas como un abanico. Perfecto. Así. Y lo que vamos a hacer es coger las 3 primeras cartas y las vamos a poner por el centro de este abanico. Perfecto. Aquí en el centro, perfecto. Las 3 primeras, correcto, y cuadramos todos para que nos queden las cartas totalmente alineadas. Ahora lo que vamos a hacer es coger la tarjeta que está encima de todo, y esta va a ser nuestra carta, nuestra tarjeta amuleto. Así que la vamos a guardar en uno de nuestros bolsillos para que quede bien guardado. En todo este caos nos hemos tenido que aferrar a algo, que sujetar a algo, y este va a ser nuestro amuleto. Y vamos a seguir con el caos. Así que vamos a coger 1, 2 o 3 tarjetas, como queráis. Tú puedes coger 1, 2 o 3. Yo, por ejemplo, cojo 2. Pero tú podrías coger 1 o podrías coger 3. Como digo, este caos ha sido muy grande. Y lo que vamos a hacer es coger estas tarjetas y las vamos a situar también por el centro, en el medio de este abanico. Perfecto, en el medio, que queden totalmente perdidas. Y ahora vamos a coger también la que está encima de todo, arriba de todo, y también la vamos a poner por el medio. Ahora sí que es un abanico perfecto, entre 3 y 3, si lo habéis hecho todo bien. Perfecto, en el centro también. Y ahora, para cambiaros a veces el patrón, ha sido a veces exasperante, ¿no? Que ya hemos perdido todo, decimos, tiramos todo, que ya no nos salimos de esta, ¿no? Así que vamos a coger 1, 2 o 3 tarjetas, y yo también esta vez cojo 2, pero puedes coger 1 o puedes coger 3, como quieras, y las vamos a lanzar por los aires. Ahí está, perfecto. Las lanzamos por los aires. Y ahora vamos a representar los días de la semana, porque no solo los meses se han hecho largos, sino también los días se han hecho extensos, se han hecho largos. Así que vamos a contar juntos lunes, martes, miércoles, jueves, viernes, sábado y domingo. Y pues sí, a veces nos ha parecido que salíamos hacia adelante y a veces que no, un poco como el amor, ¿no? Así que también lo vamos a representar y vamos a decir todos juntos: vamos a salir para adelante, no vamos a salir para adelante. La tiramos, la lanzamos, vamos a salir para adelante, no vamos a salir para adelante. La lanzamos también ahí, fuera de la mesa. Vamos a llenar todas las casas de confeti hoy. Vamos a salir para adelante, no vamos a salir para adelante. Esto ya es increíble, el caos que hemos formado, propio para cada persona, único, diferente, ¿no? Pero todos en este caos. Vamos a salir para adelante, no vamos a salir para adelante. Y la lanzamos también fuera, que quede fuera de nuestro marco. Solo queda una. Fíjate, si aún te quedan, continúa. Vamos a salir para adelante, no vamos a salir para adelante. Pero si algo hemos comprobado es que es gracias a este poder de la tecnología que hemos estado muy conectados todos y juntos todos. Lo más importante es que nunca olvidemos estos valores, estos principios. Claro que la tecnología nos puede ayudar a comunicarnos de una forma imparable, como nunca se ha visto. Pero es justamente estos valores que nos hacen humanos los que hemos de tener siempre presente. Y a veces estos valores, estas cosas incalculables son las que también nos han permitido avanzar, que la magia, que nuestro camino fluyera. Es por eso que si giramos de vuelta esta tarjeta y vamos a nuestro bolsillo y cogemos la otra que nos hemos guardado en nuestra tarjeta amuleto, veremos cómo coinciden totalmente a la perfección. Y esto sí que es auténtica tecnomagia. Muchísimas gracias a todos. Este aplauso es para todos vosotros. Mi nombre es Tecnomago y espero que nos veamos muy muy pronto. Que la magia siempre esté en todas vuestras vidas. Soy el Tecnomago y es un auténtico placer estar actuando aquí en el Congreso ORP. Especial gracias al profesor Pedro Mondelo por haberme invitado. De hecho, soy el Tecnomago y soy el primer mago en hacer magia digital, tecnológica, con iPads, con móviles, con realidad virtual. Pero hoy me han propuesto un reto aún mayor. Me han propuesto hacer magia a través de la tecnología. O sea, que la magia llegue por primera vez a cada una de vuestras casas. Esto sí que es complicado, va a ser un reto que vamos a hacer juntos y para ello, para toda vuestra colaboración, necesito simplemente dos cosas. Necesito que tengáis a mano una hoja en blanco y, en segundo lugar, un bolígrafo, un rotulador negro, puede ser rojo, intentad que sea o azul, hasta. Así que, si aún no lo tenéis aún en vuestras manos, esta hoja en blanco y este rotulador, id a la habitación de al lado, id al despacho, id a coger estos dos importantes ingredientes para que la magia, hoy por primera vez, llegue a todas vuestras casas. Os prometo que vais a alucinar en unos pocos minutos. Pero antes, para que esta magia, tecnomagia, pueda funcionar, para que fluya, necesito que todos vosotros desconectéis un poco de vuestro lado más racional y dejéis volar todos vuestra imaginación. ¡Wow! Espera, mejor apagarlo, que con esto de la tecnomagia aún las llamas van a llegar a vuestras casas. Y en segundo lugar también, todos, coged vuestros móviles, lo tengáis donde lo tengáis, aquí está, y lo que os voy a pedir es que durante estos minutos desconectéis de todas, ahí está, notificaciones, para poder disfrutar de esta magia con total intensidad. Esto sí que ha sido tecnomagia. Así que antes de hacer esta magia grupal, os repito, si aún no tenéis esta hoja en blanca y este rotulador, idlo a buscar. Voy a hacer una magia interactiva, pero con la gente que también está organizando todo este evento. Todos ellos se merecen un fuertísimo aplauso. Y en el centro de control tenemos, creo, a Shalei. Aquí está, perfecto. Sí, está conectada ya. Porque voy a intentar hacer una magia interactiva contigo. De hecho, estamos viendo todas estas ponencias, van a haber muchísimas más, unas ponencias hiper interesantes, pero seguro que de tanto ver sobre todo a los conferenciantes y todos vosotros desde casa, os ha entrado un poco de sed. Os propongo unas cuantas bebidas. Por ejemplo, tengo por aquí una manzanilla. Bueno, no está mal, un poco suave, pero está bien. Un Monster, aquí ya más energía, Powerade, ya. Bueno, yo os veo llenos de energía, así que quizás tanta energía no necesitamos. También tenemos un Sprite, una tónica, limón, sandía. Lo más importante es que todas las tarjetas son diferentes. Un Gin Tonic, ya high level, aquí. Si hay todas estas tarjetas, muchísimos nombres de bebidas. Estamos a kilómetros de distancia, pero yo lo que acabo de hacer es intentar influenciar tu mente. Así que quiero que me digas una bebida que en este mismo minuto, en este mismo momento, te venga de gusto. ¿La puedes nombrar en voz alta?
Un zumo de naranja ahora mismo.
¿Zumo de naranja? Pues lo más increíble es que aparece desde el iPad un zumo de naranja. Estando a kilómetros y kilómetros de distancia. Pero bueno, esto no es lo mejor. Sería súper fuerte, Shalane, es tener este zumo de naranja en la realidad. Y esto es una auténtica tecnomagia. Bueno, salud a todos. ¿Qué pasará? Ahora sí, espero que tengáis todas a punto esta hoja en blanco y este rotulador, porque es el momento, vamos a pinchar la otra cámara ahora, porque es el momento de que viváis esta tecnomagia, todos, desde cualquier parte del mundo, gracias a ORP, en todas vuestras casas. Ahora sí, espero que todos ya tengáis vuestra hoja a mano y también vuestro rotulador. Necesito que sigáis justamente los pasos, cada paso que yo haga, a mi mismo ritmo, a mi mismo tiempo, para que esta tecnomagia llegue a todas vuestras casas, a todas vuestras manos. Lo primero que vamos a hacer es coger la hoja en blanco y la vamos a partir por la mitad. ¿Sí está? Lo podéis hacer con tijeras o lo podéis hacer directamente con vuestras manos. No ha de ser un corte perfecto, pero lo que vamos a obtener cuando hagamos partido una vez por la mitad y la segunda vez también por la mitad serán 4 tarjetas completamente iguales. Así que queden rectangulares, ¿correcto? Os dejo un poco más de segundos para que todos vosotros, todas vosotras desde casa también tengáis estas 4 tarjetas cortadas totalmente de forma idéntica. Genial. Así que una vez la hoja grande cortada en 4 partes, vamos a escribir en cada una de estas tarjetas valores, principios, palabras que sean importantes para nosotros. Por ejemplo, yo en mi caso voy a escribir la palabra paz, por ejemplo. Es importante que sean todos estos valores, todos estos conceptos diferentes y personales para cada uno de vosotros. En segundo lugar, voy a escribir también la palabra tierra. Si esta lo podéis hacer también en paralelo todos vosotros desde vuestras propias casas. Aquí es donde vendrá la magia. En la tercera voy a escribir la palabra amor. Amor. Y en la última, como no, la palabra magia. Que para mí no es solo mi trabajo, sino también una forma de ver la vida. Así que espero que hayáis tenido también todos vosotros, todas vosotras, el tiempo de escribir estos 4 valores, estos 4 principios en cada una de estas tarjetas. Y ahora sí nos disponemos a crear esta auténtica magia. Así que vamos a apilar las 4 tarjetas así de esta forma, pero vamos a girarlas hacia abajo para que no podamos ver lo que está escrito en ellas. Perfecto, ya tenemos todas nuestras tarjetas y todas están mirando boca abajo. Y lo que ha pasado durante estos últimos meses, por culpa del COVID, es que muchos de estos principios, muchos de estos sueños, muchos de estos valores se han quedado un poco como rotos, ¿no? Así que vamos a visualizar esto, vamos a visualizarlo y vamos a partir las tarjetas por la mitad. Y ahora podemos poner un pilón arriba del otro, el que queráis. Un pilón encima del otro. Perfecto. Y ahora sí vamos a representar todo este caos de todos estos meses. Necesito que sigáis conmigo todos estos movimientos. Lo primero que vamos a hacer es coger la primera tarjeta, la que está encima de todo, y la vamos a situar debajo. Perfecto. Ahora vamos a coger las dos siguientes y también las vamos a poner, las dos siguientes, abajo de todo, debajo de todo. Perfecto. Vamos a cambiar el patrón porque este virus no ha sido uniforme, tampoco ha sido muy caótico, ¿no? Así que vamos a extender todas las cartas como un abanico. Perfecto. Así. Y lo que vamos a hacer es coger las tres primeras cartas y las vamos a poner por el centro de este abanico. Perfecto. Aquí en el centro, perfecto. Las tres primeras, correcto, y cuadramos todos para que nos queden las cartas totalmente alineadas. Ahora lo que vamos a hacer es coger la carta, la tarjeta que está encima de todo, y esta va a ser nuestra carta, nuestra tarjeta amuleto. Así que la vamos a guardar en uno de nuestros bolsillos para que quede bien guardado. En todo este caos nos hemos tenido que aferrar a algo, que sujetar a algo, y este va a ser nuestro amuleto. Y vamos a seguir con el caos. Así que vamos a coger una, dos o tres tarjetas, como queráis. Tú puedes coger una, dos o tres. Yo, por ejemplo, cojo dos, pero tú podrías coger una o podrías coger tres. Como digo, este caos ha sido muy grande. Y lo que vamos a hacer es coger estas tarjetas y las vamos a situar también por el centro, en el medio de este abanico. Perfecto, en el medio, que queden totalmente perdidas. Y ahora vamos a coger también la que está encima de todo, arriba de todo, y también la vamos a poner por el medio. Ahora sí que es un abanico perfecto, entre 3 y 3, si lo habéis hecho todo bien. Perfecto, en el centro también. Y ahora, para cambiaros a veces el patrón, ha sido a veces exasperante, ¿no? Que ya hemos perdido todo, decimos, tiramos todo, que ya no nos salimos de esta, ¿no? Así que vamos a coger una, dos o tres tarjetas, y yo también esta vez cojo dos, pero puedes coger una o puedes coger tres, como quieras, y las vamos a lanzar por los aires. Ahí está, perfecto. Las lanzamos por los aires. Y ahora vamos a representar los días de la semana, porque no solo los meses se han hecho largos, sino también los días se han hecho extensos, se han hecho largos. Así que vamos a contar juntos lunes, martes, miércoles, jueves, viernes, sábado y domingo. Y pues sí, a veces nos ha parecido que salíamos hacia adelante y a veces que no, un poco como el amor, ¿no? Así que también lo vamos a representar y vamos a decir todos juntos: vamos a salir para adelante, no vamos a salir para adelante, la tiramos, la lanzamos, vamos a salir para adelante, no vamos a salir para adelante, la lanzamos también ahí, fuera de la mesa, vamos a llenar todas las casas de confeti hoy, vamos a salir para adelante, no vamos a salir para adelante. Esto ya es increíble, el caos que hemos formado, propio para cada persona, único, diferente, ¿no? Pero todos en este caos. Vamos a salir para adelante, no vamos a salir para adelante, y la lanzamos también fuera, que quede fuera de nuestro marco. Solo queda una. Fíjate, si aún te quedan, continúa. Vamos a salir para adelante, no vamos a salir para adelante. Pero si algo hemos comprobado es que es gracias a este poder de la tecnología que hemos estado muy conectados todos, y juntos todos, lo más importante es que nunca olvidemos estos valores, estos principios. Claro que la tecnología nos puede ayudar a comunicarnos de una forma imparable como nunca se ha visto, pero es justamente estos valores que nos hacen humanos los que hemos de tener siempre presente. Y a veces estos valores, estas cosas incalculables son las que también nos han permitido avanzar, que la magia, que nuestro camino fluyera. Es por eso que si giramos de vuelta esta tarjeta y vamos a nuestro bolsillo y cogemos la otra que nos hemos guardado en nuestra tarjeta amuleto, veremos cómo coinciden totalmente ¡A la perfección! Y esto sí que es auténtica tecnomagia. Muchísimas gracias a todos. Este aplauso es para todos vosotros. Mi nombre es Tecnomago y espero que nos veamos muy muy pronto. Que la magia siempre esté en todas vuestras vidas. Soy el Tecnomago y es un auténtico placer estar actuando aquí en el Congreso ORP. Especial gracias al profesor Pedro Mondelo por haberme invitado. De hecho, soy el Tecnomago y soy el primer mago en hacer magia digital, tecnológica, con iPads, con móviles, con realidad virtual. Pero hoy me han propuesto un reto aún mayor. Me han propuesto hacer magia a través de la tecnología. O sea, que la magia llegue por primera vez a cada una de vuestras casas. Esto sí que es complicado, va a ser un reto que vamos a hacer juntos y para ello, para toda vuestra colaboración, necesito simplemente dos cosas. Necesito que tengáis a mano una hoja en blanco y, en segundo lugar, un bolígrafo, un rotulador negro, puede ser rojo, intentad que sea o azul, hasta. Así que, si aún no lo tenéis aún en vuestras manos, esta hoja en blanco y este rotulador, id a la habitación de al lado, id al despacho, id a coger estos dos importantes ingredientes para que la magia, hoy por primera vez, llegue a todas vuestras casas. Os prometo que vais a alucinar en unos pocos minutos. Pero antes, para que esta magia, tecnomagia, pueda funcionar, para que fluya, necesito que todos vosotros desconectéis un poco de vuestro lado más racional y dejéis volar todos vuestra imaginación. ¡Wow! Espera, mejor apagarlo, que con esto de la tecnomagia aún las llamas van a llegar a vuestras casas. Y en segundo lugar también, todos, coged vuestros móviles, lo tengáis donde lo tengáis, aquí está, y lo que os voy a pedir es que durante estos minutos desconectéis de todas, ahí está, notificaciones, para poder disfrutar de esta magia con total intensidad. Esto sí que ha sido tecnomagia. Así que antes de hacer esta magia grupal, os repito, si aún no tenéis esta hoja en blanca y este rotulador, idlo a buscar. Voy a hacer una magia interactiva, pero con la gente que también está organizando todo este evento. Todos ellos se merecen un fuertísimo aplauso. Y en el centro de control tenemos, creo, a Shalei. Aquí está, perfecto. Sí, está conectada ya. Porque voy a intentar hacer una magia interactiva contigo. De hecho, estamos viendo todas estas ponencias, van a haber muchísimas más, unas ponencias hiperinteresantes, pero seguro que de tanto ver sobre todo a los conferenciantes y todos vosotros desde casa, os ha entrado un poco de sed. Os propongo unas cuantas bebidas. Por ejemplo, tengo por aquí una manzanilla. Bueno, no está mal, un poco suave, pero está bien. Un Monster, aquí ya más energía, Powerade, ya. Bueno, yo os veo llenos de energía, así que quizás tanta energía no necesitamos. También tenemos un Sprite, una tónica, limón, sandía. Lo más importante es que todas las tarjetas son diferentes. Un Gin Tonic, ya high level, aquí. Si hay todas estas tarjetas, muchísimos nombres de bebidas. Estamos a kilómetros de distancia, pero yo lo que acabo de hacer es intentar influenciar tu mente. Así que quiero que me digas una bebida que en este mismo minuto, en este mismo momento, te venga de gusto. ¿La puedes nombrar en voz alta?
Un zumo de naranja ahora mismo.
¿Zumo de naranja? Pues lo más increíble es que aparece desde el iPad un zumo de naranja. Estando a kilómetros y kilómetros de distancia. Pero bueno, esto no es lo mejor. Sería súper fuerte, Shalei, es tener este zumo de naranja en la realidad. Y esto sí que es auténtica tecnomagia. Bueno, salud a todos. Qué pasada. Ahora sí, espero que tengáis todas a punto esta hoja en blanco y este rotulador, porque es el momento, vamos a pinchar la otra cámara ahora, porque es el momento de que viváis esta tecnomagia, todos, desde cualquier parte del mundo, gracias a ORP, en todas vuestras casas. Ahora sí, espero que todos ya tengáis vuestra hoja a mano y también vuestro rotulador. Necesito que sigáis justamente los pasos, cada paso que yo haga, a mi mismo ritmo, a mi mismo tiempo, para que esta tecnomagia llegue a todas vuestras casas, a todas vuestras manos. Lo primero que vamos a hacer es coger la hoja en blanco y la vamos a partir por la mitad. ¿Sí está? Lo podéis hacer con tijeras o lo podéis hacer directamente con vuestras manos. No ha de ser un corte perfecto, pero lo que vamos a obtener cuando hagamos partido una vez por la mitad y la segunda vez también por la mitad serán 4 tarjetas completamente iguales. Así que queden rectangulares, ¿correcto? Os dejo un poco más de segundos para que todos vosotros, todas vosotras desde casa también tengáis estas 4 tarjetas cortadas totalmente de forma idéntica. Genial. Así que una vez la hoja grande cortada en 4 partes, vamos a escribir en cada una de estas tarjetas valores, principios, palabras que sean importantes para nosotros. Por ejemplo, yo en mi caso voy a escribir la palabra paz, por ejemplo. Es importante que sean todos estos valores, todos estos conceptos diferentes y personales para cada uno de vosotros. En segundo lugar, voy a escribir también la palabra tierra. Si esta lo podéis hacer también en paralelo todos vosotros desde vuestras propias casas. Aquí es donde vendrá la magia. En la tercera voy a escribir la palabra amor. Amor. Y en la última, como no, la palabra magia. Que para mí no es solo mi trabajo, sino también una forma de ver la vida. Así que espero que hayáis tenido también todos vosotros, todas vosotras, el tiempo de escribir estos 4 valores, estos 4 principios en cada una de estas tarjetas. Y ahora sí nos disponemos a crear esta auténtica magia. Así que vamos a apilar las 4 tarjetas así de esta forma, pero vamos a girarlas hacia abajo para que no podamos ver lo que está escrito en ellas. Perfecto, ya tenemos todas nuestras tarjetas y todas están mirando boca abajo. Y lo que ha pasado durante estos últimos meses por culpa del COVID es que muchos de estos principios, muchos de estos sueños, muchos de estos valores se han quedado un poco como rotos, ¿no? Así que vamos a visualizar esto, vamos a visualizarlo y vamos a partir las tarjetas por la mitad. Y ahora podemos poner un pilón arriba del otro, el que queráis. Un pilón encima del otro. Perfecto. Y ahora sí vamos a representar todo este caos de todos estos meses. Necesito que sigáis conmigo todos estos movimientos. Lo primero que vamos a hacer es coger la primera tarjeta, la que está encima de todo, y la vamos a situar debajo. Perfecto. Ahora vamos a coger las 2 siguientes y también las vamos a poner, las 2 siguientes, abajo de todo, debajo de todo. Perfecto. Vamos a cambiar el patrón porque este virus no ha sido uniforme, tampoco ha sido muy caótico, ¿no? Así que vamos a extender todas las cartas como un abanico. Perfecto. Así. Y lo que vamos a hacer es coger las 3 primeras cartas y las vamos a poner por el centro de este abanico. Perfecto. Aquí en el centro, perfecto. Las 3 primeras, correcto, y cuadramos todos para que nos queden las cartas totalmente alineadas. Ahora lo que vamos a hacer es coger la carta, la tarjeta que está encima de todo, y esta va a ser nuestra carta, nuestra tarjeta amuleto. Así que la vamos a guardar en uno de nuestros bolsillos para que quede bien guardado. En todo este caos nos hemos tenido que aferrar a algo, que sujetar a algo, y este va a ser nuestro amuleto. Y vamos a seguir con el caos. Así que vamos a coger 1, 2 o 3 tarjetas, como queráis. Tú puedes coger 1, 2 o 3. Yo, por ejemplo, cojo 2. Pero tú podrías coger 1 o podrías coger 3. Como digo, este caos ha sido muy grande. Y lo que vamos a hacer es coger estas tarjetas y las vamos a situar también por el centro, en el medio de este abanico. Perfecto, en el medio, que queden totalmente perdidas. Y ahora vamos a coger también la que está encima de todo, arriba de todo, y también la vamos a poner por el medio. Ahora sí que es un abanico perfecto, entre 3 y 3. Si lo habéis hecho todo bien, perfecto. En el centro también. Y ahora, para cambiaros a veces el patrón, ha sido a veces exasperante, ¿no? Que ya hemos perdido todo, decimos, tiramos todo, que ya no nos salimos de esta, ¿no? Así que vamos a coger 1, 2 o 3 tarjetas. Yo también esta vez cojo 2, pero puedes coger 1 o puedes coger 3, como quieras. Y las vamos a lanzar por los aires. Ahí está, perfecto. Las lanzamos por los aires. Y ahora vamos a representar los días de la semana, porque no solo los meses se han hecho largos, sino también los días se han hecho extensos, se han hecho largos. Así que vamos a contar juntos lunes, martes, miércoles, jueves, viernes, sábado y domingo. Sí, a veces nos ha parecido que salíamos hacia adelante y a veces que no, un poco como el amor, ¿no? Así que también lo vamos a representar y vamos a decir todos juntos: vamos a salir para adelante, no vamos a salir para adelante, la tiramos, la lanzamos, vamos a salir para adelante, no vamos a salir para adelante, la lanzamos también ahí, fuera de la mesa, vamos a llenar todas las casas de confeti hoy, vamos a salir para adelante, no vamos a salir para adelante. Esto ya es increíble, el caos que hemos formado, propio para cada persona, único, diferente, ¿no? Pero todos en este caos. Vamos a salir para adelante, no vamos a salir para adelante, y la lanzamos también fuera, que quede fuera de nuestro marco. Solo queda una. Fíjate, si aún te quedan, continúa. Vamos a salir para adelante, no vamos a salir para adelante. Pero si algo hemos comprobado es que es gracias a este poder de la tecnología que hemos estado muy conectados todos, y juntos todos, lo más importante es que nunca olvidemos estos valores, estos principios. Claro que la tecnología nos puede ayudar a comunicarnos de una forma imparable como nunca se ha visto, pero es justamente estos valores que nos hacen humanos los que hemos de tener siempre presente. Y a veces estos valores, estas cosas incalculables son las que también nos han permitido avanzar, que la magia, que nuestro camino fluyera. Es por eso que si giramos de vuelta esta tarjeta y vamos a nuestro bolsillo y cogemos la otra que nos hemos guardado en nuestra tarjeta amuleto, veremos cómo coinciden totalmente a la perfección. Y esto sí que es auténtica tecnomagia. Muchísimas gracias a todos. Este aplauso es para todos vosotros. Mi nombre es Tecnomago y espero que nos veamos muy muy pronto. Que la magia siempre esté en todas vuestras vidas.
Well, I think we are ready to start. So let me just welcome you back after the lunch break. And it's my great pleasure to introduce Gillian Hamilton. Gillian is the CEO and founder of Manage Damage. She's based in Australia. So there it's really, really, really late now. So I really admire you, Gillian. You look like you just got up and it's so late at your time. So the topic of the last of the 4 challenge sessions is as important as the ones we have addressed so far. It's a question of how to introduce new metrics in prevention, both at company and institution level. And this is truly a critical issue because in prevention, we have had the tradition to look at as historic data about accidents and occupational diseases, while the world of work has been changing and many new dimensions are influencing the safety, health, and well-being of people at work and beyond. So we look forward to this session, which will enlighten us about new data and new information of value for an efficient prevention effort. So Gillian, it's a great pleasure that I give you the floor now.
Thank you, and good lunchtime and good evening to me. We are currently approaching 10 p.m. And it's one of my favorite.
I can't hear you.
Okay. So just check my audio. Can you hear me now? No?
Yes, perfect.
Yes, I can actually hear you, Gillian.
Yes,
Just
perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much. So I will just share my screen and we will get started. So good evening at my side of the fence. Today we are working through creating.
Sorry, Gillian, sorry. You have the presentation with with notes.
Okay, the other way around. One moment. How's that?
Perfect, perfect.
Fantastic. Thank you. Without you, we wouldn't be able to do this. So tonight and at lunchtime for you, we are working through creating new metrics for prevention and business value creation. So it's that last piece of the puzzle, putting the measurements and the measuring stick up against the performance of businesses and what that means to each part of the marketplace. Today, we're going to work through different parts of this particular aspect. So we're going to work through what are some current proactive leading Vision Zero indicators. We're going to work through a global view on OH&S metrics and statistics to social media. We're also going to work through what's good for business and returning on prevention and efforts that businesses are investing in, as well as then what's the critical role of health and safety and sustainability from a business perspective. And then towards the end, we're going to gather everybody together and talk about how you can actually introduce new metrics into prevention, both at the company and institutional levels. So this is me. We're working through just setting the scene for tonight. So last year in February, I called safety as the new big, and I'm not really sure that I was right. So stand by. So we're up to 360 days since the first lockdowns in Australia occurred. And many of us have been had more or less time inside. I know that our friends in the UK have only just emerged in some place where the children are finally allowed to go to work. And all over the world, everybody has different impacts and effects from the COVID. What we've really seen is that reputation for businesses has really started to matter. Instantly and suddenly, people started to deeply care about how your organization, private or public, operated and how it would keep the people within that system safe. Non-financial risks had an urgent seat at every board table around the world. The customers, such as investors at the very top end, the people within the business, the workers in all their forms, and then customers at the very end of the supply chain, they began to assess you on your response. So at this point in time, safety really was and still is the new big. We're seeing people shifting and smashing down that Maslow's hierarchy of needs. People are falling down to the real core basics of food, water, shelter, and safety. In March 2020, Elderman surveys found that 90% of customers want to see brands protect the well-being and financial security of their employees and their suppliers, and even if that meant that the company would suffer big financial losses. This is what the customer wants, and often what the customer wants is what the company will deliver. In 2020, on the share markets and throughout the world, the best performers from a profit and P&L perspective were those who were able to provide trust to their customers, those who were able to secure and keep workers safe and customers safe. In Australia, two of our largest retailers, Bunnings and Woolworths, were high performers and were honoured with high trust results in the trust surveys. Throughout the world, you'll know your own brands that really have delivered that safety trust. And those are the people that have kept us going through these really tough times. In the space of corporate governance, around the world, the definition of a corporate citizen and the measurement of a business performance or organizational value or worth is now...
Jeg synes, det er en super god og koncentreret måde at gøre det på. Jeg synes også, kan det huske, vi var over at lave sådan en oprydningsdag.
Is now being determined about what a business is worth is how you're responding to this particular crisis. Now the new financial year is approaching, the investment teams are on fire and looking for and really starting to measure corporate governance. They're looking for good corporate citizens and they're looking for measuring sticks. They're looking for global corporate governance frameworks to ensure that these people are operating and the businesses are operating with a good corporate citizen mindset. The definition of material grossly altered. Once an entity has become aware of any information that is material to a business, they have to disclose on this matter. COVID-19 really was a deep and meaningful health and safety event that was and does matter and was completely material to businesses all over the world. So much so that some could not operate at all. Some businesses have been decimated altogether. Some are not yet to recover, but others have flourished within this system and process. And the definition of material has grossly changed. And because of that, the investors and the businesses' mindset has changed, which really brings this great reset to the fore. In the past, safety has been seen as material in various events. For example, the driverless car, Tesla, when it hit the person, they lost $4 billion US overnight on the share market. The Samsung Galaxy Note 7 recall cost $4 billion just to recall the unit, let alone the loss of sales for the business overall. Deepwater Horizon, pre-tax, $61.6 billion US. Boeing 737 MAX, $18.7 billion. Crown Casinos have just built a brand new casino and no longer, or at this stage, able to operate by losing their license because they put their safety of their staff at risk in China. These are just some examples of deeply material change and costs that comes with safety incidents. And in the past, they have not been included in the measuring sticks for investors and considering best performers for ESG. When the definition changes of material, it's so essential that the measuring sticks change. We saw the World Economic Forum, even before COVID-19, shifting towards some new common metrics and consistent reporting for sustainable value creation. Around the world, there is many different tools for measurement. Some are set by governments, some are set by sustainable investment teams, and others are just collections of agencies that have come together to make some great scoring measures. We think that the measuring sticks can improve. We have seen improvement in the second revision by the World Economic Forum for their people expanded metrics and disclosures, where they start to have a financial approach to some of these measurements. However, they haven't gone all the way. And we think that their methods that are around total recordable injury frequency rate, theirs and many all over the world, and lost time injury rates is one of those measuring sticks that is really difficult, because at the board table, LTI stands for long-term investment, which is a bonus, but LTI also stands for obviously a lost time work. So we need to start considering these changes, and we need to consider what is the best financial reporting measuring sticks that we can use. And I believe that the World Economic Forum has taken some very important steps forward towards the solution for more accurate and meaningful measurements. At Managed Damage, we created risk dollarization, the financial approach to non-financial risk. In 2017, we released this particular information. When we explored and confirmed that non-financial risks are indeed actually financial and available in every balance sheet and measurable and hence reportable and therefore indeed improvable, we saw great results with all the businesses that we worked with. This is one of the many kinds of measurement sticks that are available around the world that we must work together to have best results for. At the moment, right now, ESG is on fire all around the world. Investors are busily scoring and measuring businesses from all over the world. Investors want to do good and they want to invest on what is sustainable. They're looking for good corporate citizens. And in the event of CV19, it was a real life case study of ESG in action if businesses were performing well. Investors such as Larry Fink from BlackRock, they tell businesses and investors that ESG profiles are performing better than non-ESG portfolios. So what they're saying is sustainable investing often has better results than other kind of investing. We also know from the CV event that safe equaled operational. It meant functionable, and it also meant that businesses were able to operate at all. Sustainable investing is seeing some of the best new traditional investing around the world and really focusing on non-financial risks. We think that this is the time. We think it's time that investors start to avoid and align their positive behaviors and ensure better outcomes. And when investors are telling boards what they want, transparency and things such as safety are never more important. Just last week, S&P 500 said that safety is the social license to operate. This is when our stocks go up. Boards around the world are busily putting together their purpose, their environmental, social, and governance journey because they want to be funded. They are putting moats around themselves of E, S, and G, but sometimes the S is forgotten. It's time for us to put S and the safety back into the board's mind conscience and the measuring sticks so that investors can be delivered what they want. Because I don't think that safety was the new big. I think that safe is the new green. You will see around the world, businesses will firm themselves up with safety as the new green. And we'll start to see not only a green-centric future, but a human-centric future where people are put back into the system and safe is so vital. It's time for us to have more meaningful measuring tools for non-financial risks. So now we're going to head over to hear the insights of people who have already started to use their measuring sticks. We're looking and spending our first time with Helmut from ISA, the International Social Security Association. He's also the chair of the Vision Zero steering group. And I'd like to head over to you now and hear from you about your presentation and discussion of the proactive leading Vision Zero indicators. So I'll put the slide over to you. I think you should be able to share.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, thank you very much. And good evening from Germany, and good afternoon to all the other guys on the screens. Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. And you motivated me to make one remark before my slides. In many places of the world, we are looking for strategies for COVID prevention or fight COVID or pandemics. At least in Germany, we don't have one after 1 year. And I believe what we set up with the Vision Zero mindset and the Vision Zero strategy could be used, and together with the 7 elements, the 7 golden rules, could also be a backbone for a strategy, for a prevention strategy for all our societies, not just for the workplaces. So I'm fully convinced that the safety people should leave their comfort zone inside the fence of a company and go out to the public. I think this is the future we should do. And this conference is a very good opportunity to start with that approach. So I try to share my screen and I hope you see it. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Perfect.
Yes, I would like to introduce you to the proactive leading indicators for Vision Zero. And I would like to start with a reminder. The traditional approach of counting accidents and diseases and then have the right consequences is, I think, we will continue with that. And there is a good publication from the ILO, Improvement of National Reporting, Data Collection, Analysis of Occupational Accidents and Diseases. And it's good because I have been involved in that publication. So it's still available on the ILO website. I just would like to mention that. Now we are on that road, and at the horizon, we hope that we come closer to Vision Zero. Everything started in Singapore, 2017, with 3,000 to 4,000 people in the big conference hall. And I will never forget this spirit of optimism we could be part there on our way to a new mindset for prevention, to reach and to come closer and closer to Vision Zero. Then this message, this strategy moved around the world, and I think it's nearly arrived in all countries. We have close to 15,000 supporters and partners from industry, from institutions and training organizations all around the world, and the numbers are still increasing. We have the backbone of Vision Zero, the 7 golden rules. We have a remarkable toolbox. You can find it if you go to visionsero.global under resources. We have tools for SMEs, we have videos, we have PowerPoints, and a lot more. And we have Vision Zero training in our portfolio, and we improved it recently with the help of IOSH to have an accredited training offer as well. And now we come to the Vision Zero indicators. Okay, traditionally, I mentioned it already, we use the reactive lagging indicators. We count the figures, the accidents, and so on. I think you all know it. And these are more reactive measures. So what is a leading indicator? And I like to use this Swiss cheese model, and I think many know it already. And we can use it also to explain what is the leading indicator. The holes represent the lagging indicators because they create harm or illness from the hazard if we don't close the holes. And by the leading indicators, we would like to build the right barriers to avoid harm or illness. So this is an easy picture. And that means that we put the proactive leading indicators beside the lagging indicators. And what does it mean? Of course, we have to look proactive to the future, what to do to really manage safety, health, and well-being. So we had the idea at the ISA, at the Special Commission, and we did it together with some of the sections for prevention of ISA to start such a project. Of course, we use the backbone, the 7 golden rules, and there is a very good focus on the 3 dimensions, not only safety, but we want to include health and well-being in our thinking and in our measurements. In order to proceed, we were looking for academics. So we had a group of researchers who did the main development work from Netherlands, Denmark, Ireland, and UK. You see the names under the lead of Professor Zwetslot, and I would like to take the opportunity to say a very warm thank you to our team. I think they did a great job together with the input from the workplaces, from the enterprises, from the prevention sections, and we are very proud about the result. Maybe some of them are listening our conference. Why leading indicators? We know the lagging indicators do not provide any clues as to what is needed for improvement or how it should be done. But this can be done by the leading indicators. So they have a predictive value for safety, health, and well-being performance of a company. They can help enterprises to identify their strengths and weaknesses. They provide not only feedback, but also feed-forward mechanisms. And they can support benchmarking and mutual learning inside global companies, but also between companies. Proactive leading indicators can support companies to enhance their organizational commitment for the Vision Zero approach, to develop a proactive culture of prevention, to stimulate the prevention right from the start of any new process or investment, to manage the process of inter-organizational learning, to facilitate the process from planning to implementation, to learn from experiences in safety, many companies have those, and to transfer them also to health and well-being, and as I mentioned, to set up a global system for safety, health, and well-being benchmarking. We are very grateful that we received during the design process for the leading indicators the support of many well-known companies and institutes and organizations, because we had a very open process and there have been several steps to give input. We didn't want to develop it first and then come out, but it was an open communication and development process. We started with a scan, what is already available, what is published. And we found many indicators in the publications, much more than 100. So we had to reduce the numbers. And these are the criteria how we choose our 14 indicators. First of all, they should be proactive. Then there was a criteria that they could be used for the 3 aspects, the 3 pillars of Vision Zero: safety, health, and well-being. They should be relatively easy to measure. And we said there must be a need that there is an evidence for effectiveness from the scientific point of view and a potential for synergies. So now we published this guide, and it's the Vision Zero Proactive Leading Indicators Guide. And we say it is a guide to measure and to manage safety, health, and well-being. And this guide is free for download on the visionsero.global website and already available in 8 languages. These are the 14 indicators. So we have 2 indicators for every golden rule. For golden rule number 1, leadership, we have visible leadership. So what is done in order to make it visible, to leave the CEO room with the message. And the second is, what is a company doing to train their leaders, maybe also to train designated leaders, because we believe every leader should have a basic understanding, a basic knowledge on Vision Zero. And this is similar to the other 7 golden rules. I think due to time limits, I will not go in the details now, but we will have another presentation later and we'll hear some more about that. So in the guide, you will find a lot of background information and recommendations how to use it, but you will also find these 14 fact sheets. On one page, we explain the aims of the indicator, the key concepts behind, the good practice, the limitations. We explain how to measure, and there are 3 options. And we give an example how to present the results. So this is what you will find in our guide. And we recommend 3 options to use them, because we think even smaller companies can start to use those indicators. So a very simple option is number 1, you just choose some of the indicators. Nobody has to start with 14, it's an offer. You can choose 2 or 3 indicators and say, yes, now I create a checklist and I just answer, is that done in my company or not? So a yes, no answer, and not a yes, no survey. The second one is a frequency estimation. And the third one is then the most complex one, is the quantitative measurements of all the indicators you have been identified, which fits for you. And finally, we give a recommendation how to summarize the results, and very common are these kind of spider graphs, so we can use them as well to show the results in the different perspectives, safety, health, and well-being, or we show the comprehensive results in an integrated form. For those who want to know more about the scientific backgrounds, there is also a scientific paper available in Safety Science, end of last year published. And I think we distribute the presentations, so you will find the link as well. This is my introduction to the leading indicators for Vision Zero. And at the end, I show you one picture. I'm sure you know what it is. It's a pearl necklace. But for me, it's something different. It symbolizes a supply chain. And I would like to use the opportunity to announce the next activity of the Special Commission of ISA, uniting all prevention sections, because we just started the next project, which is improving safety, health, and well-being at workplaces along global supply chains by Vision Zero. Our idea is to develop an electronic tool where you can document your supply chain, and then you go into the analysis of every pearl. And at the end, you have a result as a company. You can create the maturity level of your supply chain at the moment you are doing it. And of course, that can be very complex. And I think it's a continuous process you have to start. And our idea is to continue with the backbone of the 7 golden rules of the indicators to offer such a tool. And that will also help to one of the topics in the morning session, to involve the SMEs in a better way to what we believe is the future of safety, health, and well-being. Thank you very much for listening. If there are questions and I can answer them, I will be happy. And this is my contact email for those who want to get in direct contact. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Helmut. It is an absolute great news to hear about your supply chain. We are eagerly awaiting, and I do think that both of your indicator tools that you have now are absolutely wonderful for all different size of businesses. And I do think that, you know, even if you're a big business and you think you're mature, you could pick it up and use that measuring stick. And even if you were small, like you said, you don't need to use everything, but if you just start, that's the first step towards having a great result. And I'm looking really forward to seeing what you produce in the supply chain piece. I think this is a really vital piece, and even more vital right now with the recent COVID-19. So thank you so much. And it's my pleasure to hand over now to Morten, who is going to let us know about his business environment at KK. And I can't wait to hear about what's happening over at your place. Over to you. I'll let you share your screen.
Yeah. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to speak on this great online conference about Vision Zero and the Great Reset. Now I'm going to try to share my screen.
You're coming from the space station over there,
yeah.
Are you?
Yeah, almost. Can you see my presentation now?
Not yet. Oh, you're still at the top of the world.
Still at the top of the world. Oh, then I have to do something else.
Hopefully Natalie will be able to make sure you can press your here we go.
You see it now?
Yeah, we're heading over to you now. That's fantastic.
So, and you have the full presentation now?
I do. Over to you.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah. First of all, thank you. I'm going to tell you all about why and how we in KK Wind Solution are working with Vision Zero and the 14 proactive leading indicators. First, I'm going to tell a little bit about KK Wind Solution. KK Wind Solution is a systems supplier of complex electronic mechanical solutions to the wind industry. Our products are present in more than 25,000 wind turbines around the world, and in more than 65% of the global offshore wind turbines. The company has existed for more than 35 years and was part of the very first windmill built in Denmark many, many years ago. The company is today owned by AP Møller Holding, which bought the company in 2019 as a long-term investment. We are certified in 3 standards: ISO 9001 Quality Management System, ISO 14011 Environmental Management System, and ISO 45001 Occupational Health and Safety Management System. Worldwide, about 1,400 dedicated people is working at KK Wind Solution, and we are operating at the following locations around the world. Our headquarters is based in Ikast, Denmark. We have factories in Poland and India, and at the moment we are building a 3rd factory in Taiwan. We have sales office in America, Spain, Germany, and China. And for the last 2 years, KK Wind Solution had an organic growth of 60%, so we are growing quite fast at the moment. In KK Wind Solution, we have been measuring our health and safety performance for years and have had the same target as many other companies, that we should achieve 0 working accident. And I do not know if that's ever possible, but the results are improving. In 2019, we had 7.2 lost time cases per 1 million working hours. And in 2020, that number have more than halved to 3.5 lost time cases per 1 million working hours. If we ever succeed to 0, I do not know. Since 2019, we have internally in KK been talking about which framework we should base our health and safety work on. Should it be Vision Zero? Should it be Bradley? Or Safeway, which is a Danish system that combined Bradley and Vision Zero? But when Vision Zero presented the 14 leading indicators together with the guide, how to work with Vision Zero's proactive leading indicators in the end of August last year, the Vision Zero concept made sense for us, and it was by then we started our Vision Zero journey. Why did we choose Vision Zero and the 14 proactive leading indicators? First of all, we needed a global framework for our health and safety system. We needed a proactive way to measure our health and safety performance globally. And I think the strength with Vision Zero is that the concept is proactive and is looking ahead, and then it involves well-being. What have we done until now? In the very beginning of our journey, we had several meetings with local stakeholders, including some of the members from our top management team, where we explained the Vision Zero concept. We conducted an analysis together with the local health and safety professionals. Which system and procedures did we already have that supported the 7 golden rules and the 14 proactive leading indicators? Then we started a dialogue with human resource, because in many organizations, like in KK, the topic well-being is mainly placed in human resource. And it is, in my mind, important to involve them from the beginning if you in the long term want to succeed with the Vision Zero philosophy. Then we made a plan together with the local health and safety professionals how to implement the 7 golden rules and the 14 proactive leading indicators. At the same time, we were developing a way to make Vision Zero visible in the organization. And for that purpose, we developed our own Vision Zero logo. And we built a platform in our management system to support our Vision Zero journey. A little bit about the visualization phase. The Vision Zero logo is in our own colors. We have made space for environments, which maybe later on could be replaced by sustainability. Why sustainability? I think in the future, sustainability will have a bigger role in many industrial companies, and the topic will, together with safety, health, and well-being, be fighting internal for awareness. So why not combine sustainability with safety, health, and well-being internally in the organization? So what do we measure today? If we're looking at the reactive lagging indicators, we have an application where we register the following cases: fatalities, lost time cases, medical treatment cases, restricted work cases, first aid cases, near miss, hazard observation, and environment occurrence. So we measure a lot of things today. If we're looking at the proactive leading indicators, we're working with health and safety trainings, maintenance, we're working with 5S, with lean, we have safety walks, and we are learning from our near miss registrations. So we have some leading indicators that we're working with today. So what next? We are planning to launch Vision Zero and the 14 proactive leading indicators in 3 phases. In KK Wind Solution, focusing on the critical lines to begin with. First, phase 1 and 2 in 2021, and then phase 3 in 2022. After the implementation, we want to conduct a proactive assessment on the critical lines so we can see where to improve. In phase 1, we will focus on visible leadership, competent leadership, pre-work briefing, planning, and organization of work, which cover the number 1 and number 4 of the 7 golden rules. In phase 2, we will focus on workplace and job induction, evaluating targets, programs, initial training, and refresher training, with cover rules number 3 and number 6. The rest of the 14 leading indicators we will take in phase 3, which will be in 22. And then a very important task is to make the Vision Zero philosophy visible in the whole organization. We have to make some noise so that the organization know that safety, health, well-being, and environment/sustainability are important topics for a successful business. And then finally, our CEO will, on the 8th of April, on an internal global town hall meeting, officially start our Vision Zero journey for the whole global organization. So that was our story about Vision Zero and the 14 proactive leading indicators. We still have a long way to go, and we'll be working with Vision Zero for the next many, many years. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions or want to come into contact, then you can always use this email. Thank you.
Gillian, your voice. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm looking really forward to hearing more about your journey there. I think it's very exciting that your business is just about to be launching on the 8th of April 21. Very, very exciting. And interestingly, you know, we're working on the long-term investment for your fantastic sustainable, your whole business is a sustainable end. So it makes sense that you added that sustainable element to your tree. So very, very interesting. And thank you so much for sharing. And I think the windmills themselves are just so majestic and so phenomenal, and they have such a great output. So, you know, well done for working in such a phenomenal business. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so we've made up a little bit of time. So that means that our next speaker, Pedro, may have a little bit more time, which is very exciting because I've seen some of his presentation and it's pretty exciting. So we're heading over to Barcelona to talk with Pedro, and we're doing a round the world tour today. We're doing a global view on OSH metrics, and we're going from accident statistics to social media. And then we're going to head back to Denmark with Lars from Human House. So I'm going to throw over to you now. I'm going to stop sharing, and Pedro, you've got the floor. And you've got 4 more minutes because I think you might need it. Great presentation coming up. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning. I want to share my, just a second. Yes. It's okay.
Perfecto.
You're on. Perfecto.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. In these days, in these 2 days, now we talk about the difference and interesting perspectives about the occupational health and safety. Now I would like to talk about the risk of the handling the data when we use it to solve problems of work accidents. Maybe it's a surprise because until now all the people talk about the future and the positive things about the future. But I want to talk about this different aspect between to introduce my speaker. Now, one is about the economy. No? The economy is interesting, and we need to think about the future of the economy. If we want to analyze the workplaces, we need to know something about the workers. The first is to think about the economy, the future of the economy. We talk about the economy, and the economy coming is like this, no? The green economy, the orange economy, and the other themes. But I believe the most important is to talk about the normal economy, the agriculture. When we add to the agriculture technology, we change the workplaces. We change completely the workplace. And this is very important for us, because the types of work in the current economy offers us different perspectives. We need this new economy and the agriculture at the technology, changing this situation and changing the risk prevention, and we need to think about this. But in the other sectors, like the construction, like the industry, or if you want, like the service, we have the similar problems. When we add another things, we change completely the workplace and we change the situation. And I believe this is very important to analyze in first time, the first moment this. The new economy will define the future of work, and we need to consider this. What kind of health and safety we need to prepare for the new economy. The new economy share the space with the current economy, and this is important because in this mix is, I believe, is the critical point for us. Once another theme, important for me to know, we can think about the tip of the risk prevention we'll have to control, we want to control. And finally, I will try to announce the problem, what we call face in prevention if we don't consider the risk of the sharing the big data. Until now, all the people talk about the big data like the future, and I agree with this. But we need to think too about what kind of problems they can with this big data, with the extensive use of the big data. Because the new jobs are very different from the current jobs. And I believe we need to stop and reflect on the future of the work. Well, the companies, they have ideas too, no? They want to think about what kind of workers they need for the future. And when we analyze the ideas about the companies, about the workers, all these things are very normal, no? Multicultural. Maybe for the big companies are normal, but for the small companies in Spain, like around the world, the 90% of the companies is small and middle companies. And for these companies, the problems like the multicultural is a real problem. And I told, obviously, about the multicultural problem with our view, the occupational risk prevention. I don't talk about the other things, I talk about this. And this is important for me. And the other themes very important for the healthy of the company or occupational self and health is the digital time. I can see a lot the presentation, very nice presentation and very interesting presentation about the digital, and it's interesting, but the digital is a new problem for occupational risk prevention. The hyperconnect, the Internet of Things. The Internet of the Things gives us a lot of information about the workplace, about the tools, about the workers. Maybe the workers have a lot of gadgets and they give me a lot of information about temperature or the another variables, and all this is very, very interesting. But on the other hand, all is a problem because we receive millions of data about the workplace, and when we try to analyze one fatal accident, is interesting. For one hand, it's very by one hand it's very interesting because we know a lot of things about this accident. But on the other hand, we have a problem because we need to control all this data, and we need to understand this data. And this is a problem for the occupational safe and health. Well, obviously, the workers they have different themes. And now, for example, if I show this picture, maybe the people say, "Well, the number one is very." But 40% of the accidents in Europe is for the first one. The second one, when we talk about the skeletic, it's interesting. Yes, exoskeletic is very interesting, but in the companies, just a big use, small companies don't use this kind of exoskeletons, and this is important. And maybe in the future, in the picture 3, maybe this is the future, and we don't have this problem. For Europe is reduced of 35–40% of the accidents is because it's musculoskeletal problems. Or could be interesting, but maybe is not real. And for example, the people don't talk about this isolate work. The isolate work is very important and is critical, and for us it's an accident too. All the problems with the psychosocial point of view is critical for us, and we need to increase our effort to analyze this kind of situations. And I believe this could be very interesting to think about these ideas. Well, and when we ask to the companies what is the profile of the future worker, they talk about this. This is interesting. It's a digital worker, multi-employed, normative, peripatetic, resilient. Okay, this is interesting, but this is the expectation of the company. But when we talk about this, the expectation is about the worker, and we have this kind of workers. This is very complex, and if we have this kind of worker, we have a problem because he's a multi-employed. He or she use different areas of work, and I believe this is important too. Well, but the workers, they have expectation about it. The workers, obviously, with this year, with a special year in the pandemic time, well, the workers have a different point of view about the job, about the work. They change the idea. They want, for example, a flexible timetable. Yes, if they want a flexible timetable, they impact in occupational health and safety too, because we need to prepare a new scale to analyze this situation, because they change the work, and in the workplace is different because maybe it's the digitalization is interesting. Yes, it's very interesting, but the digitalization is too the control of the situation for the worker, and this is another problem too, no? Well, and this is the idea about the workers. They are demanding to the new jobs, and this is interesting too. And with all the themes, now we need to think the future of our discipline, no? And what is our idea about our discipline? On the one hand, we are waiting for the personalized and predictive prevention. This is the future, and we need to give the opportunity to the professionals to understand all these new subjects, and they need to think and they need to prepare a special training for our workers. I talk right now about the occupational health and safety workers, obviously. And another problem is multiple scenarios and multiple tasks. Multiple scenarios and multiple tasks could be a lot of different data. The data increase more or grow up a lot, and we receive a lot of data, and we try to analyze this data. And I believe this is it's impossible if we don't change our system to analyze the data, if we use the classic analysis of data. Bien, well, another thing important is this, the traceability. Is when one worker is to work for different companies in one day. Maybe one worker is working for me in a chemistry company, and in the other is a mechanical company. And this man or this woman have two different jobs in one day, and the risk of these two jobs is completely different. And we need to add one plus the other, because this is the problem. We need to receive information about the two different places, and this is interesting. And obviously for this situation, we need to use the matrix model for analyze. Well, until now, we use the risk evaluation, and I believe we are waiting for a big change. I think in the future we need to change the risk evaluation for another model based in uncertain calculation, effects, possibilities, and the other things. And this is a new model. A new model needs to change our mentality about the occupational safe and healthy. It's interesting. Yes, I believe this is one of the problems, and in a short time we need to thinking about it. Well, yeah, with all the themes, my idea is that, well, we need a hybrid prevention. We need another kind of prevention, completely different to the usual prevention. We need to think about this hybrid prevention, and hybrid prevention is a risk, is a temptation, but I believe it's a big opportunity for our profession and for all the workers too. Well, now I want to talk about these 4 problems I find in the data analysis. The big data for us is very important, because we receive thousands, millions of data about the fatal accident, and we have the opportunity to analyze and detail of this problem. But the data have problems. When is usual, no? The quality of the data, because maybe we receive the data and the data is not important, or the data is garbage in, garbage out. But this is not a critical problem, because I believe we change this situation very quickly. We have enough technology to change this situation. It's not, for me, it's not a critical point. It's important, but it's not a critical. The other is the quantity of the data, the complex data, and this is important. For me, this point is important, because we need to prepare this data in human scale, because if we don't prepare this data for human scale, it's impossible for the people to understand which is important and no. What is the most important data, and maybe we make a wrong decision because we don't have enough capacity to understand all the data. The third step is very important. For me, it's the critical, it's the future of the occupational health and safety. For me, is the intelligent questions. Because if I have a lot of information, if I have a lot of data, I need to prepare my intelligent questions about it. Because always the solution is in the deep of the data. It's not in the first idea, it's in the deep. And this is interesting. Is the intelligent questions is different to say why this worker made this or did or do this action, or why this. No, the intelligent question is deep questions, and I don't know which is the best option for this. I think, okay, but for this we have the Power BI and the other system to analyze. Yes, but they analyze, they don't make the intelligent questions. And I believe this is interesting. And this is my critical point is this. These intelligent questions, maybe they can give me information about the financial sales, security, sensitive information, because if we need to analyze with my colleagues one fatal accident, I receive a black box full of information, and in this black box maybe I don't have enough capacity to analyze, and I share some information, and this information is information about my security, about my research, or about another things, no? I believe this is interesting because the companies now receive this information, and we can find information, sensitive information about the other company. Maybe this is a critical problem because this company can to solve one problem, one personal problem, or maybe the reduce the competitive of this company. And I think it's critical. We need to think about this problem, because if we don't have enough capacity to think and to separate critical or sensitive information to the other, is a problem. And right now it's impossible, because we receive thousands, millions of data, and it's impossible to know what is important and know for my company, or what is sensitive information about my company, because I receive information about, for example, the tools, about the workplace, about the other, no? When I try to analyze this workplace or this accident. And I believe we need to think about this, because maybe if we don't solving this problem, maybe the companies don't want to share the data, and the companies don't want to share the data. We have a real problem in occupational safety and health, because maybe they blocking information because they don't want to share this information. And if I need to analyze my accident, my fatal accident in-house with my data, I don't have enough information to solving this kind of problems. And if we don't solve this problem, the shared data is maybe coming on ice age of occupational security and health, because maybe the people are working at home, and it group is working just for his problems, and I believe is a bad solution. I think this is a problem. Well, with this, I want to make the final considerations about this. Not in this way, I put this photo, no, about the big data and privacy, a technology perspective, 2014 for the government, for the president of USA, no, and they are similar for us. We need a similar report for us, because I think these 4 points are critical. No, we need always a global vision about all the problem. We need always like a whole idea about. We need to analyze the quality of the data, obviously, and we need to analyze the problem when we want to sharing our data with the other colleagues, and what kind of data I need to share and what no, and I don't know, I don't have enough information, and this is the risk. But usually my students always ask me about one critical question, no? They ask me about what is the most important for the future, what is the occupational self-activity, what is the question, the real question, the main question. And I always told the similar reply, the ethics. We need to think about the ethics of the occupational health and safety, because this is the future. We need to solving this problem. This problem is the first problem. I saw in the gold rules is the fourth problem. No, for me it's the first problem, because this ethics is completely different pre-big data area time. Now the post-data analysis, we need a new ethic, and these ideas for the new ethics are very important to try to solving this. Therefore, we must think about it very seriously if we don't want to have an ice age. And this is all for me. Thank you very much, Helen.
Oh, muchas gracias. Thank you so much, sir. Phenomenal. And also, you know, I think you've got some really great points there to share and discuss. A couple of things that are really key to me is we really need to be able to funnel that volume of information. And as safety professionals, I don't think that everybody has the skills that they need. But what I heard yesterday and what I know today is that COVID has really pushed lots of other parts of the business together. So the CFO, the CEO, the engineers, and the safety people are meeting on a day-to-day basis in the critical time, but now have got a more cognitive relationship. So I think that, you know, the quandary around how will we share that data, how will we work together, what will we deal with sensitive information, I think we've started to make those relationships with our business leaders, and I think we will be able to solve those challenges. I also think that, you know, you're right, because we've got 90% of the world's ever data created was in the last 2 years. So that power of N, you know, like we used to do studies at university with only 100 samples of a human. You know, we ask 100 people what they think. We can have 100 million results now. So the data can also be better again, because we're not just asking such a small sample. So it is a quandary, but it's also a benefit. So we have to learn to harness that. Some great discussion. Thank you so very much. And now I'm going to head over to Lars in Denmark. So thank you so much, Pedro, and heading over to you, Lars. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gillian. Are you able to see me on the video? I see myself very clear.
No, it's completely black.
Completely black.
It must be very dark at your place, is it?
Yeah.
The winter solstice.
Try again. I'm standing in our new studio here, our webinar studio. I'm bright and clear here in Denmark.
Very dark studio.
Well, let me try to share my screen with you instead. I think the name is getting.
Oh, here we go. You're on.
You can see my presentation. You can't see me, but I think
I've got your presentation. We're ready for you. Thank you.
Super. My slides are the most important, I think. Thank you very much, Gillian. Nice to see you again.
And you. Fantastic. Thank you.
Just a moment. Welcome everybody. My name is Lars Tornvik. I am a director at Human House, and just in short, Human House, we are a major authorized health and safety consultancy here in Denmark. We are authorized by the Danish Work and Environment Authorities in all aspects of safety, health and well-being. We have also joined the Vision Zero campaign as Vision Zero partners and have worked with the Vision Zero mindset in several Danish companies. And Human House also have the honor of being host of the newly established Vision Zero Council. And it's a great honor for us to be co-organizers on this very interesting and very relevant 2 days conference. So thank you very much for that. I'm also very excited and happy that I am invited to give a presentation. It will be a short presentation, so I will try to look at this area as from a practitioner's point of view. So hopefully I can inspire you with a couple of examples on measurements and setting goals in the occupational health and safety area. I'm a former lead auditor in OSAS 18001 and working with both Vision Zero and the new ISO 45001. It's my opinion that it's important to set goals for companies' working environment efforts, and it's also important that the goals are aimed at continuous improvement. So that's my mindset going into this area on setting goals. And if I look at the companies, primarily from my point of view here in Denmark, I think there's a tendency to work with lagging indicators in setting our goals on the work environment, the safety, health, and well-being. I think targets are typically quantitative and based on historical data. We have heard a lot about this, for example, accident statistics, LTIs, number of recorded near misses, sick leave due to OSH factors, or data on abusive behavior. I think these goals or targets can be used to define improvement goals, but they are lacking something. They are not describing on how such goals can be achieved. In my presentation, there will be a lot of repetition or overlap, especially with the fine presentations from Helmut and Morten. I think we have similar mindset on this. I also think that we are looking in the rearview mirror, and in a car, rearview mirror is very small. So maybe we are focusing or looking at areas that we can measure. And maybe there's a risk that these areas are not the most important areas in our occupational health and safety. I also think that on focusing on lagging indicators, it leaves us with a risk of staying in a reactive mindset. So I think, and a nice presentation from Helmut and from Morten, I think on using these, I think we should welcome the guides from the Vision Zero and ISA on proactive leading indicators. I think they give us useful examples on how to think leading indicators in relation to the 7 golden rules of Vision Zero. And I think that we should focus in the future more on combining the lagging indicators. I think we need them for improvement goals together with these proactive leading indicators. So we both need to look in the rearview mirror and look out through the windshield. I also think that this will automatically allow us to work towards a higher level of prevention. I think that should be our main goal, working on a journey on a higher level towards a higher level of prevention in the OSH factors. There's an old saying, say what gets measured gets done. So I think looking out of the windshield, it's a broader view. So maybe we have a better view on what's important to the company. Which are the main critical OSH factors at our company? That should be the areas where we should focus our efforts, not just being able to measure how many accidents do we have and stuff like that. I think Many speakers already, I think, over these 2 days have underlined the importance of not only focusing on safety, but also on health and well-being of our workforce. I think that's an important thing to take with us. In my point of view, we should always start when working with safety, health, and well-being. Why should we work with safety, health, and well-being? I think we should start there. I think the first question is, as shown in the ISA report, calculating the international return of prevention for companies, that it pays off working with the occupational health and safety. In this report, it was assessed that there was a return of prevention on 2.2. Inspired by the report, we in Human House have made this circle of benefits when working with safety, health, and well-being. And as you can see on the circle, there's both direct effects like lower cost on accidents and illness, but there are also a lot of indirect effects or benefits in working with safety, health, and well-being. For example, brand value and goodwill, investors' confidence, and so on. I think we should also try to aim at integrating our goals in OSH factors into the company strategy. And in doing so, we need to invite the management, top management, into setting the goals on OSH factors. We know it from Vision Zero, Golden Rule number 1, take leadership, that top management engagement in OSH factors is crucial. And in Human House, our experience is that when we work with workshops with the management and ask them why is it important to work with safety, health, and well-being, a lot of times they ask, we need to attract and retain our employees. So attraction and retaining employees is their answer on why. And then for many of them, it's an eye-opener that on social media, both the customers and employees can score the company. This is from Glassdoor and Job Index. And as you can see, you can also score the companies on health and safety matters. For example, these two, often it's work-life balance that you have a possibility to score the company on regarding health and safety. And as you can see, this is an eye-opener for many of the companies and many of the top management. This is a company that would like to attract and retain qualified employees, and they score 3 stars out of 5 on Job Index. So this is an eye-opener, and they will be more keen on working with health and safety to emphasize this area. I also think this is consistent with some of the conclusions from the ISA report, return of investment. One of the conclusions there was that increased employees' motivation and satisfaction is one of the most important types of benefits we can have when working on occupational safety and health at work. And I think this leads us to well-being. I think we should be aware that we should focus on the well-being of our employees. I think many of the presentations have pinpointed this, and some of them had also said maybe we have a lack in knowledge and focus in this area of well-being. When working with the top management, our experience in Human House is that we have had great use of the self-evaluation tools from the Vision Zero, from the homepage, and especially on Golden Rule number 1. This is an example from this, where we work with a management group. They are doing the self-evaluation test, and it's another experience from us in Human House, that you need to divide the 3 areas, safety, health, and well-being, when asking them. They are much more secure, feeling much more secured in the area of safety in regard to well-being. So we have made these translations so we can ask them in the 3 areas, safety, health, and well-being. This is an example of a score sheet from a management workshop, and red and yellow means there is room for improvement. And as you can see, the managers, they are, I think, quite honest in regard to how are they, how certain do they feel in the area of being a role model in regard to well-being towards their the well-being of their employees. I think this score sheet shows there's certainly room for improvement. And again, this is an eye-opener for the managers. They can see that they need to address, work with some efforts on in the area of well-being and their managers at this company. I think it's also possible to use these self-evaluation tools as forms of improvement goals. So you can use them in the things you are doing, the description of efforts to improve the manager's actions on this area. Are they improving or what? Back to the guide from the Vision Zero and ISA, leading indicators well-being. Golden rule number one of the two there is, do managers demonstrate visible commitment to the mental working environment? And I think in employee evaluation of the manager as a role model, do they be more visible, have greater knowledge in regard to the mental work environment? You could also measure it by frequency. The department meetings, or the frequency of mental work environment as part of the one-on-one dialogues between managers and the employees. My final slide. And as you might have guessed, I think that we should work more and be more focused on this, setting proactive goals in our work. I think that at the prevention level, I think our primary goal is to raise the prevention level on OSH factors. I think that this should always, even the size of the company doesn't matter, but I think this should be our primary goal, that always try to raise our prevention level. I think this should be shown as a journey. We should have the mindset in our company, amongst the managers, among the employees, that we are on a journey towards a higher level, that we strive towards a higher prevention level on OSH factors, and setting proactive goals where we not only quantify doing measurements, lagging indicators, but also using proactive goals where we set the direction, the path on where we are going. I think this enables us to get all aboard, either from top management to the student employees, that we are on a journey towards a higher prevention level. And in setting goals where we show activities on what we are doing and not just focusing on data, I think this is I think this will automatically allow us to work towards a higher level of prevention. Gillian, this was my short presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Lars. What a fantastic presentation. And what an interesting space to be looking for feedback. I think the power of reputation is absolutely fierce in our current environment. I think people, the power of people and the impact that the customer, whether it be the employee or whether it be a subcontractor or the customer themselves buying the thing, is really having an impact on businesses. And I think it's really fantastic to see, you know, your scores from the well-being space. You know, just some of those questions really do make people start to think about the human-centric element of their work that they do, and the whole of person and the safety that we should provide to the people in our wheel. So thank you so much. Everyone, we now have a break. This is where you pretend you are Usain Bolt and you run to the bathroom, you get yourself a little drink, refresh yourselves, and we will return at your 14:30 and my 11:30. So you've got 8 minutes, so I'll see you soon. Thank you. And so the music has stopped. Everybody get to their seats. It's musical chairs. Good afternoon again to all of you, and thank you for returning. I'm just going to share my screen as I tell you about our next fantastic presenters. So I think we're all always a little bit at the moment, a little bit nostalgic about times gone by and where we used to be able to get on a plane and go and visit our friends. The last time and the first time that I ever met Dietmar was in 2017 at the Singapore World Congress, which was also the first time I met Hans Horst. So it's my absolute pleasure to introduce Dietmar and Dietmar, which is for me the first time I've ever introduced two Dietmars to the same presentation. Both these fine gentlemen will start to talk to you and deliver some information about is safety and health good for business and measuring the return on prevention. So I'm going to first head over to Dietmar from the Professor for Management of Personal Utilities at the Institute of Economics of the Household Consumption and Research over in Justus Liebig University in Gießen. So I'm going to throw the floor over to you and we're going to hear from yourself in regards to your presentation. Thank you so much. And I can't yet hear you, so you're going to have to unmute. Okay, I can't hear you just yet. Now I've got you.
I can hear you. Dietmar, I can hear you. No.
Okay. I have a slide, but not yet your voice. Oh. Okay. Not just yet. Not yet. I'm repeating. Okay, let's go over to, shall we switch Dietmars for a moment? What do you think? And we'll see if we can do something on the other side of that. So let's go over to Dietmar Elsa, and I'll get you to run your presentation first, if you don't mind. If
hello.
The ORP, who just said hello?
Yeah, can you hear me? Just to check if I don't have the same problem as my other Dietmar colleague.
Yeah. Dietmar colleague A, if ORP could give him a hand. ORP, if you could mute for a moment. You two can catch up offline and just see if we can troubleshoot there, please. Okay. And also just mute yourself over at ORP.
No, I think that maybe they left the Zoom and enter again with the activity video and audio at the same time.
Okay. What is your recommendation?
Left the Zoom now and enter again with video and audio again.
Dietmar, if you can hear us, if you could exit and return, please, my love. Thank you.
And maybe can I start, Dietmar Elsa can start now, no?
Okay. So let's have Dietmar B. Please, thank you so much. And it's so wonderful to see you again. I'm going to throw the share slide over to you, please. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Gillian. I hope you can hear me well, yeah, over there in Australia. So I'm from the European Agency for Safety and Health at Work. We are based in Bilbao in Spain, but at the moment I'm also in Germany due to the pandemic. I hope you can see my screen. Wait a moment. Can you see my slides?
Yes, it looks fantastic. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Fantastic. Does it run? Okay. Yeah, so I'm from the European Union Institute for Safety and Health at Work, or the European Agency for Safety and Health at Work, where Hans-Horst Konkulewski was the first director, and I really enjoy being in this conference. Very grateful to be here. I also had the pleasure to speak already yesterday about economic incentives, and many people say, yeah, they suffer from Zoom fatigue now in these days, but so exciting, the conference, it's really no fatigue on my side. Now I try to excite you with some numbers. For us, it was a great effort to put together the numbers for Europe, because we have 28 different countries, or 27, and to have a similar cost estimation exercise, like for example Australia, is very challenging, because you have all the different languages, all the different social systems and calculation systems. So that is really challenging, but we are happy that we got that far. So first, I would like to speak about the business case, or the cost and benefits at society level, at national level, at global level even, then on the business case for the enterprise level, where the other Dietmar will, I think, introduce more detail. And yesterday, I also talked about this topic of economic incentives. And I will not touch this today. Yeah, what we heard also yesterday, if we see the global figures of accidents and diseases from the ILO, these are here in the left pie chart, 2.7 million fatal cases. And if you see the European Union, we have about 200,000 fatal cases. And the share of accidents is a small thing here. That is in Europe is only 2%. And worldwide, we have, I think it's more 14-15%. So in the industrialized countries, we have been quite successful in reducing accidents over the time, but we have therefore other problems like occupational cancer, for example. And we see this also in the cost. The cost is really substantial. So worldwide, we have 2.68 billion euros, or in Europe, it's nearly 500,000 billion euros, 500 billion euros. So it's a huge cost. It's about 3.3% in GDP, or globally even 3.9%. So we see also that globally it's more because the industrialized countries are somehow more effective also in prevention. And a lot of people yesterday also compared OSH with the COVID-19 pandemic impact, and we can also see here. So a lot of countries would be happy if they have a economic growth of 3.3%, for example. That is also now the impact of health and safety if we look at the economies. What we have done also for Europe, and we have shown this in a nice data visualization on our website for the World Congress in Singapore 2017. We have prepared pie charts for all the European countries, and you can see here the most, let's say, most important causes of accidents and diseases which have the most economic impact. These are for the European Union here: cancer 25%, then MSD 15%, cardiovascular 12%, and injuries 12%. So these are the different causes, and you can see here on our website, then you can scroll through the countries and see all the values of the countries. What is also interesting, many times we look only at the fatal cases, but we have also the comparison between the disability adjusted life years, so the life years lost due to work-related diseases and accidents, which is a very important metric. And for example, the WHO works a lot with the DALI measures. And when we compare, for example, the fatal cases from cancer, we have here a lot, 52%, but the lost life years are only 25%. So this is because many people who have an occupational cancer, maybe from asbestos, that has a very long latency period. You have it with 65 or 70, so you don't lose so many life years. For example, like with an accident, so we have here only 2% of the fatalities are actually with an accident, but these are 11% of the life years, because the average accidents you have was 35 years. So for every accident, you lose actually 45 years on average. So these are quite interesting metrics on national level. And then we made a more recent study in 2019, which is really in depth, which followed actually the Australian safe work model, where we really looked what are the accidents and diseases in each country, what are the costs in each country, and compared this, let's say, with a bottom-up approach. And we took here 5 different countries from Europe, because that's really impossible to do it all over Europe with all 27 countries due to the data availability. And we see here some differences between the countries, and we would attribute it largely to the different sectoral setup of the countries. For example, Poland has more, let's say, a higher GDP loss, but they have also a lot of more agriculture, for example, and construction industry, which are more prone to accident than other countries like the Netherlands or Finland. They have much more service industry. And so these are we think the main results of these differences. And what these detailed cost estimation also allows is to say, what is the share of cost of different players, of different stakeholders? What is the cost for the workers, the employees, and the society? And what I highlighted also yesterday in the talk about economic incentives, that actually we see here the enterprises have only 10–20% of the cost, and most of the burden is the burden to society, for the social system, for the families. They have to take all the burden. And also we see that many enterprises see with their sustainability reporting that they don't want to be the burden for the society. But if you look, I mean, I have to say, we also calculated in this calculation what is the cost of human suffering. No, it's a very difficult calculation to give a cost to human suffering and so on. But that's also the reason why the cost or the cost for the worker is quite high in these numbers. But what I think, what is an additional argument, let's say, for economic incentives, be it insurance incentives or tax incentives, is that actually the enterprises have only, let's say, 20% of the cost. So the society, the worker, has 80%. So it's a huge interest of the society to stimulate enterprises to do more for health and safety. And so it's also economically legitimate to give economic incentives from this point of view. And what we can see also from our calculations is what is the cost per case. For example, here we have the Netherlands have a much higher cost per case than other countries, and that is also has a lot to do with the social insurance system and so on. And also, if we look only at the accidents rate or disease rates in these countries, they are more or less comparable. But if we look at the cost per case, for example, in the Netherlands, it's higher. And that one cause could be, for example, the return to work policy. Yeah, that you may have the same accidents or disease rate, but the return to work is slower in some countries, and that the people are longer absent from work. That is causing a higher cost, and that is a very interesting policy pointer. I would say that you should work on better return to work policies, for example. And yeah, we have also done analysis of the business case on enterprise level. So my colleague, the other Dietmar, he will speak on the ISA studies, I think, on the return on prevention. And from the European Union, we have done this study of Benosh study, which was also more detailed analysis of different case studies on enterprises, which is a very similar cost-benefit ratio of 1 to 3.6 and 2.7. And we summarized. We have, for example, we have published many case studies in a report in 2014 where we focus on SMEs, because some of us said already the true problem lies with the smaller enterprises who do not see the immediate benefit of health and safety. And we wanted to show there's also a very clear business case for the smaller enterprises. Here is an example of a small parquet reclining company with 6 employees, so with only 6 employees. And they had a project together with their health insurance. So there was a consultancy from the health insurance. They advised them to purchase lifting aids and to train better manual handling, to do back training. And all this together resulted in a much lower, let's say, absenteeism from work due to MSD. So they had nearly no sick leave due to MSDs after this training and intervention. And that saved them a lot of costs. And so there was, alone from this lower sickness leave, there was a high return on prevention for this company. So if you count the costs for the purchase of the equipment and the training, and take as a benefit this less sick leave days. However, we did not even calculate higher productivity, for example. I mean, if you have lifting aids, you are also more productive probably and more happy. And all this is not taken into account, or what you said, Gillian, about higher reputation of the company. Such things are not calculated here, are more difficult to calculate, obviously. And but this also shows that health and safety, it's really more difficult to show in the books of a company because it's an intangible asset. And we know from the stock exchange that the intangible asset or value of a company is quite often 5 times higher than the real book value, let's say. And I think health and safety is also part of this intangible value of a company. And I thought it's very important to make these figures known to the policy level, because we have to bring this to the ministers, to the policymakers, that health and safety has a huge impact. And we, as a European agency, we work with a tripartite board. We work with governments, trade unions, and worker representatives from all over Europe. And there's this rotating presidency of the European Union. And in 2019, for example, it was a Finnish presidency, and the European Economic and Social Committee, which is a very high-level tripartite committee for the whole European Union, has taken this into account and made an official opinion about cost and benefits of health and safety, so that we had an impact on policy making. And I was also very happy to see that other countries like Austria, who are not included in this special cost calculation, they made their own calculation following the model we set up. And they made a very big impact in Austria. They made it to the television news with this figure. So quite impressing how to influence national policy making, and also from the worker side. That was very interesting for me, because I know from the discussions with trade unions, our board, that some workers representatives are quite skeptical. They say, no, the employers, they should just do it because it's their duty. It's a human right to be safe and so on, of course. But if we can convince enterprises to do more for their own benefit, and also the governments to do more because it's a huge cost for society, I think it's even the better. And last but not least, as we have developed new scientific methods for developing these metrics in different countries, which I said was the first time that it was done different countries with the same method. Before, that was only in Australia or only in the UK that you had these specific metrics. We have managed to extend this to Europe and make this more comparable. Okay, there's a huge impact we see in the European Union of 550 billion euro now without the UK, unfortunately. The main cost drivers are cancer, work-related cancer, and MSDs. And we, as a European agency, we connected also our campaigns to these main cost drivers. So we had a campaign on dangerous substances and now on preventing musculoskeletal disorders, that they are the main causes. And as said, it's very important to keep in mind that actually society, the worker, the families, they are having the biggest burden of accidents and diseases. And so it's very important for the whole society to promote the business case of enterprise level and of society level. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dietmar. And I'm going to second just a couple of comments from you there. In Australia, yes, we also have conducted these studies, and not dissimilar to some of the European nations, that we also have the social security system. So if someone was to be harmed, if it maybe was at work, but they didn't want to say, they could take the refuge in a hospital. And so then the actual society is also paying in that place because it's coming from the taxes of the people. So countries obviously want a good, strong set of people to be able to work and be happy and to be able to be productive. And if everybody was unwell, then the country wouldn't be able to make a good GDP. So if everybody's healthy, if everybody's fit, if everybody's insured and everybody's safe at work, then that's actually not only good for the person, for society, but it's good for the country as well. So thank you so very much for those insights. And I actually look very forward, not sadistically, but very purposefully, to hear about the statistics you'll return to us in a couple of, in some time, about the effects of COVID that was work related, because I'm very interested to see the statistics from COVID losses, whether it be days off or unfortunately passing away in those stats, because globally, workplace injuries is still a larger portion of losses than COVID has been. And COVID numbers related to work have not been released. So for me, this is something that will be very interesting and will again remind people of safety at work, and those statistics are so vital. So thank you for the work that you do there. It's absolutely phenomenal. And yes, touching policy makers is key vital. So thank you so much and well done.
Thank you.
Heading over to our first and also a fabulous Dietmar, who has been able to shift, and I hear a little rumble there. Can I hear you now?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can, thank you so much.
Okay, I would like to give you my folios.
Yes, please.
Maybe it should also work, would be perfect, of course. Now, could you see, can you see my folios?
No, that's a joke. Yes, I can. It is there. Fantastic.
Yeah, you can see my folios, yeah? Okay, yes, thank you very much.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, I would like to give you an overview of a project called Return on Prevention, focusing the aspect of promoting the entrepreneurial spirit. The project was operated by the International Social Security Association, the German Social Accident Insurance, and the German Social Accident Insurance Institution for the Energy, Textile, Electrical and Media Product sector. Thomas Koschner and we worked on the project, and the project was running from 2010 to 2012, quite a long time ago. But I think the results are still quite interesting. The concept was to find out return on prevention. That means the question, we want to ask the question, we answer the question, does prevention pay off for companies? It's not cash-based, it's in the economical potential. Return on prevention is economical potential and not giving money or getting money. We want to find out the evaluation of the direction and strength of the efficiency and effectiveness of occupational safety and health of OSH. That means we look to the economic benefits. And of course, our economic approach is not contrasting, but completing ethical, social, and legal aspects. Our method was we transferred a cost-benefit analysis to prevention, to OSH. And we interviewed groups of companies And companies and groups and persons we interviewed, they should be experienced in OSH. We interviewed 337 companies in 19 countries, and these companies belong to all sizes and different sectors. We requested to estimate the effects of OSH. Experienced persons were interviewed, that means we asked to tell us what they think the effects should be. And this is, of course, a qualitative approach, and we focused on the benefit cost ratio. And afterwards, we did some statistical evaluation. First, descriptive statistics, look into the averages, and then in the second step, analytics approach, analytical statistics, we look to differences and correlations. Now to the results or the findings. We differentiated main direct and indirect effects. The direct effects were the OSH effects, and the indirect effects were the business effects. Look, first, going to the main direct OSH effects. You can see that prevention reduces hazards and increased hazard awareness. And the strength was between 5.1 to from 6. We scaled from 1 to 6. 1 was no effect, and 6 was very strong effect. That means you see 5.7 is quite a strong effect, reducing hazards and, of course, accidents and hazard awareness. This is not surprising, because this is the idea of prevention of OSH. But we also find out, and this is much more interesting, regarding the entrepreneurial spirit, some indirect business effects. For example, the improvement of the corporate image, or of course, the improvement of the workplace culture. And the strength for both was for 4.8 from 6. That means, and you see, the direct effects were, the strongest direct effects were 5.1, and the strongest indirect effects 4.8. Not a big difference. And this is quite surprising. That means the indirect effects, the weak, the soft effects, are also very important if you would like to understand OSH. And we also find out that we're spending for prevention effects positive return on prevention, and we found out an average of 2.2 for all companies in 19 countries. Of course, you should now go to the countries and look to their ROP, but all in all, it's the average figure of 2.2. That means expenditures for prevention represents investments, and these investments pay off for companies. And the environment, just a few words, we found also similar findings in related projects or studies promoting these results. Of course, Benosh, just could hear about the project of Benosh, but also other studies, they also are quite related. But of course, we are missing more research on the business, respectively, economic aspects, effects of OSH. That's really a lack. And of course, OSH can be understood as a new operational function supporting companies. Conclusion, what I would like to point out is we need to reinvent OSH. OSH is really promoting the entrepreneurial spirit of companies. OSH is appropriate to promote this new idea of entrepreneurial, to work with OSH and to get more back than you invest. Of course, OSH also represents a new economic workplace culture, making perhaps the world a little bit better. This would be great. Thank you very much for this short presentation. If you would like to have more information getting our project, you can go to the homepage of DGUV and then type in the web code, you can see on my folio. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dietmar. What a fantastic presentation. And actually, I'm a calculating woman, so I absolutely am all the way for the numbers. But I also wanted to ask you, and throw in your feather cap. I imagine, what do you think the results would be if you did this survey again today, post-COVID?
I think it will be the same or similar. Because the world didn't change a lot since the time we did this research. And of course, Corona is not changing these results. It means we of course, what I have a dream. A dream is to go more detailed, looking more detailed to the companies and the effects there, and to make a difference between smaller and more medium-sized and huge companies, and also looking to different branches, of course, yeah. And this could be, I think we should be now do, but of course, I think it will not have changed a lot.
Yeah, I think, I do think though that the indirect business costs and opportunities, I think would be more greatly understood by business owners now. So when your surveying may actually receive potentially some different results. Just my thoughts. I think, in Australia, for example, we've really seen businesses start to really understand some elements of safety for almost the first time. And, I think every size business has had this effect. So yeah, I just think it would be really interesting to run the numbers again. And I think you're right, there is more measures to look at. So keep that passion and alive, because I think there's the numeric measurements are definitely changing, and they're interested in people like you to keep looking for those answers. So keep calculating, boys and girls around the world.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So much. Okay, now I am going to quickly introduce to you the next fine people to share their insights. And I will just introduce you here. So we are now going to discuss the critical role of health and sustainability from a business perspective. Now, I will be introducing Lisa Brooks, who is the Vice President of ORC HSC USA, global thought leader since 1972. I don't think that that's when Lisa was doing it, because she looks far too young. And then we have Gianluca, who I'm very excited to see again. Hello. And he's the head of environmental and occupational health and safety for Philip Morris. So I'm going to you can steal the share back from me, Ms. Lisa. And you are on for your presentation. I do know you did mention you've made some changes. That's okay. You're the driver of your presentation tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, fabulous. Well, thank you. Let's see if I can start the presentation here. Okay. Well, let's see. Oh, are you seeing the speaker notes? Are you seeing the proper slides?
I can see the presentation at this moment.
You're seeing the correct view.
You only see you.
Is this better?
No, I can see the presentation. We are sharing the screen?
I'm sharing the screen. Can you see my notes, or can you see just the presentation?
Nothing, only you.
Okay, well, we'll have to do that again.
You're saying the correct view.
We will do that again. So, okay.
Now we're on. Fantastic.
Excellent.
Just pull that out to a full slideshow and we can see then. Brilliant.
Okay, how is that?
Amazing. Thank you so much, Lisa.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay. Now, I would like to thank Jillian, and I'd also like to thank Hans-Horst Konkoleski, the whole ORP International Foundation, and the conference leadership team for the opportunity to participate in this event. I'd like to give you a little bit of a background on ORC-HSE. So we are a membership-based global health, safety, and environment networking and services firm. We have been connecting health, safety, and environmental thought leaders for more than 45 years. And yes, I have not been with the company for 45 years, but I have been working in health and safety for nearly 30 years. So ORC-HSE, we operate networks, and we have 9 networks across the globe that include over 110 member companies. And the member companies represent greater than 20 different industry sectors. Now, you'll notice our logo has changed because last November, ORC-HSE was acquired by the National Safety Council. We still operate as an independent organization, but under the umbrella of the National Safety Council. Here's a snapshot of our members, and you see we have member companies from oil and gas, from the paper industry, from telecommunications, from pharmaceuticals. Again, we have a diverse group of member companies, most of which are Fortune 200 companies that represent a broad base of different industries. So I was asked to speak today on the importance of good safety and health outcomes for sustainable business success. I'm going to rely on my partner in this time slot to focus on or to speak to the environmental side of things. So the question is there research that demonstrates a connection between health and safety and business performance? Is there research that demonstrates that health and safety is good for business? And the answer to that question is yes. Now, however, admittedly, there are not a plethora of studies that show this, but studies do exist. And the studies, when they have explored this question, they've looked at safety and measured it in terms of safety incidents, and some have measured it in terms of safety perception and using safety perception surveys. And the linkage was to overall measures of organizational health, sometimes specific financial measures or business outcomes like quality and productivity. And then again, operating performance, what kind of puts a lot of those business measures together. Now, unfortunately, this connection is not well understood by all business leaders, and honestly, even by some health and safety professionals. So in contributing to this challenge is the reality that many health and safety professionals do not fully understand or are able to speak fluently in the language of business and financial metrics. So now, in the context of the pandemic, so if we look at this question now during the pandemic, the companies that had good or the better health and safety systems, programs, and performance, they were more successful at keeping their employees safe and the business functioning during this pandemic. So now the studies that I just referenced looked at health and safety programs and measures as a whole. I would like to now share some results of a study that ORC conducted in partnership with the National Safety Council, looking at the value case for industrial hygiene. Now here I've summarized the results of 4 case studies, all of which demonstrate a positive connection between industrial hygiene initiatives, and business outcomes, or really sustainable business. So the first example, industrial hygiene initiative around eliminating lead from raw materials, the raw material stream at a particular site, saved enough money that allowed the facility to remain open. In the second case study, an aircraft company saved nearly $500,000 by substituting a less toxic material for chromate primer, and that ended up allowing or adding the capacity of that company to build an additional aircraft every year. Now, the next case study showcases a small company that was able to show an increase of tenfold in their production capacity by installing engineering controls around exposure or controlling the exposure to nanoparticles. Now, this last study is a pharmaceutical company that realized financial gains in excess of $3 million net present value by using containment strategies to minimize the exposure to potent active pharmaceutical powders. And this was done by eliminating PPE, particularly as the primary barrier, reduced IH sampling, decreased ventilation demands and associated energy requirements, increased yield and productivity, improved product conformity, decreased cross-contamination, which led also to quality issues and decreased quality issues. And there was also a safety benefit by reducing the potential for explosion caused by aerosolized powders and flammable vapors. So each of these IH initiatives resulted in significant positive business outcomes. Now, if we then return to the context of the pandemic and this great reset, industrial hygienists and the health and safety profession as a whole have really benefited from huge visibility. We have been relied on by business leaders to monitor and interpret the latest information and developments. We have been part of key decisions, and we have led the implementation of new controls and defenses designed to protect our workers as well as the public in some cases, and really kept our businesses running. So as a profession, I can't recall another time when we had had so much visibility, another time when we've been thrust into the limelight and had the opportunity to shine and really show our value and show the connection between health and safety, industrial hygiene, and business outcomes. Now, that leads me to two questions I'd like to ask. And the first one is, in your organizations, I would like you to think and answer the question to yourself: how is the health and safety function perceived in your organization? And then also, how does your organization define health and safety success? Now, we've had a lot of discussions about different metrics, but traditionally in health and safety, success has been defined around incidents. And really, this has put us at a disadvantage when it comes to connecting our profession to business outcomes, because great success means nothing happens. And linking nothing happened to business success can be very, very challenging. Matt Sexton is a CEO of Ream, actually an Australian company. He once said that there is nothing sexy about making nothing happen. So that actually presents a challenge for our profession. So now back to the question of how is health and safety perceived in your organization. Now, as I mentioned at the beginning, I've been in health and safety for nearly 30 years now, and I have heard all of these different ways to describe our function. Oh yeah, they're just the safety police. They're firefighters. Well, health and safety, that's a necessary cost, with an emphasis on cost, or it's an adjunct responsibility, not a core responsibility, but an adjunct responsibility. Well, we would rather actually have our perception be one of value, one that is a business enabler, one that is a business partner. Now, you notice priority jumped from the column over on the right over to the left. I would argue that we don't want health and safety being perceived as a priority, because priorities change. And at some level, maybe subconsciously, when you have organizations or leaders saying priority is our top value or top priority, safety is our top priority, our number one priority, we lose a little bit of credibility, even if it's subconscious, because our employees know that the top priority really is business. It's to make our product, to provide our service. So my preference would be not to have health and safety described as a priority, but rather a value, a business enabler, or a business partner. So if there is a silver lining to the challenges and struggles of the pandemic, it's the increased visibility and value recognition that our profession has received because of the work we have done to keep workers and the public safe. Now, we're mentioning this great reset in terms of economic and social issues, but I would say there's a great reset happening in health and safety. There's really a renaissance happening in health and safety that was initially driven by fatal and serious injuries and illnesses. Those fatal and serious injuries and illnesses remained high despite all of our efforts to reduce and successfully reducing total injuries and illnesses. We couldn't figure out why we weren't seeing the same reductions in prevention of fatal and serious injuries and illnesses. And that really started the renaissance in health and safety. But it was then propelled by the realization that some of the fundamental concepts that underpin our profession really now require re-examination. So what do I mean? Things like the Heinrich pyramid, where there's assumption that the things we do to control the less severe and minor cases also will address the most serious cases. That's not true. And that is one of the reasons, actually the driving reason, that this renaissance in health and safety started. Also, the emphasis on experience-based probability. That really is something that needed re-examination. The belief by many, maybe not all, but by many, that high-level controls, those controls that are at the top of the hierarchy of controls that are desirable, but the perception was that they were cost prohibitive. Well, that's not true. And then the longstanding belief by some that most injuries resulted from unsafe acts, which fueled accountability that often misdirected prevention efforts and stifled learning. So those are some of the fundamental concepts that had underpinned our organization or underpinned our profession that really required re-examination and propelled this renaissance in health and safety. Now, the Renaissance also recognized that and recognizes that our organizations and the work is more and more complex, that it also recognized that risks and there's an increased emphasis on risk, and really a more sophisticated understanding of risk is necessary. The Renaissance has resulted in a shift to systems thinking. It's intensified the focus on learning, and it really has helped us understand and really elevated the importance of building resilient systems. And when I say resilient systems, I mean systems that build in their capacity, the capacity built into systems to rebound when bad things happen. So resilient organizations are organizations that do all they can to avoid incidents, but they also build capacity in their systems to rebound when bad things happen, because our systems are not perfectly safe. People are going to make mistakes. So we need to have the capacity to rebound. Also, there's a deeper understanding of the role of senior leaders in setting the overall tone and expectations for an organization. And here, this last one is really connected, very directly with both Vision Zero and the Great Reset. Is the Renaissance really caused us to have a renewed value, a greater appreciation and respect for the workers. The workers are seen as problem solvers rather than the problem. They're truly, truly valued. Now, human and organizational performance is also a key part of this renaissance that's happening. And when I say human and organizational performance, or HOP for short, we mean a risk-based operating philosophy, not a program, but an operating philosophy that recognizes that error is part of the human condition. Everybody makes mistakes, and that in organizations, processes, and systems, how they are built and managed greatly influence the employee actions and the likelihood of success. Really, these processes and systems set our workers up either for success or perhaps failure. Now, the 6 HOP principles are listed there, and the top 3, again, have a fairly direct connection to Vision Zero and the Great Reset. They're focused on the worker, an understanding that workers are human and everyone makes mistakes, but celebrates that the workers are really the heroes of our workforces, of our workplaces, because they adapt to work. They adapt to the changing dynamic nature, the complex nature of work every day, and get work done successfully. No matter what we hand them, they're able nearly always to get work done successfully. And the understanding that the context, the processes and systems that they work in really drive their actions and behaviors. So now the neat thing about HOP is that it really, again, started as part of the Renaissance and was started for reasons around, in most cases, preventing fatal and serious injuries and illnesses. But what was quickly learned was that the benefits from deploying HOP were seen almost more in the business side, where that, yes, the benefits were seen in terms of health and safety, but the business value, the operational excellence that was achieved often even outweighed the benefits that was seen in health and safety. And this is just a case study that shows the business metric here is SCOT, which is shipped, completed, on time. And the SCOT values after 2 years of deploying HOP were at 95%, and that is up from abysmal 73%, and the backlog was reduced by a factor of 10. So with HOP and a better appreciation for the worker, more resilient systems allowed this particular facility that manufactured medical supplies really to improve their most critical business metrics. So ending here, I'd like to return to the question, is health and safety good for business? And so the answer is unequivocally yes. Health and safety is good for business. Now, in terms of the pandemic, again, returning to the context of the Great Reset and the pandemic, those organizations that have fully embraced the renaissance that is happening in health and safety, they have been more successful at navigating through the pandemic, both in terms of protecting their employees as well as business outcomes. And this really presents an opportunity or a challenge. So the silver lining, if you would, of the pandemic is we have the opportunity now in our profession to cement the perception of health and safety as a business partner, as business enablers, really to elevate us permanently to a place that in some organizations, unfortunately, we haven't been. But so that's my challenge for you. That's the opportunity we have, is to really take advantage of the visibility that we've received and hopefully can maintain that from here forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Miss Lisa. Fantastic presentation, and absolutely, you are absolutely on the mark there. I do believe that for the first time in many, many years, safety professionals have had this seat at the boardroom table because we're in crisis mode for so long. And I think the relationships that have been created through safety professionals and other parts of the business is new. So thank you so much. And I'm going to hand over to Gianluca, who is dying to jump in because we're running a little late. So thank you so much. Over to you, sir. And I can't yet hear you, Gianluca.
Perfect. Now I should be unmuted. Thanks a lot, Gillian. Thanks, Ansors, for inviting. It's always a pleasure to be a speaker in these events. I guess that you can see my screen. Now we make it a bit bigger. My name is Gianluca. I work for Philip Morris since quite a long time now, and I'm taking care of environmental sustainability and occupational health. It's interesting that Lisa basically was giving me the opportunity to confirm word by word what she said before, but hopefully also trying to elevate the bar a little bit, expanding the concept from health safety up to environmental sustainability, and try to share my experience, the experience of Philip Morris in this area. Just a few words about my company. So we are quite a large international organization with more than 70,000 people all around the world. We have a big number of scientists that are working to design our smoke-free future. And if you want to know more, I invite you to have a look at our pmi.com to know all the insights, all the details of our transformation. We operate in more than 180 markets. We have a lot of consumers, a lot of factories, and of course, 6 of the most known brands in the tobacco industry belong to Philip Morris. So the title of this event is already self-explanatory. We are coming through a journey in the last 12 months where a lot of things were changing. So we saw that the planet was at risk before the pandemic. We saw how the nature can be somehow dangerous and something untouchable and invisible can create such a big problem for the humankind. It's interesting because for a while when we started to have our lockdown, we believed that this could be maybe a bit of relief for the climate change, for all the global problems that we have. In reality, we realized that we are very, let's say, dangerous guests on this planet. We can create situations that can go totally out of control, like what we can see with the climate change, we can see with the water scarcity, with the pollution, and so on. So the pandemic was quite a good moment to reflect on what we are doing to the planet. Then we saw that as a community, we are much more linked, connected than what we thought before. So we saw how fast the virus that initially was a Chinese problem became a global problem. And how strong this was to impacting another thing, the economy. So we all believe that the economy can grow infinite, can be always in an improving trend. And in reality, we saw that this pandemic was killing a lot of our belief based on the interaction between environment, us as a guest in this planet, for sure not the most important elements. We saw that the nature can stay even better without us, and the economy, which is the engine, the motor of our development, the possibility to grow as a community, as a humankind. At the end, the main message was that we are all vulnerable. So I saw already in another presentation that this reset will be the great opportunity to understand how we can do a different business, how we can change the business, and how we can integrate all these elements. So taking care of the safety, the health of the workers, for sure having a strong attention about how our businesses can impact the planet, the resources, and being sure that we are able to leave our planet to our kids, to the next generations, possibly even better than what we have found so far. So I would like just to share my experience, how to bring sustainability into the business. We saw before that there is a total need to change the mindset, how we are approaching sustainability, or EHS, as we used to call it before. Because it's not anymore a legal burden, it's not anymore something that is coming because there is a legislation that is imposing to do certain things to ensure compliance, but it's the essence of the business. So let's see how we can shift this paradigm that sees EHS as something that was introduced in the process, in the company, because it was such a kind of legal requirements, as a driver that can improve business performance, company reputation, and most importantly, the appreciation of our consumers. Because I guess that for the time being, the consumers will be more and more attentive about the how the business is conducted. And this will make such a kind of big selection between the good and the bad. So how to talk about sustainability in a large organization? First of all, having a strong purpose, explaining that this is something that links to the values of the individual. And we saw before, this shouldn't be a priority. This must be a value, because it's about the way we are conducting the business, but also the way we are living on this planet. So when we are able to create an alignment between individual values and company values on these subjects, and I talk about safety, health, occupational health, and environment, I think it's a very good starting point to gain a proper engagement and to let people to think about how they can contribute to improve any dimension that we can find in EHS. We heard already in other presentation, empathy. So a few days ago, I heard about empathy for sustainability. Initially, I was a bit puzzled because I didn't find this correlation so easy, especially on the environmental side. And then we started to think about this is something that I would like to promote more, this empathy concept. For sure, we need to put the human being at the center of the business, because human beings are the people that are contributing to the success of the company. In both directions, either in the factories, offices, sales force that are helping to achieve the business results. But then we have also our customers, we have the stakeholders, we have the society. And it's very important that large companies give the right image, the right perception, and somehow invest to lead this kind of change in the way of doing business. So remembering that business exists for the people, and maybe not vice versa. So the people need to have a job, they need to be, let's say, part of the growth of the humankind, they need to feed the families. There are many different reasons why they are part of a working community. And it's important that we never forget that at the end, at the center, we have people, and we need to take care of them. So the system approach, Lisa before explained that the systems should be very robust. And we saw during the pandemic that thanks to the system, especially I can speak for Philip Morris, we have been able to navigate in this very difficult storm. So you understand that your, for example, fire prevention system works when you have a fire. So till that moment, you will never know if you have enough extinguishers, if your fire brigade is very well trained or not. So we had the opportunity to see that what we built over the last 20 plus years in Philip Morris, at the end, in the moment that the crisis came, helped a lot to survive and even to improve. It's not a coincidence. I believe that we had last year the best results in terms of safety, environment, all the traditional KPIs were quite okay, but we will discuss even more. So the leading indicator were improving a lot. The engagement of the people, the participation reached a very high level. And I think it's important that we need to maintain this system approach and holistic view on sustainability. So not only talking about health and safety, but start to bring environment. Doesn't make sense to be healthy, safe, and the environment is collapsing. So we need to think about how we can enjoy this lowered risk to suffer a serious incident or having our health compromised because we have serious hazards in the workplace in a planet that is collapsing. In the past, at least I think this is the experience of many EHS professionals. When you start, the focus is on the S, safety, because the impact is immediate. You see suddenly what happens. The environment is quite okay because you know, there is all the regulatory elements that you need to take care, because sometimes when you start, you are much more worried about the penalties when you don't have yet this awareness about the environment. Health is something given. Again, we are much more on the compliance level. You know that occupational illnesses will develop in a long time, and it's very difficult to create the real awareness about the potential risks. So in this transition, I believe that these three letters, if we can use the font to explain the level of importance, they should be at the same, let's say, magnitude. And they are equally important to drive the success of the companies. Plus, we need to build the resilience. And being brave, having the willingness to innovate, knowing that the innovation will come, because we know that we are in an age where automation is coming, digitalization is coming, the skills and capabilities of the people working in our companies must change, because there will not be enough to deliver what the business is supposed to do. And of course, during the pandemic, we understood that we need to get ready. So try to anticipate the problems, being, let's say, working and improving our systems. And of course, being also brave again to leave the comfort zone. With the innovation, there is always a change. And sometimes we need to find the motivation why we should change. What is the compelling business need, how we used to call it in my company, that is a justification why certain function exists. In this case, we can talk about sustainability functions or EHS, but at the same time, finding the right drivers to move to the next level. In this, I would say, beneficial growth, always keeping in mind that this should be done for the benefit of the persons, of the individuals. So how do we do in PMI? We have a lot of programs, a lot of things that are covering all the elements that we have seen. I took just an example, a portion of them. So in the last years, we were focusing on waste, especially reducing the waste to landfill, which is the most difficult the most, let's say, impactful for the environment, for the planet, because the consequences will be around for centuries. Engaging also the organization, because there is so much knowledge, so much creativity that very often we forget. We believe that only the experts can say something interesting or clever. In reality, we are plenty of experts that are hidden in every function in our companies. Having also, like our mission zero, that reminds a lot the vision zero that we saw already, concept around the health and safety. So creating a movement where people somehow becomes responsible of their own safety and the safety of the others. Being a top employer for many years, it's important because we need to ensure that the working conditions, not only health and safety, they are fulfilling somehow the persons, and they are giving a continuous stimulus to learn, to improve, and to participate in the success of the company. CDP, working on disclosure projects about water, carbon emissions, supply chain. We have systems that are lean system like our Open Plus that is bringing sustainability into the workplace at any level. So in the shop floor, at the level of the machine operators, people that are really putting the hands in the products and creating things that are delighting our consumers. So water stewardship, promoting also outside our boundaries, looking after certification of carbon neutral factory, because it's important also demonstrate how we reach certain results. So the KPI itself, if you are not able to explain how we got there, most probably is meaningless. We said before, having good results and not being able to explain how it happened, especially in safety, can be only a matter of good luck. So being part of the society, also setting science-based targets in carbon emission reduction, and working also with the certification body to ensure that our systems, in this case, ISO 14001, ISO 45001, are supporting the right way our let's say, progression towards what we like to call the excellence. So why? I think many of you have already seen this concept, because the three things must stay together: people, the society, the workers, planet. At the moment we are exploring Mars, but we don't have really an option there, or we cannot jump on the moon easily. So we need to preserve as much as we can what we currently have. And of course, profit. Companies are designed, are built to create a profit. I think the center of balance is when we are able to create systems, a mindset, a culture that is putting these three elements together for the benefit of the people working with us, but also all the others that can be our stakeholder or consumers. Say that, I would like to thank you all for listening.
Thank you so much, Gianluca. A fantastic presentation again, and I am always very intrigued about the advanced nature of your business, and it's actually very interesting as we swing all the way back to the beginning, where we say we look for the answers within, because if we ask the workers, they know what's the best solution, because they're in it every day. is so very interesting. And not to mention as well, I think a lot of businesses around the world have really taken this moment to press the fast forward button on transformation within the business, which is absolutely essential and has been a time to consider for businesses as well. So thank you so much for those insights as well. So now we're going to pull over to our roundtable discussion. And in the roundtable, I'll get everybody who is listed on there. So we've got Lars, Helmut, Dietmar, Morten, Pedro, Gianluca, Lisa, and Dietmar, just to get ready to have another yarn again. So we are all to be on screen now, I think. And I'll just make it bigger for me so I can see everybody a little bit more. And our question right now that we're really posing is about how to actually successfully install and introduce some new metrics for prevention, both at the company and institutional level. Now, I think the company and the institutional level is really for us to be encompassing. So we're not just, we're talking about government as well as an organization, a company. And really, I mean, I'm just going to run around the table from, these fantastic presentations and just lend a little bit of an ear to some people about, how can we really start to install some of these new metrics. And I wanted to just swing back to you first, Helmut, and ask, about, we've got these leading indicators and, we mentioned, we do need to look back to, and I absolutely believe that we can only move forward when we do look back so we can see where we came from as to where we go. Between the leading and the lagging indicators, when you're installing new metrics to a business, where do you sort of head?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think it is a process. It's not a switch to move now to completely different or new indicators or metrics. We have to offer what our findings and our new tools, and we have to convince the management people and the leaders the experts. I think they are very often with us and on our side, but at the end, these decisions have to be made at the boardrooms of the enterprises. And I think we have to use also the mechanisms to convince more and more and involve also smaller companies like supply chain mechanisms or subcontracting or whatever. And for me, it is very important that we try to speak. It's hard enough with one voice, not with multiple voice. So there are a lot of activities, of course, but we should try to mainstream it as good as we can. I'm not suggesting to have to standardize everything completely. I think we have seen examples how flexible the 7 golden rules and the leading indicators can be put into in the processes in the enterprises. So this is also a value, but we should try to speak more with one common voice. And so that means we will keep lagging indicators. We will add leading indicators. What I previously mentioned, our supply chain project, maybe we will find another new metrics there. The maturity level of a supply chain, we try to add also something you can kind of measurement, to create a kind of measurement for that. So this is the future. And there are also indicators you can define them as lagging or leading, because if you, for example, look at near misses has a lot to do with leading activities with the 7 golden rules, because if you don't have involve the workforce and use their knowledge and experience, you will never be able to count the near misses. So we have to do both.
Absolutely. And I just wanted, I think I'm repeating on somebody, but anyway, over to you, Morten. You're just about to launch the metrics at your workplace, and you talked about your staged engagement. Can you just give me a minute or two on how you planned out your attack?
To begin with, it was very important that we involved the whole organization, and then for sure also involved the top management and made them believe that it was a good idea. And then we have to afterwards to involve our stakeholders, and especially the local health and safety professional at our factories, because without them it's not possible. And without the management at the factories, it's not possible to implement it over the years. So that was one of the key topics in the beginning. And then also to pick which let's see, golden rules that we should start with was also we have to involve the local health and safety people at the factories, so that it was not us at the headquarters sitting and taking the decision and say you have to do this and you have to do this. This is because this is not working. So that was where I started it all, and on the way then also to explain what is well-being. Because well-being was, like Lars was talking a little bit about, is being placed a lot in human resource, or HR, and not so much in health and safety work. And I think that's a very important topic, and it's been highlighted here in the COVID-19 situation, especially also in our company. The well-being word have been used a lot, more than ever have been used before. So maybe this pandemic have put the well-being word a little bit forward and made it more easy to talk about in companies. So,
absolutely. Yeah. Thank you very much for your insight. And I suppose I just want to head over to you, Lars, and kind of ask you from your, auditing experience, what is success like when you see success in introducing new metrics? What do you think it kind of looks like?
Well, Gillian, I think that it looks like, it's integrated into the company, the business company. And I think you should start with the overview. I'm a big fan of the 7 golden rules, because I think there are 7 areas that you have to look into. How are you doing in these areas? And basically you need to be aware of what are your major OSH impacts when you work on a daily basis, and when you make new arrangements, new buildings, new facilities, new machines, reorganize your company. What are the basic major OSH loads that you put into your company or your employees? I think you have to be aware of that. And I'm a huge fan of engaging the top management, and from there work with the management level down through the organization, and make sure that they are aware of what are the major impacts and loads that their employees are meeting every day when working at the company, and which preventive measures are we doing so they are healthy and safe, and they are thriving at the company. So I don't know, it's not easy to give you a simple answer on this, but I think that using lagging and leading indicators, measurements, you can, on a daily basis, weekly basis, monthly basis, depending on how much resources you have in this, you can check your company. How are we doing? How are we doing in safety? How are we doing regarding health and well-being? How are our employees rating us at the social medias? Do they think it's a great place to work? Or are there some efforts there that we should address? And I think the social media, I think that's top management language. I think they're very interested in that they to the outside world is seen as a great place to work. So I think you should need different kinds of aspects when approaching top management.
Yeah, thank you very much. And it's interesting, actually, that reputation button is pretty hot at the moment. So thank you. Pedro, I wanted to land over to you and ask, what's your prediction on, actual measurements, like new ones that we might see coming ahead?
Hello, hi. Well, I don't know exactly, but I believe most of the data will be high quality and excessive. But the problem is excessive to use directly, and we should think about ranking them, by importance. And we need to think this because it's very easy to gather in data and pass a test to the worker, to the managers, to the others, and have a lot and prepare a usual scale, But the most important thing, I'm sorry, but I return, will be to know that part of the information may damage or negative impacts in the sensitive part of the company, and we need to ask this question because it's very important. Because if we gathering a lot of information about different things, but in the last time we need to show this information to the society. And I don't know, one thing is to talk about it, and the other is to show this information to the society, And I think this is important, but I told about it when I give my lecture. I told about the problem, the real problem. We have a high level of information, quality is very high, but maybe when we analyze this information, we show just a small part of this information. And I believe this is a real problem for the future, to analyze the information and what kind of this information we have shown to the society, of the workers, of the stockholders. I don't know, but it's complex.
Yeah, I think you are right on the money, actually. There is a real want for disclosure. And the level of disclosure and transparency is something that will be a very unnerving situation for companies. It'll be very interesting. So I want to actually touch button on over to Dietmar, because Dietmar is, I'm sure, and I've seen some of the back end of the work that he does through large volumes of information. I just wanted to ask you, Dietmar, do you think there's an opportunity for specialists like yourself to do a bit more, partnering with businesses and trying to really help them solve their data funnels?
Do you mean Dietmar B or me?
You're Dietmar now, because the other Dietmar's not
okay.
here. You're the best Dietmar I've got.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, we are in fact we are partnering a lot with companies, because through our Healthy Workplaces campaigns, which are the largest occupational health campaigns in the world, the current topic is MSDs, prevention of musculoskeletal disorders. And there we have a lot of good practice exchanges, which we normally do on site with the companies, where they invite the other companies to come along and have a good practice exchange. And we have always discussions about indicators and leading indicators. That's a very good topic. And for example, one company, so we have also Siemens as a partner, or SAP, which is a leading software company. They use their worker satisfaction surveys, and from this they developed a subscale, which is the corporate health index. That is normally a value between 1 and 100, and they calculated if this goes up just 1%, so between 1 and 100, just 1% up, they have a profit gain of 30 million euro. So it's incredible what you also can get out of, let's say, subjective survey data. And we are, as an institution, we do so much to put these comparable occupational health data together. So it's not. So yesterday we talked about the SDG indicators, Sustainable Development Goals. We are working now at the moment to get this indicator, exactly this mortality indicator, in there as a measured indicator. It's not in there yet. So we really on the institutional level, we have not even the lagging indicators really there. So it's really a slow process. But on the other hand, we are working together with the companies who are much more advanced in the let's say leading indicators.
Yeah, it's interesting actually. I think because of COVID, a lot of governments that I've seen have been able to actually put a lot more data online. You know, we've had this pause period. There's been some investments in the data going online. So there's a lot of great baseline data for companies to be able to feed into that are also free access. So I think we're going to see improved results in this data funnel, data in, data out, and good data, Pedro, and also bad data. But, you know, I think we're going to see a bigger volume available to the general person, which means that I think you know, the companies will be able to potentially start doing some great kind of econometrics kind of work alongside some existing baselines of other things around the place. Lisa, I wanted to touch over to you and ask you about, you know, what sort of experience are you having in the US with this request about kind of data in, and what is business asking to be delivered at this stage over in the US?
You know, in the U.S., I'm not sure it's you know, distinctly different than other places of the world, but in the whole topic of metrics, one of the things that I wanted to highlight is that we ourselves as health and safety professionals, we need to be part of changing the conversation. We have been part of the problem for many, many years because our metric, as we talked about, has been incidents. And when we have business leaders ask us about who are our best performers in terms of health and safety, we tend to rely on that metric and talk about which facilities or organizations have the least numbers of incidents, injuries, and illnesses, where we need to start changing the conversation. If we don't want our organization relying on these lagging indicators, we have to change the conversation ourselves. So we have to take ownership of that, find other things that we can highlight to our business leaders to make that connection to good health and safety. If it's things like the reduction in use of highly hazardous chemicals, or even your the number of employee suggestions and engagements that particular sites are receiving, to even things like results of your if you have a program audit system, you know, where are the different facilities in your organization, where did they land there? So I think that, and it's a challenge because we have done this for so many years. It's built into our profession to look at injuries and illnesses. So I'd say a challenge for us is to start with ourselves in changing the conversation. And I think there'll be huge benefit. So.
I really agree. And I think together we can make those changes. And the Safety Governance Institute Foundation, we're just opening up to do some work on these areas, and we'll be looking for, you know, really key interested parties from different parts of the world. So we'll be tapping on people's shoulders and asking if you're interested. Gianluca, you know, I feel like your business is quite advanced in the measurement area. I wanted to talk to you about, you know, some wins that you might have had and areas that you have seen of benefit that the board is really liking from you.
Yeah, in our case, we are really changing the way we are explaining the results to the senior management. So the lagging indicators themselves don't work. We need to explain how we get there. So I would say that it should be forbidden by law to show lagging indicators without a proper set of leading. Because first of all, gives a totally misperception about also the job of the EHS functions. And here I agree with Lisa that most probably we have been part of the problem. It's important that this needs such a kind of education, but also a lot of innovation in bringing new way of measuring. So one of our, let's say, fixed idea was how we can measure the culture. First, we started with safety, and now we talk about sustainability culture. My colleagues did a great job in putting together a system that through surveys to the entire population, we are able to measure where we stand. And it's also an opportunity to get feedback that it's actionable. And of course, we also drive our strategy using this kind of metrics. It's fundamental because sometimes, you know, when you have an accident, you believe that your culture has a reset. Using the title of today, it's not true. It's like when you go at the university, you fail an exam, you don't start again from the primary school. So it's just something where you can learn how to do better. And I think that the strength of the leading indicator and the proposition that we saw through Vision Zero, it's exactly that. We need to involve also the regulators, because normally, you know, something happens, you get an inspection when something goes wrong. If there is a serious case, you get the prosecutor, you get the authorities saying what was wrong. So I think that there should be also incentive system to reward the virtuous companies that are using leading indicators for stable and, let's say, long-term development. So, and this takes a lot of time, because if you look inside the companies, we need to talk a lot to the senior management, explaining that this will take time. And of course, the LTI or the serious injuries is just the tip of the iceberg. So we cannot try to measure if the forest is growing just by counting how many trees we are cutting. So we need just to see how the branches, the leaves are developing. And I think that the leading indicator is the new way of measuring the forest.
Thank you so much. And what a fantastic way of describing that. I think the key part that you mentioned is that maybe we've been part of the problem, but I do know we can be part of the solution. I think we've got some very good people in our rooms, and we need to keep together and really keep working towards a sustainable solution as a collective, because a good few heads are better than one. So I'm going to throw you over now to Hans Horst to wrap up for delivering a phenomenal conference with phenomenal speakers and great topics. Thank you, Hans Horst. It's been an honor to serve you today. Over to you.
Thank you, Gillian, for your excellent moderation. And you're not free to go, because I want you to stay for the final roundtable, where the four moderators will try to summarize a bit what they have learned over the past 2 days. But let me also join you by congratulating all the speakers for their excellent contribution, and showing that metrics matter, and that metrics matter a lot in our field. They are critical that we do the right job, that we focus on the right issues with limited resources. They're critical to convince the leadership of the importance of what we're doing, and to demonstrate the impact of what we're doing. First and foremost, of course, for the safety, health, and well-being of people, but also for the business. And I think we have heard some really convincing data and arguments for that case. And I really would like to thank Lisa for highlighting that we're not using these arguments enough in our day-to-day work. We are too busy checking all the legislation that needs to be implemented, all the rules, all the compliance-related issues, and also all the audits that have to be managed for all these different standards that we are implementing, so that we might not have time always to really think about what matters. And I think that were some very important messages today. So thank you also to the panelists, and thank you for your support and friendship. So now it's time for summing up. It's incredible how fast I think these 2 days have gone. But if time goes fast, it's because we enjoyed. And I know that now Gillian needs at least a couple of minutes just to capture her thoughts about what she would see could be a kind of summary of messages. The idea of our event is not that we come up with a to-do list. This is a starting point of a discussion. I think all 4 sessions have shown that there is a lot of good ground to discuss. There's a lot of information to discuss, and there is a lot of strategic and practical issues to be developed together. So maybe I would start. I was the moderator of the first session. So my take-up is that, well, we discussed the necessary shift from a traditional compliance-based industrial risk management mindset to a mindset that takes a wider perspective, aiming for a prevention culture that facilitates a healthy and sustainable creation of business value. We have to learn that we create business value and that we play a key role in that. This is our understanding of the value of OSH. The session demonstrated that such new mindsets actually already are present in many companies and governmental organizations. We learned, and this was confirmed also, of course, during your session, Jillian, that in particular, the zero mindset has triggered the development of a prevention culture. And this both at country level, we had this wonderful example of Singapore, and as company level, and during my session, it was Babcock and Wilcox who demonstrated this. And in both cases, zero did not only apply to accidents, but to all types of injuries and harm. And the aim was to promote both safety, health, and well-being at work. And in both cases, the pandemic has contributed to an increased focus on mental health and well-being. Another strong trigger for a prevention culture is the person-centered caring approach, which is not limited to the workplace, but also addresses a person's life. We learned about how the Occupational Safety and Health Council of Hong Kong has changed its strategic approach to prevention completely by putting people at the center of OSH and not the OSH systems, and empowering them to take charge of their safety and health. For me, really one of the key messages of this event. And a message to all those that work in similar organizations at national level, international level, because sometimes we are too occupied by our own systems that we have built up over many years, sets of regulation compliance systems, that you forget that it's people that have to live up to these. As regards the company level, we learned about how L'Oréal, based on a caring, people-centered approach, has developed its Safe at Work, Safe at Home prevention program, which, as they say, goes beyond the gate and involves both workers, their families, and community members at all its facilities. And I think that's an important second message, I think, going beyond the gate, not leaving the safety and health discussion within the workplace, within the factory, within the office, but taking it out. And I think this has been one of the major hinders for our topic, safety, health, and well-being of people, to have the same, let's say, the same popularity like the environmental issues, which from the beginning have been a discussion that has been taken by people, by families during the dinner table, while ours has been kept kind of behind in the locker room. And as the number of companies committed to Vision Zero mindset, and these are the latest figures, has reached an impressive 10,000, there's an increasing need for new concepts and tools that these companies can use to measure and improve their prevention systems. And many of these companies are likewise committed to improve not only safety and health, but also their social, their ethical, their environmental standards in line with the UN's SDGs. So sustainability has been mentioned many times. And the ORP Foundation, I had the pleasure to present our novel 5Z business culture approach, which helps companies to measure their performance, both as regards safety, health, and well-being, but also as regards sustainability, equity, and fairness. We learned how this methodology works in practice and assisted a company in the oil and gas industry, a very traditional, so to say, primary sector company, getting detailed analytics regarding its overall performance in these 5 areas. And it confirmed that they had very high levels when it's about risk management, leadership, and processes, both regarding industrial safety and the environment. But it also identified deficits in its prevention focus as regards physical and mental health and well-being. And I think this is really another part of it. I think that many companies, and we can see that the excellent figures also globally and the downward trends, are really managing their safety issues and controlling them in a better and better way. But we have this whole issue of health, well-being, especially now mental health with the pandemic, that urgently needs to be addressed. So what are then the main success criteria for changing mindsets in prevention? Well, I have identified five. Firstly, we need top management, both at government, institutional, and company level, to engage, lead the new prevention mindset, and demonstrate that they care, that people always come first. Secondly, and for me this was a very important one, is we need to democratize prevention. That's a funny word, but democratize prevention. We need to involve and empower all employees to contribute to building a strong prevention culture. This sounds like, of course we do that, but do we? Or has prevention not been something in the hands of experts at the company level, of managers and experts that have received training and know all these complicated words of PPMs and others? And the workforce has been kind of left on its own because their interest and their risk were kind of managed by these people. So democratizing, I think, prevention is a necessary step, as also foreseen in the 7 golden rules, where we talk about involving all employees. And in order to achieve this, thirdly, we need to change the conversation. We need to put people and not systems in the center of prevention, and we have to adjust our communication tools dramatically, like the examples we saw from Hong Kong and the ones we saw from the companies. We need to speak a language people understand, and we have to ask them whether they understand the language. We have to involve them and develop this understanding together, because otherwise we cannot build a culture if we don't have the same language. This is something we know very well of in the EU, because we have so many languages, that how to build this common feeling of being a European when there's a crisis. Fourthly, we need to extend the outreach of prevention and make it more inclusive by addressing safety and health and well-being, both at work and at home, and by involving all relevant partners in the company, such as the Human Resource Department and Environmental Department. So breaking the borders of prevention and coming into the home, because safety, health, and well-being does not end at the factory gate or office door. It continues. It's a lifetime. It's a life measurement. It's a life value. And I would like to add one additional critical factor, which we haven't discussed yet in detail, but I'm sure this will be something we discuss in the future. Namely, that OSH professionals have the necessary training, concepts, and tools to support these 4 success criteria. And this is probably the most urgent and challenging one to be addressed in a great reset for prevention, because the OSH professionals need to be able to actually work on all 4 of these critical dimensions, at least in this. So this was my summary. And with this, I give the floor to Lisa to summarize your session, please.
Thank you, Hans Horst. And again, once again, an honor to be chair at this tremendous event. So I chaired the session on designing new incentives to promote a healthy and sustainable prevention culture, as opposed to compliance and the stick mechanism. And it was a very insightful discussion among our presenters. We talked through the company's health related to other factors, including socioeconomic and environment, and their collective supply chain culture. So we talked about how sustainable businesses need to be corporate citizens to be successful in the global market, and the how you do business defines your corporate brand. We talked about the importance of collaboration, of bringing us together and working together in a macro level OSH system, incorporating and including government, regulators, investors, and our workforces, with everyone having a role and responsibility. We also talked through individual total worker health and what we can do to grow the health and well-being of all of our individuals, not looking at a program, but a systematic approach to work integrated within the work processes. We've recognized that the pandemic has emphasized the importance of mental health being a critical component to an individual's overall well-being, which we know has been significant and impactful throughout and around the world. We then talked about UN's SDGs 2030 goals and OSH being at the very core of sustainability of those 17 goals, and the importance of their interactive relationship and interdependency. We also discussed a national response is important, and a collective one with a national infrastructure to be able to support success to achieve those goals. And the importance of and the ILO talked about this, an important focus of these goals is the health and safety fundamental right to work. Important to work, right to life and health. We then talked about the challenge with smaller companies struggling because of a lack of resources and capacity, and making sure that our incentives and our mechanisms reach out to these individual smaller companies to help support their success. We then had an example of how an organization with many cultures and a wealth of diversity around the world is building an internal community of inclusiveness and putting the planet, people, and prosperity together, intersecting with the 17 of the UN's goals, establishing a global sustainability system. We then talked through the financial and recognition incentives put forward by the regulator or a regulator in looking at different ways to motivate companies. Things like health and safety competitions, discounts on premiums, competitions and certificates as other ways to motivate companies to do better and to really build a system and a health and safety focus for individuals that will be sustainable. We then had a diversity of views in discussion of the different incentives that were brought forward. And it was a very interesting conversation how we talked through that. In some cases, the interaction of having different incentives was very important. Others thought that it was really our moral responsibility being the right thing to do. So it was a very interesting, but I thought intriguing conversation of how do we move the world forward, looking at different ways to be able to do that. And then, of course, we looked at a strategy to be able to be successful in this, looking at a way to engage, educate, and inspire our executive leaders and governance boards to incorporate a culture of prevention within their businesses as the only acceptable model to operate and be sustainable. We need to find a way to engage our small and medium businesses with their limited capacity and resources, and the larger companies and governments of developed nations playing a larger role for these companies and developing companies to drive the change to raise our health and safety standards, build a culture of prevention, and bring us all forward on the path. With 2.78 million work-related deaths each year is unacceptable, and we need to change that. And there's work for all of us to do that. So with that, very aligned to your concept, Hans Horst, bringing together the leadership of all levels, government, business, health and safety leaders, to come together at the same table, talking through the challenges as we've done with the environment to deliver impactful results. I think our time is now for that to happen. This pandemic has taught us above all that we're stronger together and can achieve extraordinary accomplishments when we do. The development of a vaccine in an unprecedented amount of time has demonstrated that. We need more of a coordinated, motivated, interconnected strategy with urgency among our business leaders, our government, and our OSH experts to achieve success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Thank you. Pernille?
Yes, thank you, Hans Horst. So the session 3 was about digitalization in the service of prevention. And when you're talking about, Hans Horst, that we need some education also of the OSH professionals, I think that's one of the first themes that we discussed was new forms of employment, that we might see in the future that 1/3 of all workers will be teleworkable jobs. What does that imply also for us as health and safety professionals, and how do we engage in that? And this is, of course, been very obvious from the COVID-19 year, but as we heard Irene talking about, this is not a new development. But when I look at my experience and what we are working with, I don't think that we probably have in the right way maybe predicted what will this mean for our health and safety, that we have these new forms of employment. So this is a challenge that we all need to think about. And in that connection, it was very interesting to hear about the need-based working, this way of thinking, that maybe we should look at individual needs. both from the individual worker perspective, but also from the workplace perspective, and try to design our workplaces in a way that that meets these needs. It is also clear from this morning that digitalization provides excellent opportunities for prevention. We saw that both with the examples from Hong Kong, from Japan, also from Lars from Siemens, and it broadened my horizon also to learn about the emotional artificial intelligence in a way that we can raise prevention levels. I think that one thing is that
useful at home as well, no?
Sorry?
Could be useful at home as well, no?
Yeah, exactly. Could save a lot of marriages, maybe. Who knows?
Who knows?
And but also we see the opportunities of digitalization, and I think also we could be inspired from the two Japanese gentlemen that very naturally included productivity in the discussion, so that we can increase productivity and prevention actually using the same tools of digitalization. But as also you pointed out, Lisa, and we saw earlier also in the discussions, that we must really focus also on the well-being aspect. We must perform good risk assessments on the psychosocial dimensions of digitalization, and you use the knowledge of creating emotional fitness as a new concept introduced today also. I think we also learned that we must not forget the challenges we have in low-income countries. We were talking about a lot about small businesses, but if we are to democratize prevention, Hans Horst, then we need to investigate further how we as a global community can help the digitalization process in the low-income countries, as we were talking about with in relation to the Vision Zero fund of ILO, and of course to take advantage of the opportunities of digitalization, but also in terms of sharing knowledge, increasing education levels and so on, but also really to discuss and understand what are the challenges. And sometimes maybe the challenges are the same for the low-income countries as well as the small businesses, that it could be expensive to invest in digitalization, even if it's in the service of prevention. That requires collective action, and maybe also new concept, the co-evolution of digital technologies to serve the global world as a whole. The last point that I'm taking away from today is if we succeed in creating cultures of learning instead of cultures of blaming, as was mentioned yesterday, finding solutions, I think that is crucial to solve the complex challenges that will arise from digitalization. We need to ask intelligent questions. Sorry, Gillian, I know that's a point from your part of it, but I think that's a very crucial. Peter was talking about asking intelligent questions, and I think this is a way forward if we are to use digitalization in the right way to increase prevention for the good of everyone. Yeah, I think that's a word from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pernille. Gillian?
Thank you. A fantastic summary by each. And, you know, I think the one thing that really flags to me is that each piece is so interconnected, and hence why we're all here at the same time. And ironically, for the best and most timely and most effective metrics, we can't complete any of it without digitization, for example. And you know, the grand improvement of digitization that has occurred because of COVID means that there's so many more data sets than there ever was before. It also means that open data source is way more accessible than ever has been before. And then add that piece to the fact of this incentive piece. You know, ESG, you know, investors are begging, asking and demanding for new metrics. And they're looking for measurable, new financial approaches to non-financial risk. And finally, safety is being seen as this social license to operate. And, you know, when you come back to the beginning about changing the mindset, you know, the Great Reset is actually a culture that everybody worldwide has finally realized that the core basic needs of food, water, shelter, and safety is what we need. And after that, everything else is an extra. And I think that's why the Great Reset even has a chance to be here today. And you know, from every crisis creates an opportunity. And I know that there's been absolute hurt, harm, and loss all over this world. But if we can pick up these trinkets and put them together and really have a sustainable future, which sees people as key-centric in every organization, I think there's a win here for all of us long term.
Well, thank you very much for your excellent summaries. We started this event because we felt challenged by the World Economic Forum's initiative, the Great Reset. We have been busy now over the past year, all of us now, in trying to understand the impact of the pandemic on work, and try to help to exchange about how best to protect people in the front row now, and also those that work at home. And we have done a lot, I think, to learn from that. And we have been also very fast in reacting, because if we look at the figures we saw also at the very beginning shown by Jukka Takala, now we could see that work-related deaths related to COVID were very low. In terms of, if you look at the global figures, this has to do, of course, with the age context of COVID, but nevertheless, so it was not, it was well managed and is well managed. And so now the question was for the reset. Are we ready for the reset? And I think we are more ready than ever, because of what you just mentioned, Gillian, that the COVID pandemic has suddenly brought the very nature of prevention to all of us, as fathers, mothers, as citizens, and caring about each other, saving lives by taking care of ourselves, but also helping others. And I think that is a window of opportunity that we haven't seen before, at least not in my 40 years in this field, where we really have an opportunity to say our topic is everybody's topic. And that was a bit the background for asking ourselves, well, there is this potential now for prevention to play a key role in defining what a Great Reset should represent in terms of people and planet. And the 4 challenges that we put forward, and that you so excellently managed, the very complex discussions that took place there, I think illustrated that actually we are ready in the safety and health community to really play a role. But it also showed that there are still some discussions that need to be taken. We have to follow up on what we started here. And the ORP Foundation, together with our friends like you, is ready to follow up. And one specific idea that I have on this is to organize some regional discussions on this issue, because simply the timing of a global online event is awful, because some of you have suffered hard that we use CET as the point of departure now. And so I could imagine that we could have this discussion in the different regions, and taking more examples also from the regions in terms of organizations and companies to continue the dialogue. Maybe some of the 4 challenges are more important in that region than others. So let's focus on these, so that we continue the discussion and try to see how we could get the global OSH community more involved and give the global OSH community also a floor to express itself. And my last message is also to prepare itself. And what we could see, I think, under each of the 4 challenges is that the OSH community needs to prepare itself. It needs to really embrace these challenges and overcome them. We have to do things differently in the future. We have an excellent base of professionals, but we need to do things differently, some of it dramatically different. And that's always a challenge, but this is also an opportunity, as it was said. So with this, I would like to thank again you as my co-moderators and co-chairs. It was really a wonderful job that you've done. And thank you also for the timekeeping for our audience. I think this was important that we managed within the time frame that was given, which was short for many people, but I think you did excellently well. Also again for your summaries, and that I count very much on you also in the future. The same I would like to say to all the speakers that have contributed to the event. You were really wonderful. You have taken this task extremely serious. No? Everybody was really extremely well prepared and presented thoughtful and interesting information that I think we all learned extremely a lot about over the past two days. Thanks to all of you. And we hope also to be able to keep the contact with you, and we will count on your support also, hopefully in the continuation of this discussion. But I really would invite all of you also to bring this discussion to your organization, to your workplace, to your community, and try to kind of channel this further so that we get a broad discussion. And this is what the World Economic Forum would like us to do, to really engage in this in the interest of people and planet, and using this extraordinary opportunity to influence that. Finally, I would like to thank my colleagues at the ORP. I would like to thank, of course, Pedro, but also people we haven't seen, maybe heard. Now, of course, Natalia. Natalia has done a real great job in securing the communication with with all of you and all of us, and making sure that we all felt comfortable and that problems were solved. Then, of course, the whole technique behind that, Oscar, I would like to thank Oscar for it, and the grand maestro of the whole promotion communication side, which is Pablo, who has been so busy on on the social media and communicating. And Pablo actually has given me some good news, and this is why I'm smiling, because I should be sad now, because we come to the end of the event, and I'm smiling because yesterday we reached 4,500 people. So our event reached 4,500, and Pablo's estimates, we have now to wait for the Google Analytics, because we work on different platforms, as you know, will show more than 5,000 today. So 5,000 people have participated in this, and who will no doubt also bring our messages and take this discussion further around the globe. And these are people from all around the globe. So, so also in terms of outreach, this has been an extraordinary event. But I think also this has been really a fantastic agenda and fantastic people. So this is no doubt the reason behind that. And because it's timely, because we all now are eager to get on with our lives, but also conscious about that we have to do things differently. So with this, my final thanks go to the interpreters, who have done a fantastic job. I only have heard very, very positive responses to translating people who sometimes speak a bit too fast, like myself, but have really made sure that we had a bilingual event, because it's really important, of course, for the ORP Foundation that we reach out also to the Spanish-speaking audiences of the globe. And and without you, dear interpreters, this would have not been impossible. So it would have been impossible. So a warm round of applause from all of us to you for your hard work, because we know this is hard work. So with this, I think it's no more to say for me than once again to thank you all, to thank the team at the ORP, the people I've mentioned, all the others who have been working hard behind the stage. And once again, thank you, my dear co-chairs, and all the people that have been part of this, real event. Thank you very much, and take care, stay safe and healthy, and hope to see you soon and to give you a hug very, very soon. So take care, and thank you so much. Thank you.
You might have seen videos like this.
Trabajo. ¿Qué es Saventis Prime? Es la plataforma que permite gestionar los diferentes aspectos de las disciplinas de la seguridad y salud en el trabajo. Es integral, responsive, multisectorial, parametrizable y modular. Saventis Prime es integral porque permite a múltiples usuarios gestionar las diferentes especialidades y aspectos de la prevención de una organización, como la seguridad en el trabajo, la higiene industrial, la ergonomía, la psicosociología, la medicina del trabajo, la vigilancia de la salud y la formación de los trabajadores. Adicionalmente, permite realizar autoevaluaciones y seguimiento de esta gestión como auditorías e indicadores clave de desarrollo. Si tienes conexión a Internet, puedes gestionar la prevención de riesgos laborales de tu empresa desde Saventis Prime, porque su acceso se puede realizar desde cualquier navegador actual. Su sistema responsive es adaptable al tamaño de smartphones, tablets, notebooks y equipos de sobremesa de los sistemas iOS, Android, Windows, MacOS o Linux. Saventis Prime es multisectorial, se adapta al modelo preventivo de todo tipo de organización con la mejor experiencia de usuario del mercado. Se adapta a modelos monoempresa versus modelos multiempresa, también a sistemas monodisciplinares o multidisciplinares o a modelos por tamaño de empresa, grandes o pymes. Saventis Prime es parametrizable, la organización puede personalizar actividades y ocupaciones preevaluadas en constante actualización, cuestionarios de identificación de peligros y evaluación de riesgos, métodos específicos de evaluación, auditorías internas de normas e inspecciones reglamentarias, medidas preventivas y correctivas predefinidas, administración de contratistas, estudios psicosociales. Saventis Prime viene configurado con todo lo necesario para empezar a trabajar en la seguridad y salud del trabajo en su empresa. Más de 600 sectores de actividad analizados, más de 1.900 ocupaciones evaluadas, más de 190 peligros identificados, más de 1.200 medidas preventivas predefinidas, más de 22.000 relaciones entre los sectores de actividad y las ocupaciones del sistema. Es modular, permite configurar el nivel de prevención al que tiene acceso la organización. Cada módulo presenta las siguientes características, como que permite operar de forma independiente, se retroalimentan entre sí aumentando el valor de la prevención de forma exponencial. Cada módulo permite configuración específica para adaptarse a las necesidades del cliente, permite hacer auditorías e inspecciones y además los módulos cuentan con una experiencia de usuario específica según el tamaño de la empresa, sea grande empresa o pyme. En cuanto a las ventajas de gestión en seguridad y salud en el trabajo, con Saventis Prime tiene todo lo necesario para operar su sistema de gestión de seguridad y salud en el trabajo desde el primer día, con la facilidad de usar nuestros flujos de trabajo predefinidos como el análisis cualitativo mediante cuestionarios o listas de chequeo, cuenta con flujos específicos en función del tamaño de las empresas, facilita la experiencia de usuario al simplificar de forma intuitiva la gestión de la seguridad y la salud en el trabajo, favorece el uso inteligente de los datos de su organización, consulta de indicadores a nivel de empresa, sector y organización administradora, portal específico del trabajador o generación de reportes e informes. La integridad y centralización de la información forman parte de las ventajas técnicas de Saventis Prime, como la confidencialidad de la información, el respaldo en servidores internacionales, el acceso rápido y seguro a la información desde cualquier lugar o la disponibilidad de espacio de almacenamiento en la nube. Entre las ventajas tecnológicas de Saventis Prime, plataforma desarrollada con tecnologías de última generación, están la estructura modular e hiperversátil, desarrollo ágil y robusto gracias a técnicas de integración continua y DevOps, sistema altamente personalizable y posibilidad de alojamiento SaaS y on-premise. Principales módulos y funciones de Saventis Prime. La configuración de la plataforma permite la activación y desactivación de módulos, gestiones asociadas a extensiones propias del cliente como integraciones con otros sistemas, mantenimiento paramétrico completo, configuración de avisos y alertas inmediatos, permisos o perfilar grupos de usuarios y seguridad de acceso a la plataforma. La estructura organizativa de Saventis Prime permite analizar la organización a nivel estructural y operacional. Es posible realizar múltiples niveles de jerarquía que permiten registrar el organigrama de la empresa, opciones avanzadas para gestionar tareas y subtareas por procesos, acceso a herramientas de carga masiva de registros, registro y control de trabajadores propios y de TTs, registro, control y administración en SST de los centros de trabajo y obtención de información precisa por centros de trabajo. En la identificación de peligros y evaluación de riesgos, la empresa contará con un inventario de riesgos que permite visualizar si un determinado peligro está presente en algún punto de la organización. La plataforma diferencia la gestión de los peligros en función de su tipología, por seguridad o por higiene. La evaluación del riesgo además se ejecutará según la metodología seleccionada. En el mapa de funcionalidades se incluye el análisis cualitativo, según la matriz IPER, diagnóstico inicial, inventario, análisis de estructura, definición de grupo de exposición similar, análisis cualitativo específico, definición del plan de acción y formación e información de los trabajadores. En el análisis cualitativo, la plataforma ejecuta un autodiagnóstico de la empresa y preidentifica los procesos, legislación y peligros potenciales que debe gestionar según su actividad empresarial. Los análisis cualitativos se basan en listas de chequeo o baterías de cuestionarios, que cuentan con dos tipos según su finalidad: métodos cualitativos de identificación y métodos cualitativos de evaluación. Se permite al usuario configurar el método de evaluación aplicado, así como el formato utilizado, según sea cuestionario o checklist. El resultado del análisis cualitativo consiste en un plan de acción que aplica la mejora de los procesos evaluados e informa a los trabajadores expuestos. En los estudios psicosociales, la plataforma permite la selección de la población de estudios según criterios establecidos mediante soporte de la estructura organizativa. Permite la convocatoria y comunicación a los trabajadores para la participación en el estudio, facilita la gestión de la evaluación, seguimiento y visualización del avance y participación en la muestra, permite a los trabajadores responder los cuestionarios en tiempo real, facilita el autoguardado de la información permitiendo continuidad del proceso en caso de cortes repentinos, facilita la generación de grupos de estudio mediante la aplicación de filtros sobre variables sociodemográficas, resultados por dimensión, etc. y facilita también la planificación de medidas de control pertinentes para los factores psicosociales críticos. En la gestión del ausentismo es posible realizar el registro de accidentes y enfermedades laborales, la investigación del accidente o enfermedad o el plan de objetivos. En el registro de accidentes y enfermedades laborables es posible realizar la recopilación de información de la persona implicada en la contingencia. En cuanto a investigación, es posible recopilar la información de la persona implicada, la investigación de accidentes mediante metodología de árbol de causas, la evaluación de enfermedades mediante estudios de puestos de trabajo, identificación y reevaluación de peligros presentes en el puesto gestor documental del accidente o generación de reportes. En plan de objetivos se incluyen los indicadores de accidentes y enfermedades laborales y la evolución y cumplimiento de objetivos de la empresa. En cuanto a auditorías legales y de excelencia internacional, Saventis Prime permite a la empresa contar con un inventario de normativas, la planificación y ejecución de programas de auditorías en los diferentes centros de empresa, la asignación de responsables, la autoevaluación mediante baterías de preguntas y detección de no conformidades, el análisis de resultados por dimensiones, los indicadores e informe de las auditorías y la comparativa y evolución de evaluaciones realizadas. Para las inspecciones de seguridad, Saventis Prime permite planificar y realizar inspecciones y observaciones a partir de riesgos identificados en el objeto del proceso, listas de chequeo del sistema y listas de chequeo específicas de la organización. Asimismo, permite la asignación de responsables, la autoevaluación y detección de no conformidades con visualización y carga de evidencias de forma directa, generación de medidas de control predefinidas y flujo guiado de gestión de medidas de control. Otras funcionalidades son la generación de indicadores e informe de inspección y la evolución de inspecciones realizadas. En planes de emergencia, Saventis Prime permite definir y administrar el plan de emergencia en todos los centros de trabajo de la empresa. Permite identificar y analizar las vulnerabilidades de cada centro ante las posibles emergencias, el registro y coordinación de los equipos de emergencia y la planificación, ejecución y evaluación de simulacros. En la gestión de contratistas, Saventis Prime permite gestionar la coordinación de actividades empresariales entre las empresas y sus contratistas, la diferenciación de las etapas de los proyectos con múltiples empresas contratistas, la posibilidad de registrar varios niveles de subcontratación, la generación de reporte en cada una de las etapas, la gestión de requisitos con validación, rechazo y caducidad de los documentos, el acceso a empresas contratistas que no pertenecen al sistema para carga de documentación y gestión de proyectos conjuntos y el control de accesos. Saventis Prime, 17 módulos con más de 150 funcionalidades. Módulos de Saventis Prime, núcleo Saventis Prime, autodiagnóstico de estándares legales, repositorio documental, planificación integral de actividades preventivas, capacitación, planes de emergencia, identificación de cargos, funciones y responsabilidades, equipos de protección personal, gestión de comités, gestión de políticas de empresa, contratistas, selección, gestión y control, portal del trabajador, auditoría interna de excelencia internacional, cuadro de mandos para la alta dirección, identificación de la estructura y los procesos, gestión del ausentismo e identificación de peligros y evaluación de riesgos. Saventis Prime, 4 soluciones guiadas de seguridad y salud en el trabajo para su empresa u organización. Básica, avanzada, estándar e integral. Solución básica es ideal para microempresas. Incluye núcleo Saventis Prime, identificación de la estructura y los procesos de la empresa, identificación de peligros y evaluación de riesgos, autodiagnóstico de estándares legales, plataforma guiada para empresas de hasta 10 trabajadores, flujo cerrado en 6 pasos, intuitiva, sencilla y versátil. Cumple la legislación exhaustivamente. Flujo completo de la gestión preventiva, datos protegidos en la nube y prevención digitalizada. Solución estándar. Indicada para la pequeña empresa. Incluye núcleo Saventis Prime, autodiagnóstico de estándares legales, repositorio documental, planificación integral de actividades preventivas, identificación de la estructura y los procesos de la empresa, identificación de peligros y evaluación de riesgos, plataforma guiada para empresas de hasta 50 trabajadores, flujo cerrado en 6 pasos, intuitiva, sencilla y versátil, cumple la legislación exhaustivamente, flujo completo de la gestión preventiva, datos protegidos en la nube, prevención digitalizada. Solución avanzada, perfecta para la mediana empresa, incluye núcleo Saventis Prime, autodiagnóstico de estándares legales, repositorio documental, planificación integral de actividades preventivas, capacitación, planes de emergencia, cargos, funciones y responsabilidades, equipos de protección personal, gestión de comités, gestión de políticas de empresa, identificación de la estructura y los procesos, gestión de ausentismo e identificación de peligros y evaluación de riesgos. La solución avanzada incluye también la plataforma guiada para empresas sin límite de trabajadores, la plataforma sin límite de centros de trabajo, intuitiva, sencilla y versátil, cumple la legislación exhaustivamente, incluye el flujo completo de la gestión preventiva, los datos protegidos en la nube, la posibilidad de incorporar módulos adicionales de Saventis y la prevención digitalizada. Solución integral, ideal para la gran empresa, incluye el núcleo Saventis Prime, autodiagnóstico de estándares legales, repositorio documental, planificación integral de actividades preventivas, capacitación, planes de emergencia, identificación de cargos, funciones y responsabilidades, equipos de protección personal, gestión de comités, gestión de políticas de empresa, contratistas, selección, gestión y control, portal del trabajador, auditoría interna de excelencia internacional, cuadro de mandos para la alta dirección, identificación de la estructura y los procesos, gestión de ausentismo, identificación de peligros y evaluación de riesgos. Esta plataforma está guiada para empresas sin límite de trabajadores, sin límite de centros de trabajo, es intuitiva, sencilla y versátil, cumple la legislación exhaustivamente, incluye el flujo completo de la gestión preventiva, los datos protegidos en la nube, la imagen corporativa personalizada y la prevención digitalizada. ¿Cuáles son los perfiles de usuario de Saventis Prime? El usuario líder. Permite planear, hacer, verificar y evaluar el sistema siempre en línea y disponible desde diferentes sistemas operativos incluyendo Android y iOS. Usuario técnico. Permite alimentar el sistema en tiempo real y acceder desde diferentes sistemas operativos incluyendo Android y iOS. Líder de empresa contratista. Permite gestionar y alimentar la documentación correspondiente al módulo. Y por último, usuario médico. Permite al profesional médico hacer el seguimiento de las historias clínicas e incapacidades del trabajador. Oferta de valor de Saventis Prime. Beneficios para las empresas. Trabajar con tecnología de última generación innovando en procesos de digitalización en su organización. Mantener la información siempre disponible y lista para la ayuda en la toma de decisiones. Análisis cualitativos mediante cuestionarios o listas de chequeo. Integridad y centralización de la información. Portal específico del trabajador. Perfiles de usuarios para el control y registro de la información. Consulta de indicadores a nivel de empresa, sector y organización administradora. Generación de reportes personalizados y automatizados. Integración con las principales ERPs. Permite alimentar el sistema en tiempo real y acceder desde diferentes sistemas operativos incluyendo iOS y Android. ¿Quiénes son nuestros clientes? Los clientes del sistema son todas las organizaciones que están sujetas a implementar la prevención de riesgos laborales y las entidades que gestionan la prevención de esas empresas, como los organismos administradores, las empresas particulares, las empresas contratistas de particulares o independientes y autónomos.